Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel, and in this video I am going to announce a brand new series, data structure and algorithm in JavaScript. So if you are a front-end developer or a software developer who wants to work in a big MNCs or startup, then this video is for you. Lots of front-end developers ask me how much DSA is enough for a front-end developer. So first of all, let's understand this. So if you are someone who wants to work on the remote startup, so usually they don't ask a DSA question in their interviews. They generally ask machine coding round or the specific tech stack like JavaScript and React.js question. But if you are someone who wants to work in big MNCs like Google, Amazon, Twitter, Microsoft, so they have a separate DSA round for front-end developers too. So in that case, you should know a basics of DSA, because as a front-end developer, you don't need to know the hard level DSA which software developers do, but you should know basic level of DSA. So if you want to prepare for big MNCs and startup, then I highly suggest to prepare a DSA along with your development skills. Now, if you are a software developer, then you have to learn DSA in depth. So this course is solely for front-end developer who wants to learn the basics of data structure and algorithm. Now let's talk about what you are going to learn in this course. In this course, first of all, we will cover the basics of JavaScript. That is, first of all, we will learn about the functions in JavaScript, conditional statements and loops, and we will solve few questions on that. Then we quickly jump to the algorithms in JavaScript, where we will learn about the recursion, one of the most important topic when it comes to the interviews, and it also used in the real life cases too. So after learning recursion, we will learn about the searching algorithms. So linear search and binary search are the two searching algorithms that we are going to cover. Sorting, we are going to cover bubble sort, insertion sort, quick sort and merge sort in this course. Then we will learn about the dynamic programming. We are going to solve few questions on dynamic programming too, and then we will jump to greedy algorithm. So once we cover these 5-6 algorithms, the 5-6 algorithms in JavaScript, then it's time to learn about the built-in data structure. So we are going to learn about array, object, string, set, map. These are the built-in data structure in JavaScript. We are going to learn this concept in depth because majorly most of the questions ask from these 5 concepts only. Then we are going to jump to the custom data structure, that is linked list, stack, queues, trees, hash table and graph. So these are the topics which asked by big MNCs, and the built-in data structure question asked by the startups usually. So we are going to cover these 17-18 topics, and we are going to solve hundreds of questions. Now from where I will pick the question? I will pick the question from blind 75 from the lead code or top 150 question from the lead code. I will use these two sheets through solving the problem, so that we use the question, we solve the question which are currently asked by the companies. Now let's talk about flow of course. So in this course, you are going to see 2 to 3 recorded video every week which contain in-depth teaching, problem solving and practicing lots of questions. Also, I will share 4 to 5 problems for your homework that you have to solve by yourself. Now, I will also have one live doubt session every weekend to take your doubts and to solve those homework problem. If you are stuck on those homework problem, or if you are someone who solve all those 12-20 problem, and if you have tried new problem but you are stuck on those problem, then we can solve those kind of problems in the live doubt session. Why I have both the recorded and live session? Because recorded session help me to teach everything at fast pace, and live doubt session will help me to understand that you all folks understand things better and what is your current status. Now let's talk about the price of this course, which I guess you have highly interested in to know the what is the price of this course. So whenever you get the in-depth recorded videos with live doubt session, with the community support, with additional assignments, this kind of courses are in the range of 1000 to 10,000. But I am going to provide all of these free of cost on my YouTube, and for assignment you can check out the Telegram communities. Now why I am providing this for free of cost? So that you can clear the interviews of big MNCs and startup. So what you have to do, you have to come to my YouTube channel every single day, watch the video, solve the question and solve the homework question, and let me know in the comment section how many of you are excited for this course. One more thing that I want from you is to share this video with all of your friends and LinkedIn and Twitter, so that all other students who wants to learn data structure and algorithm in JavaScript but not able to find lots of resources, so that they get to know that currently there is one course in data structure and algorithm where I am providing all in-depth knowledge with lots of assignment and live doubt session. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel, and this is the first video of data structure and algorithm series. In this video, we are going to solve few questions on loops, functions, conditional statement and math. So if you are someone who are not aware about these data types, function, array, object, basic syntax, then I would highly suggest you to watch my crash course on JavaScript. You are going to understand JavaScript basics in just 90 minutes, and that video is only prerequisite for this course. So I highly suggest check that out video and then come back to this video. So the very first question is, we are going to solve sum of all natural number from 1 to n. Let's say sum of 1 to 5. So what is sum of 1 to 5? 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5, that is 15. So I have to create a simple function which take an argument as a number and return the sum of all the number from 1 to n. So let's create a function which is sum of natural number, which take an parameter, let's say num, and which returns some answer. So let's say let's answer or let's sum equals to 0. We initialize it that and return sum. Now what we have to do is we have to calculate this sum. There are so many methods, but we are going to use a basic method, a basic for loop, and let I equals to. So from where we have to start, it is a natural number, so we have to start from 1. Anyway, if it is even if it's not a natural number, then also 0 will not make a sense. So we will start from I equals to 1, I less than equals to n. So this loop will run still the number, so nums, and then I plus plus, then I plus plus. It is not the nums, it is num. Okay, and finally what we have to do, we have to add all the number in our sum variable. So I am going to say sum plus equals to, so this is the similar to this sum plus I. So yeah, now let's check out if it is working or not. Sum of natural number, let's give 5. So its return value should be 15. So let's try to console it, console.log, and yeah, you see this is 15. So this is like, you can find the console in the same editor with the help of QCA extension. So yeah, you can download that. So let's try to find the console.log sum of natural number of, let's say, 10. So that is 55. There is another method that we can do without this for loop, and that method is known as using the formula. Basically the formula is n into n plus 1 by 2, and you can simply return here, rather than doing this, you can simply return num into num plus 1 and make sure it's in the bracket divided by 2. So if we don't do this stuff, if we comment this and we directly return this, this is also the same, this will also give the same result, and you can just console it again. Let me copy and let me paste again and see the value of, let's say, 8. So this gives 36. So you can see the answer is same. So now let's jump to our second question. So our second question is, find the sum of digits of a number. So let's say we have a number 1, 2, 7, 8, and so what will its sum? So sum will be 1 plus 2 plus 8 plus 7. So 8 plus 7, 15 plus 3, 15 plus 3, 18. So our answer will be 18. So how to calculate that? Basically for calculating that, let's say 1, 2, 8, 7. So what I will do, I will divide it by 10. I will divide this number by 10. So what will be my remainder? What will be my remainder? My remainder will be 7, and my quotient will be 1, 2, 8. Now let's again divide this 128 by 10. Let me divide it by 10. So again my remainder will become 7 plus 8. Okay, now this time my remainder will be 8 and quotient will become 12. Now if I again divide it by 10, my remainder will become 2 and my quotient will become 1. So this is how we have to solve this problem. So now let's try to solve this problem. So function sum of digits, and here we will have a num, and what we are going to do is we are going to say let sum equals to 0. Now which loop will be useful here? So in this question, when we have to find sum of all natural number, we use for loop. Now when we have to find sum of digits, do we know how many number of steps will be there? No. So when we know the number of steps, let's say here we know the number of steps will be from 1 to n, but here we are not sure the number of steps. We are sure the condition. We have to divide that number by 10 until and unless this number become greater than 0. Okay, so what we are gonna do is we are going to use while loop. So while our number is greater than 0, what you have to do, you have to sum plus equals to whatever this number get the remainder. This is the remainder, and to divide we will say num divide equals to num. So for making you you understand, I will write in this full form. So this will be our number will divide every single time and we will store the remainder here. So now let's return the sum. Now let's check it out, is it working fine or not. So console.log and sum of digits, and I am passing 1287 and it's returning 19.999. Okay, so one thing is when you divide, you just need to get the integer value. So how to get? You will say math.floor, and if you do math.floor and you will get the 18 value. So I hope you are able to solve this problem. Now we are understand about the for loop, how to use for loop, how to use while loop. Now let's come to the third loop, that is do while loop. So the next question is count the number of digits of a number. So let's say if I have a number, so I have this number 34252 and I have to calculate the number of digits. So what if there are 34252, so the number of digits is 5. How did I calculate? I just counted. Okay, so how you can calculate? So if I say 3452, if I divide this number by 10 and get only the floor value, so my answer will be 25 and I will make my count equals to 1. Then again if I divide it, then 342, again my count will become 2. Now again if I divide 4, my count becomes 3, then 3 and my count becomes 4, and finally if I divide it becomes 0. Finally if I divide this, so my answer will be 0. So I will count and divide this number by 10 until I get the 0, and that's how I will count the number of digits. So let's create a function count digits, and here I will have the num and have to count it. But let's say if I have a number minus 121, what will be its answer? Its answer will be 3. The number of digits is 3. So we have to manage the negative test case too. So first of all, what we are going to do, I am going to write num equals to math.absolute. So first of all, I will take the absolute value only. Okay, now what I am going to do is, here I will use do while loop. So let's use do while loop. So in this do while loop, why do while loop? Because it should be at least run once, because the number of count will be at least once. Okay, so here I am going to use let count equals to 0, and here I am going to increase the count first, and then I will again divide my number by 10. Now this time I will not make a mistake. I know I have to just need a floor value. So math.floor. And finally I need to write a condition, and the condition is number should be greater than 0. And finally what we are going to do, we will return the count. So let's call this function console.log count digits, and here I am going to pass, let's say, 121. So 121 is 3. So let's call minus 121. It is also 3. So let's write any number. So SAFA, this is not a number. Okay, SAFA, this is not a number. So in that case, it's find just first 3 number and returning that number only. So let's not write this and write any random number. So yeah, so it's working. So I hope you are able to understand about this for loop. We solve 3 questions on 3 loop. We understand about the for loop, we understand the while loop, and we solve 1 question on do while loop. Now it's time to solve few interesting problems. So palindrome number. This question was asked by lots of companies. You can see Amazon, Adobe, Apple, Facebook, Google, and lots of other companies ask this question very frequently. So let's read out this question. So given an integer x, return true if x is the palindrome. So what is palindrome? So if you read a number from starting or from back, if it is same that given, it will be a palindrome. So 121, if I read it from front, I will read 121. If I read it from back, I will read 121. It is palindrome. So let's take an example. Here, if I read 134, if I read from front, I will read 1 2 3 4. If I read from back, I will say 4 3 2 1. And 1 2 3 4 is not equals to 4 3 2 1. In that case, I will say this is not a palindrome number. But if I talk about 121, so 121 is equals to 121. So this is a palindrome. So let's try to solve this question. How we will going to solve this question? So if you see what we have to do, we have to first of all find its reverse. Let's say find its reverse is 4 3 2 1, and then we have to check if the reverse of this number is equals to our current number. If these two are equal, then it is palindrome, otherwise it is not palindrome. So we have to find the reverse. So how to find the reverse? So let me write it in the comments so that you can understand it well. Yeah. So if we have a 120, let's say 1 2 3 4, this is our number, and we have to find our reverse number. How we will find? So let's say I initialize my reverse number with a 0, and this is my current number, let's say num. This is 1 2 3 4. Now what I'm gonna do is I will divide this number by 10 and take the remainder. My remainder will be 4. So I will add this 4 into my reverse number, and this will become 1 2 3. Now I will check if number is 0 or not. No, it is not 0, it is greater than 0. In that case, what I will do, I will multiply this into 10. So this will become 40. And now I will again take the remainder and add it here. So 40 plus 3 will equals to 43. So now my number will become, reverse number will become 43. I again divide it and I will add 2 here. First of all, into 10, it will become 430 plus 2, 432. And I will again, then it becomes 0 and it becomes 4321. So now I have my reverse number. As number becomes 0, I will got my reverse number. Now it's time to check 4321 with x. Okay, but you like delete this number. So make sure to copy this number. Otherwise, you are not able to recover this number. Okay, so let's do it. I will say let copy num equals to x, and reverse num equals to 0. Now what I am gonna do, I will say while my copy num is greater than 0. What you have to do, first of all, you have to find the last digit. How to find the last digit? You have to divide take a remainder of by dividing by 10. Now what you have to do, you will say reverse num will equals to reverse num into 10. So first of all, you have to multiply it by 10, and then what you have to do, you have to add the last digit, and then finally what you have to do, you have to divide the copy num by 10. So I will say copy num equals to math dot floor copy num by 10. Now finally what we will do, we will return if our copy num will become 0, so I will say x equals to reverse num. So let's try to find out if it's working or not. Click on run, and yeah, it's working perfectly fine. So let's click on the submit button. Okay, so it is accepted and it's beat 99.55% of users. That means our solution is fast. Now let's jump to another question. Fibonacci numbers. So this question was asked by lots of companies. You can find out Amazon, Adobe, Infosys, Microsoft, Google, and lots of other companies ask this question very frequently. So let's understand this question. So the Fibonacci number, commonly denoted by f of n, form the sequence known as Fibonacci sequence, such that each number is the sum of two preceding one. So let's take an example here of a Fibonacci sequence. So as I mentioned, the first sequence is starting from 0 and second is 1. So the third number of this sequence will be sum of previous two. 0 plus 1 is 1. Now again the fourth will be 1 plus 1 is 2. Fifth will be 2 plus 1 3. And then 2 plus 3 5. Then 5 plus 3 8. So this is what is our Fibonacci sequence, and we have to return given and we have to calculate f of n. Now let's say if I have to find f of 5. So this is f of 0, f of 1, f of 2, f of 3, f of 4 and f of 5. So f of 5 will be 5 and f of 4 will be 3. So we have to return this. So let's solve this problem. So we can solve this problem by lots of methods, but because we haven't understand recursion and all, so we are going to use simple loop here. So first of all, the very first condition is if n equals to 0, return 0, n equals to 1, return 1. So we can combine these two conditions and we can say if n is less than 2, in that case you have to return n. Okay, and let's find the constraint that n is always greater than, n will be always greater than 0. So we don't have to consider the negative sum. Now we are going to use three variables: previous, which is 0, current, which is 1, and next. Let's not initialize. So my previous points to this 0 and current points to this 1. So I will start calculating from this variable, from second onward. So let's start a loop. Let I equals to 2, I less than equals to n. I have to find till n, I plus plus. Now what I will do, I will say my next is equals to, my next will equals to my sum of previous two, that is previous plus current. Okay, so by that I can find my previous, my next, but now I have to update my current. So how to update? I will say my previous will become my current and my current will become my next. Okay, now finally what I have to do, I have to return the next. Now let's test this. Click on run, and yeah, it's working perfectly fine. So let's click on the submit button and you will see, yes, it's accepted. It's solved 98%. So it's beat 98%. So this is the best solution that we can give. So the next question we are going to solve is the missing number. So this question is also asked by like lots of companies: Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Adobe, Yahoo, Facebook. So you can find this is also a frequent asked question. So let's understand the question. So given an array nums containing n distinct number in the range of 0 to n, return the only number in the range that is missing. Okay, so see, here we have the nums 301. So the length of this number is 3. So here we will have the value from 0 to 3. So here in the 0 to 3, only 2 is missing. So we have to return that 2. 0, 1. So it is of length of 2. So the number will be in the range of 0, 1, 2. But 2 is missing. Again, the length of this array is 9. So there should be number from 0 to 9 and 8 is missing. So how do you solve this problem? So the very first we can solve it. Let's take a sum of this number. Let's take sum of this number. So what is sum of this number? 1 plus 0 plus 3, that is 4. And let's find sum of number between 1 to 3. So 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 0. So that is 6. So if I have to find the missing number, I will say 6 minus 4 and I can find the missing number. Yeah, that's very easy. So let's solve this problem. So what I'm gonna do, first of all, I will find the sum of all these elements in this nums array. So I will say for let sum equals to 0, for let I equals to 0, I less than my nums dot length I plus plus. I will say sum plus equals to my nums of I, and finally I will say return. I have to calculate the sum of nums, so that is nums into, okay, this nums is a array, so I have to say nums dot length into nums dot length plus 1. So this is the sum of 1 to n, and then I will minus the current sum, and let's find out. Yeah, it's worked perfectly fine, and if I click on submit, it's beat 99%. That means it is the fastest solution. Okay, so yeah, this is how you have to solve the missing number. And one more thing, rather than doing this, you can use an array method, but I haven't teach about that, so I'm not teaching it. But you can directly solve nums dot reduce. Although I think I have teased this in the crash course, so make sure you watch that video. Accumulator and the my num, and I will say num plus accumulator. So this will become simple one line solution. And if I again run this, and you can find it's also give the right answer. Yeah, and if I click on submit, it will also give accept it. I hope now you are able to understand loops, conditional statement and function, because we have solved few questions on that. And if you want to practice more on loops, conditional statement and function, I have shared few questions in the description. Do check out this question and practice them. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, and in this video we are going to discuss about what is time complexity, why do we need to take care of time complexity, how to calculate time complexity, and what are the some general rules that we have to take care of while calculating the time complexity of an algorithm. So let's get started with the very first question. What is time complexity? Time complexity tells us how much amount of time it will take to execute certain algorithms. So let's say we have this simple algorithm which take an array as a parameter and simplify calculate the sum of all the array element and return that sum. Now the time complexity depends on so many factors like the memory allocated to that program, the number of processes currently running, the hardware, the RAM, and so many other factors. But to have a standard time complexity, we calculate time complexity on the basis of the input size. So here the input is our array. So we will say, let's say array is 1, 2, 5. So its array size will be 3. So its array length will be 3. So now if we have to calculate the size like time complexity, so first of all we find how many tasks or subtasks and how many times it will running that task. So this is the very first task which is initializing the sum. So this is running only one time, I would say. And then comes our loop which is running from 0 to nums length. Let's say nums length is n. So it is running n times. And this is the final statement which is simply returning the sum. It is also run one time. So every single time this function will run, this sum of array function run, it will execute n plus 2 tasks. It will execute n plus 2 tasks where n is the input size, the array of length, the length of the array. Okay, so what we can say, the time complexity of this is depends to n plus 2 or is n plus 2. So we can say the time complexity of this array of this algorithm is of n plus 2, and where this O is known as big O notation. So which tell about the worst case of time complexity. And in software engineering there are three kind of time complexity: best case time complexity, average case, and the worst case. And we only care about the best, like worst case time complexity. We are not going to use the best case or the average case. We will build our program for the worst case. so that if any time there is some worst issue, so our system, our program, our algorithm can handle that situation. So now let's talk about the rule. So the rules say whenever there is an algorithm and whenever you find this like time complexity, you can ignore the constant terms. Why? Because let's say the array length is 10, so the time complexity will becomes 12. But let's say n size is 10 the power 6, then 10 the power 6 plus 2 will become insignificant. So we can discard this. So we can say time complexity of this algorithm is O of n. So what we are going to do in this video, we are going to solve 4-5 problems where you have to solve the time complexity, because in the interview you have to tell the time complexity of each algorithms you suggest to the interview. So we are going to practice 4-5 algorithms, and then I will give you certain question for practice, and then this video will be end. So let's solve the second question. So in this example, this function take an matrix as an argument and find the sum of matrix. So here if you see, this is in this statement it's only initializing sum equals to 0. So whenever this function run, this will execute only one time, and this is our loop, this is our nested loop. So we will take care of this later on, and this statement will also run one time. So here if you see, this is our matrix. So this is an array, this is an array, and this is an array, and it's this three array inside an array. So what will happen here is, first of all, this is 3 cross 3 matrix. So our inner outer loop will be execute 3 times. Outer loop will run 3 times from 0, I equals to 1, I equals to 2, and when I becomes 3, it will force this condition, so it will come out. And our inner loop will run, so I am saying outer loop here will run n times, and our inner loops will also run n times. So inner loops will also run n times. So overall our this loop will run n cross n times. N cross n, that is n square times. N square times. So overall time complexity will become n square plus 2, or we can say n square plus c. C is our constant. And again, as we remember our first rule, we have to discard the constant because it becomes significant when n approaches to infinity. So our time complexity of this algorithm will become O of n square. So here in this question, this is the f of n function which take a num as a simple number, and it take an array which run from 1 to nums and pushing all the index and finally return the number. So what will the time complexity of this algorithm? Let me know in the comment section. So okay, let's discuss the time complexity of this. So let's say our n equals to 16. Okay, so how many times this will run? So this is run only one time. This will also run one time. So let's run this. So initially our I value will be 1. Then it will we push inside this array, it will push 1. Then our I become, see this. Here I is not I plus plus, it is I into 2. So now our I will become 2. Then again it will check 2 less than 16. Yes it is. So it will add 2. Then it will again become 2 into 2 4. 4 is less than 16. Yes it is. So it will add 4 here. Now 4 into 2 8. 8 is small. Then 16. Is 16 less than 16? Yes it is. Then it will be break and finally return 1, 2, 4, 8. So you can see this is just 4. So when n is 16, it returns 4. So let's take one more example. Now this time I am taking a very big number, 1024. Okay. So when I equals to 1, start from I equals to 1, our array will be, first of all add here 1. Then it will add 2, 2 is still, then 2 into 2 will be 4, then 4 into 2 will be 8, then 16, then 32, and then 64, 128, 256, and finally after 256 it will be 512, and then it will become 1024, which is smaller. So you see, in terms of 1024, it run 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. That means, what is this? What is this? This is 2 the power 10. What is this? 16 is 2 the power 4. So it is running, what I am saying, the time is, this is the time is taking 10 and n is 2 the power n. So what will the relation? Relation is log of n to the base 2. So the time complexity of this algorithm will become log of n to base 2, and you can generally write a log of n. Now if it is not I equals to I into 2, it will become I into 3. In that case it will be log of n to the base 3 to the base 10 if it is 10. Okay, so now I am giving the final question, and that you have to solve it by yourself. So this is the question that we have solved in the loops video. So here what we are doing is we are taking an n as an input and finding the sum of digits. So let's say if our n is 4, 2, 3, 5. So 5, 3, 8, 10, 14. So its sum of digits will be 14. So now you, after solving 2-3 problems, you are able to understand that we do not need to take care of this variable initialization or returning, because it will take a constant time. We just need to take care of the loops. So here in this loop, if you see how to calculate that. So I always say take 2-3 example and then find how many iteration it takes. So let's say if n is our 4, 2, 3, 5. So in the first iteration, our num, so this is our num and this is our sum. Okay, so we will calculate both of these. So sum is will become num divided by 10 remainder, so that is 5. So if I take remainder, so that is 5, and our num will become num divided by 10. So if I divide this by 10, it become 4, 2, 3, and the iteration will become like count. This count will be number of iteration. Now our this will become 4, 2, 3, 4. So what we will do, we will again add this 5 plus 3 and divide this, and this will be count will becomes 2. Then we'll again 2 plus 2 and it becomes 3, and finally we make our 4, which become 5 plus 3, and finally our answer will be 14, and it takes 4 iteration. So it's the number of digit, I can say. So how many iteration it take? So let's say if now I am going to take a very big number. How many number of iteration it will take? It will take on the number of digits. And what is the number of digits? That will be in the 10 the power the digits, I can say 10 the power digits. So the time complexity will depend on, time complexity will be 10 the power digits. So what will the time complexity here? So our time complexity will become log of n to the base 10. Now understand one thing. Whenever your output is divided or multiplied by certain number, whenever your input divided or multiplied by certain number, your iteration, your time complexity will be log of that segment. Let's say if there is another loop, and inside that this another loop, so that run n times and that run log of n times. In that case our iteration will become n of log n. So what I am saying, whenever your input is divided or multiplied by a certain number, that part of your algorithm time complexity will be log of n to the base. We don't care about the base generally when we tell to the interviewer, but if you tell this base, that will give you some extra point. So now let's generalize the algorithms. Whenever you are solving some problems on LeetCode or GFG, you see there are some constraints given, like n is less than 10 the power 5 or n is less than 10 the power 6. Why these constraints are given? These constraints are given so that you can optimize your solution so that it's run on all the cases. So generally there are 10 the power 8 operations are performed in 1 second. 10 the power 8 operations in 1 second. So let's say if n value is 10 the power 4. So what should be the worst time complexity? Worst time complexity should be of n square. This solution will be accepted. So let's say if n the value is 10 the power 6. In that case, if you run this algorithm, this will give TLE, time limit exceed, because n square will be here. In this time, n square will become 10 the power 12, but in 1 second it can run 10 the power 8 operation only. So this will give the TLE. So in that case, what should be the time complexity? N log n, and log n. So you can see this chart to see whatever the length of input, on the basis of that what should be the worst accepted algorithm. If it's n की power 10 की power 16, so of n will work, but the worst of n square will not work. If 10 the power 8, then of n will work, of 1 will work, of log n will work, but highest will not work. Okay, so I hope you are able to understand what is time complexity and how to find the time complexity, what are the sub general rules of the time complexity. And one more thing that I want to talk about, here in the comment section, let me know the example of when you can find this of and factorial. Let's say you find this in the permutation. When you find that permutation of a number, is take of n factorial time complexity. When you do a merge sort, when you do a sorting, it's take of n log n. When you do a binary search, it's taken log n. When you do linear search, it's take of n. Write down in the comment section few example of each of this time complexity. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, and in this video we are going to deep dive into one of the most powerful and fundamental data structure, arrays. So we will dive into what is array, what are the different arrays method in JavaScript, what are the common interview questions that frequently asked in the interviews. After watching this video, you will have a comprehensive understanding of array manipulation in JavaScript. So if you are someone who want to prepare for interviews or you want to level up your JavaScript skills, this video is for you. So make sure to watch this video till end. So first of all, let's understand what is array. So array is nothing, just collection of items in a single variable. So let's create an empty array. So to create an empty array, we write const array. This is the array name. You can write anything and just write this empty square bracket. So this empty square bracket will create an empty collection, empty array, whatever you want to say. Now there is one another method of creating empty array. You can say arrays2, and here you write new, and this will create an empty array. So both of these are same. This will create the empty array. So if I just write console.log array comma array2, so you can find both of them is empty array. Now let's say if I want to add few elements here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is my array2. Let's console this for now. Let's remove this. So this is my list. Now arrays in JavaScript is quite different from arrays in other programming language. Like in C or C++, arrays contain only the same type of items in the list. But here you can add any data types in the list. So this is the number. You can add a string here. You can add object here, and you can write array inside arrays too. So you can write anything inside this array. So we can say arrays in JavaScript is the collection of items which can be of different data types. Now let's understand how to access first and the last element of the array. Arrays in JavaScript are zero index. So if you want to access first element, so you have to access it zeroth index. So here if you see zero index, so the first element is 1. This is the first index, and or you can say second element. So if you want first element, so you will say const first element equals to array 0. So this is how we access the first element. You write the square bracket, and after the square bracket you write whatever index you want to access. So if I console.log my first element, so it will say 1. So if I write here instead of 0, if I write here 1, so its answer will be 2. So this is here how to access any element at the any index. So whatever index you want to find, write that index. So now let's say if you want to find the last index, so how to find the last index? So for finding the last index, you need to find its length. So for finding its length, you have to say const length equals to array dot length. So this is the length, this is the property. So this is the property. So if you console here array length, so here it says 7. So if I count 1 2 3 4 5 6 and 7, so yeah, array length is 7. So now if you want to access the last element, so what it will be, its index will be array length minus 1. So const last element equals to array length minus 1. And if I console this, so you can find the last element. Now this is the last element. So last element is the array. Okay, so last element is this. This is the complete last element. So now what is the time complexity of these two? So time complexity of accessing any element of an array using the index is O of 1. It is constant time. You just write the index and it find it. So the time complexity of this will be O of 1. So make sure to understand time complexity, and if you are not sure how to calculate time complexity, I would highly recommend you to watch my previous video where I explain how to calculate the big O notation and the time complexity of any algorithm. So now let's understand, we have this array and we want to add or delete some item. This is our array and I want to remove this 1 2 3, the last element. For removing the last element from the array, we write array.pop. And now if I console.log, my output will be, what will be my output? My output will be 1, 2, 3, 4, hello, name, and this last element will be removed. And where it is, you can store that last element in a variable. So this array.pop will delete the last element and also return that last element. So if I say last element, and here if I I can say, yeah, last element 1. So here if I write last element 1, so here you can find this is the last element. This is the element which is deleted. So pop not only just delete the last element, it also return that last element. So if you want to access the last element, you will use this. If you want to delete the last element and also return the last element, then you use the pop. Now let's understand how to add an element to the end of the array. To add the element, you write array.push, and in this you have to pass the item that you want to add. So let's say if I want to add 5. So now if I console.log my array, so here you can see this 5 is added at the end of the array. So now let's say if you want to add an element into start of array, then what you have to do? For adding an element to the start of array, we write array.unshift, and here we write, let's say 0. So console.log array, and here this 0 will be added at the starting of the array. Now let me know the time complexity of pop, push and unshift in the comment section. So we are just deleting the last element, so it will take O of 1. Time complexity, constant time complexity. We are adding the last element at the end, so here also it will take O of 1. But in the unshift, we are adding element at the starting of the array, so all the other item will be shifted to 1.1 index. That means this one is earlier 0 index, now this one will become first index. So this goes for same. So now our time complexity of this will become O of n. Similarly, if you want to delete an element from starting of array, so you will use array.shift. So now if I console.log my array, so here you can see this first element is deleted, this 0 is again deleted, and now so again once you delete the first element, now you have to again shift the indexes. So the time complexity of this will also O of n. So now let's understand how to loop through an array in JavaScript. So very first way is using the for loop. So if you write for let I equals to 0, I less than array.length, and here I plus plus, and if you write console.log array of I. So here you can see this 1, 2 all item will be consoling. The second method is for each method. So here you write array dot for each, and here you have to return a callback function. So let's say, let me write a callback function which is console.log I. So this will also give not the I I have to say array of I. And one more thing, in the console function, the first element will be the array element and second will be the index. Okay, so either you use array of I or you can use x comma array of I. Okay, so this x is the first element, this x is the element and I is the index. There is one more way of looping through an array because array is iterable, so we can use for of loop. So let x of array, and here we can write console.log x. So these are the ways of looping through an array in JavaScript. Now is the time to solve our very first common interview question, that is, how did you check if element is present in the array or not. So we are going to create our first function find element, and here we will have our array and the target as the parameter, and we are going to how we will solve. We will say let's iterate over the loop, and if you find the element, if the x equals to target, then you don't need to iterate, you just need to return true, yes this is present. Otherwise if there is no element, we will say return false. Now let's check it out, is it working or not. So console.log, and here I am passing find element, this is the calling this function, passing array and passing hello. So this will return true. Now control C and control V, and here I am passing let's say h. So it say h is not present. So yeah, it's working fine. There are some inbuilt functions to do the same thing. So what we can do, console.log array dot includes, and in the includes if we write hello, so it will return true or false, and similarly if I write h, it's a false. So there are one more method. Let's say the next question is check if an element is present in an array or not. If it is present, return its index. So for solving that question, let's use the same function find element. Copy it and paste it here, and here I am saying find element and index. Find element index. Now we have to return the index. So how we will return? So rather than using this, we will say let's use the simple loop I equals to 0, I less than array dot length I plus plus, and if array of I is target, then return the I. Otherwise you can return the -1. Now we will check it if it's working. Console.log find element index, and here I am sending the array and my target is let's say hello. So hello is present at 4th index. So let's find out. Yeah, 0 1 2 3 4. Yes, hello is at the 4th index. Now if I want to say h, so it says it's not present. So yeah, it's working perfectly fine. And there is also inbuilt function for doing the same. So we can say console.log array dot index of, and here I am writing hello. So it's written 4. Now let's understand how to add, delete and update element from a specific index. For that we are going to use a splice method. So we are going to write array dot splice, and here if you read, this very first is the start number. So that is our start number. Let's say if I want to say start from the first index, then it say delete count from the first index. How many element you want to delete? Let's say you want to delete 3. Okay, so let's console what is the output, console.log array, and let's just copy it and paste it here so that you can find out. So here 1, 2, 3. So from the first index I delete the 3 item. So 2, 3, 4, this will be deleted. So this will delete 3 items from the first index. So now the 0 index will be there, and this is the 4th index. Here you can see 2, 3, 4 is deleted. So this is how you have to delete the item from a specific index. Now let's say if you want to add few item at a specific index. So how to do that? You will say array dot splice 1. Let's say you want to add, and you write 0. That means don't delete anything, just add 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this item will be added here. So let's just console it again. So here you can say from the first element, from the first index, this 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 will be added. So this is the delete count. After that, all the item you write here, this will be added from that index. This is the start index. Now let's say you want to update some item. So how to do that? You can combine this two steps. So if you write array dot splice, and here if you write from the first index, delete 3 item and add 6, 7, 8. So now what will happen? If I just paste this, so what will happen from the first index? This 2, 3, 4 will be deleted and 6, 7, 8 will be added. So this is how you update the element from the specific index. So I hope you understand delete, add and update from a specific index. There is one common interview problem based on splice topic. What is the difference between splice and slice? So let's see both of them. This splice is used to add, delete and update elements from a specific index, and this slice will take a sub array from an sub array from this array. So let's say if I want to say const sub array, and that will take array dot slice, and here I have to write the starting number, let's say first, and the ending number, let's say 4. So from the first, and this is the index, 4 is the index. So now if I console.log sub array, so it's written 6, 7, 8. So what is this? 6 from the first index to the fourth. And one more thing, this fourth is excluded. So I would say it will take from start, and this will be open bracket. That means and is excluded. So it's written that. And one more difference is that here if you see in this splice, this is splice array. Oh sorry, this original array is got it changed, but here the original array will be same. Okay, if you save the array, so it's still same. It's not deleted from the original array. Only the new array will be written. So what is the difference between splice and slice? That slice change the slice does not change the original array. Splice change the original array, and splice do lots of work like add, delete, update, and this slice only return the subarray. So now let's understand how to copy an array in JavaScript. There are two kind of copy: shallow copy and deep copy. And if you don't understand the difference between the shallow copy and deep copy, most probably you are going to see lots of buggy code in JavaScript. So let's understand what is shallow copy in JavaScript. For doing a shallow copy of array, you just write const let's say array b equals to array. So now here this if I console.log array b, console.log array b, you will see the array b and array b and array a. Array b and array, both of them are same. But one thing is, now if I change something in array b, let's say if I say array b dot push or array b dot splice, let's say 1 comma, let's delete 4. So here you see in the array b I delete 4 element, and you see it's deleted from the array also, because this array b and array, both of this array pointing to the same array, pointing to the same reference, pointing to the same memory. So this is what happens when you do a shallow copy. So make sure don't do shallow copy whenever you write this kind of code. So what happens? You change in the array b, and those change will be employed in the array, because both of these are pointing to the same memory location, same reference. Now if you actually want to copy an array into another array, for that you have to take a deep copy of an array. So let's understand deep copy. So there are different method of doing a deep copy. So the very first method is you can use the spread operator. So you will say here this is known as this 3 dot. Make sure this is 3 dot, okay, not 2, not 4. So what it will do, it will spread this array into the collection, and then this square bracket will make it an array. Okay, so now let's just do a console.log, and here array c and array. So you can see both of them are same. Now if I do some change here, let's say delete 4 element. So the array c will come 1 comma 5, but this array is still same. Now there is one more way of doing a deep copy. Let's say const array d equals to array dot from, and here I pass the array. Now again if I do this splice operator, so control C control V, and here if I write D, and again here I write array comma D. So here you will see array G, after that it should be space. So yeah, it's same, but array does not change. Now there is one more method, array E, let's say array E equals to, if you write array dot concat, I will let you know there is one more way of doing this. But in this concat, if you don't send anything, like if you don't pass anything in the concat method, so again it will return the copy, deep copy. So here 1 comma 3, and here if I write array E and array. So yeah, these are the some ways of doing a deep copy. Now let's understand. Let's say you have a two array, array A and array B, and if you wants to add those two arrays, so how to do that? Again, there are lots of methods for adding two arrays. So let's say const array new array, that will if I write array, and here if I write 2 commas 3 comma 4, so I can do this way. So now this 2 comma 3 will be added here, or we can say, like if I want to add array E, so what I can say, array and array E. So let's console it, the new array, console.log, and here if I write new array, so here it have 1 comma 5 comma 6, all this first element, and then it have this 5. Okay, again you can see 1 comma 2 comma 3 and 5. This is the array, this is the array 1. So this is the first way. Second way, if you want to add, you can use this concat method. So you can say const new array 2 equals to array dot concat, and here you have to write array E, and here if I write new array 2, so this is also same. Now it's time to solve our next question, that is how to check if two arrays are equal or not. So first of all, let's create a simple function, const is array equal, which will take two array 1 and array 2. And then what we have to do, first of all, if length of those two arrays are same, then only they can equal. If their length is not equal, then forget about its element. Okay, so what we are going to say, if array 1 dot length equals to array 2 dot length, if it is not equal, then return false. Okay, if it's not equal, then return false. Otherwise, what we will do, we will check for every element. Like we are going to use for let I equals to 0, I less than array dot length, I plus plus, if array of I, that is array 1, and here also it will be array 1. If array 1 of I is equals to array that is triple equal array 2 of I. Okay, so not check for equal, check for unequal. If they are not equal, then return false. And finally, if their length are equal, all elements are equal, then return true. So let's check it out. Console.log, and here I am finding is array equal, and inside that I am passing two array 1 comma 2 comma 3, and second array will be 1 comma 2 comma 3. So it's returning true. Now let's say if I remove this 3, so it's returning false. So this is working. So we can use one more method of doing the same work. So let's just comment it out, and let's do it using different way. So what we will do, we will return array 1 dot length, array 1 of length equals to array 2 of length, and array 1 dot every. We are going to use every, and here I am going to say, let's say element element, and here it's the index. Now what I'm gonna say is, array of I, array 1 of I should equals to array 2 of I. Now let's console and see if it's working or not. See, so what this every do? So this every method will check this condition should be true for all element, If it is not true for a single element, then also it will return false. Similarly, we have one more method. Dot sum. So in dot sum, if at least one element follow the condition, that it will return true. Every means every element should follow this condition. Every element of array 1 is equals to array 2. So yeah, this is the sort of version. You can solve it in the one line of code. So now let's understand how to sort an array in ascending and descending order in JavaScript. So first of all, let's create an array const x equals to, let's say, -1, 4, 5, 0, -9, add few negative numbers too. And now if I want to sort it, I can simply write sort. And this is the inbuilt function which will sort it. We will learn more about the sorting algorithm in later on. I can simply say the sort will take of log n and log n time complexity for now, but in the sorting algorithm video we will learn more about the sorting, but for now it's okay. Console.log, if I check, yeah, it is sorted. So this is how we sort in the ascending order. Now if you want to sort in the descending order, you say x.sort, and here you have to pass in callback function. You can see callback function which contain a comma b, some number, and it should return some number. Okay, so let me say a comma b. This is the pair of this array, and if I write b minus a, so this b minus a will return a number. So what it will do, this callback function will run on each pair of this element array, and if this number is positive, then it will swap, otherwise it will not swap. So here let me give some example. So here we have 2,4. We have 1,4. Okay, so here a is 1 and 4 is b. So what is b minus a? 4 minus 1, it is positive number, then it will swap. So our 1,4 will become 4,1. So now let's console and see console.log and see the x value. So here if you see, the 1,4 will change to 4,1. So yeah, this is how you swap it, and time complexity of this will also and log n. So now comes our fifth question, that is how to reverse an array. To reverse the array, you simply write dot reverse function. So x dot reverse, and here you will console.log and x. So it is reverse. Now I would suggest you to write the implementation of reverse. You just have to swap the first and last element, and you have to comes to till the midpoint. Now let's discuss the most frequently asked interview question on array method, map, filter and reduce. These are not only the most frequently asked question, but these are the most frequently used on array manipulation. Although I have already created a separate video on these three, where I have shown how to create the polyfill, and we have solved 6 interview questions on that. Let me just quickly revise what is map, filter and reduce. So let's say we have this x array. Maps methods take a callback function and run that callback function on each element of array and return the new array. So let's create the new map array which take like x.map, and this take a callback function. So let's create an arrow function, and this arrow functions take first is the element of the array, second is the index of the array, and third is the array itself. So I am not using the array right now. Now what I want to do, I want to take the square of each element. So let's console.log new map array, and here if you see -9, a square will be 81, 5 25. So this is how map works. And now let's come to the filter. So I will say positive numbers, and here I will say x.filter. It also return the new array, and here it will run the callback function on each element and whatever element fulfill that condition, it will push that element into the new array. So here let's say I have the element, have the index, and now what I am gonna do, I will say element is greater than 0. So if element is greater than 0, so minus 9 is greater than 0, no. Minus 5, no. 0, no. 1 is greater than 0, yes. So it will add these ones to this new array. Then 4, 6, these are the, so let's see and console it, console.log, and console.log, and here I want to write positive numbers. So 1, 4, 6 will be written. Now the final is the reduce. So as like map and filter return a new array, this reduce return a simple number. Okay, so here I will say, let's say if I want to find sum of array, okay, sum of array, and here I want to sum of this positive number. So what I will do, I will say positive numbers dot reduce. Now it will take two value, accumulator and initial value. So accumulator, and this is the index, okay, the element, and this is the callback function, and also is take the initial value. I am giving initial value as 0, and here I am writing accumulator plus element, and now console.log and console.log sum of array. So it's written 11, 1 plus 4 plus 6, 11. Now if I don't give this initial value, in that case it will take first value of the array as the initial value. Okay, so I hope you understand map, filter and reduce. There are lots of array method, and I hope I want you should explore by yourself. I want to discuss one more important array method, that is a flat. Let's say you have an array which is a nested array 1, 2, and which have a 4, 5, which inside have like 6, 7, and you have certain type of nested array, and you want to make it flat. What does it mean by flat? You want to make it 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You want to make it like this. So how to do that? For that you have to write y.flat, and here if you do this and console.log, so here if you see y, you see it is flatted. So now here you have to write the depth of flat. Okay, so if I write 3, if I write 4, and by the way it's written the array, so I will say flatted array equals to this, and here if I write flatted array, so you can see, let me just remove the y so that you can find it clearly. So this is the depth of array, by which depth it should flat. Okay, so if I write it 1, so it's reduce only this array. Okay, if I make it 2, then it make it perfectly fine. So I hope you understand this flat. There is one more method that I want to talk, and I hope this is the last, that is filter versus find. What is the difference between filter versus find? So what these filters do, it will use this condition and apply these conditions to all element, and all element which follow this condition, it return those element. But what this find do, it will return the first element which fulfill this condition. So let's say if I write the same code, positive number, let's say positive number, and if I console.log positive number, so here if you see this positive number, let me write not filter, I have to write find. Okay, so it's written 1. So first is the first element which fulfill the condition. These are all the method that I want to share it with you. Now you are capable of understanding how to do array manipulation, how to use these functions, and I will share few questions that you have to solve. I will share at least 10 questions, 10 lead code problem, which is kind of easy question, and 2 or 3 question will be of medium level. Check out all these practice questions on my GitHub repo and solve those questions. And if you have any doubt on those questions, do ask in the WhatsApp community or the Telegram community. All the link in the description. Also, if you want to solve more questions other than those practice questions mentioned in the GitHub repo, you are feel free to solve those questions. And if you have any doubt, I will solve those doubts in the live doubt session on the weekend. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to discuss about the string data structure. So how this live session will be go on. First of all, I will talk about all the essential string data structure. for next 20 minutes at least, and after that I will give a 5 minute of doubt session where if you have any doubt in any string method, so you can ask those doubt, and after that we will solve at least 2-3 question or at least 5 question to understand these method in depth, and then finally I will give you some practice questions so that you can understand this string method in detail. So yeah, let's get started. Hello everyone, hello Devin, hello Darshan, hello Vijay. So yeah, let's get started. So let's start with string in JavaScript. So first of all, let's understand what is string. So a string is nothing, just a collection of character. Like we have an array where we can store multiple types of data types, but here in the string we can store only the char. So let's initialize our first string. So let's say first name is equal to Vishal. So here this Vishal is the collection of character where V, I, S, H, A, L. These are the characters. So and overall this collection of these characters is known as the string. Similarly, we now you can assume where we use this string. So let's say you want to store some paragraph where sometimes you want to store the text. So how to store the text on the paragraph using the string. So now let's understand. Maybe I'm a little bit fast, so just let me know if I'm fast. Okay. So the very first thing we are going to understand is length of a string. Length of a string. So how to find the length of a string? So for that we are going to use dot length properties. So first of all, I hope all of you know about what is properties and what are the methods. So yeah, is it live? So do you know the difference between a properties and method? If yes, do let me know in the chat section. So first of all, let's understand the length of the string. For that we are going to say first name, it's the variable name, and then we say dot length. So here it's written 6. So you can say VISHAL. So the length of this string is 6. So this is how we find the length of the string. Now there are lots of string method, and I will cover almost all of string method. But if I forget few string method, then how you can explore other string method? So if you write the first name and you write dot after that. So in this VS Code you can see there are lots of string methods like char code, add, code point, concat, and wait, includes, index of, last index of, length, and here's the difference you can see. So all the methods are in the purple color, and this length is the property and it's in the different color. So let's know about what's the difference. So here we are going to know most of this local compare. We are going to understand about the local compare. What is this match all or match? What is this repeat, replace? We are going to know about this today. Search, slice, split, and you get to know about this slice and split in the array methods too. So substring, local. So let's start with okay. So and one more thing, like before continuing the string method, I want to let you know, when you see this anchor and it is like slash over it, strict throw over this anchor, that means that this method is depreciated. It used to be used in like early days, but now they are not using. Okay. Similarly, like if you know in the HTML, now we use strong rather than using bold. Okay. So these are some I would say a method which are not using nowadays. Okay. So depreciated we can say. So now let's start with the very first method, that is char code. So char at. So what is this char at? Char at means how to access an element at a specific index. So let's say here is VISHL and I want to find what is at one index. So what is the element at the one index? So let's just console it. Console short log, and it will return at what index? 1. Okay. If I do the second index, it is S. Similarly, you can second way of accessing element. So here I am writing access string element. So the first way is you can use char at. Second way you can use the square bracket. Here if you write these two, it gives the same result. So you can use char at or you can use the string or like square bracket. Both of them will give the same result. Now similarly we have another method which is kind of same, but it does not say char code, it says dot char code at. So here if you see, it doesn't return S, it written 105. And what is this 105? Do you know about this? Any one of you who know what is this 115? So this 115 is known as ASCII value. So all this from alphanumeric and all the printable characters which can be printed, they have some ASCII value associated with that. So we have the ASCII value. The ASCII value of A is 65. Okay, and ASCII value of smaller a is 95. So the difference between ASCII, not SE, it is ASCII. Okay, so yeah, you can just search it on Google. What is the value? So if I go, yeah, let's go to Google and you can find the ASCII table. So ASCII table, yeah. This is the ASCII table. You can start that. It just starts from 0, and if I just make it little bigger, and here you can find 465. Here 65 is capital A, 65 is capital A, and 97 is smaller a. So this is what it's written, and we are going to use this. Okay, that's why I show the ASCII table, because we are going to use it in upcoming question. So now let's go and try different next property. So it's time to declare about the, let's declare the includes. Okay, so let's see what this includes do. So let's say if you have to find this I is there, like I is present in this in string or not. Okay, तो अगर वो उसमें है तो उसमें बताओ, ठीक है. So what we are going to do, console.log, and here we are going to say like first name dot includes, and here we are going to pass let's say I. So in the Vishal you can say I is present. Rather than this single character, you can use the string as well. So if I say ISH, yes, it is also present. If I say VISHL, complete string, yes, it's present. If I write something which is not present, let's say R, yeah, it's not present, so it's written the false. Here the include only written if it is present or not. But let's say you want to find if something is present in the string or not, and if present, what is the starting index of that. So for that, what we are going to do, we are going to use the index of. So here we have the index of, and what is the index of R? R is not present, so it will return -1 if we are going to find like I. So I is present at the index 1. So this is how to find the index. Now in the array method, I write the I also write this the internal working of index of. Now I will give you a homework, like write the internal working. If you have to write, if you are not allowed to use the inbuilt function, so how to write. Okay, so you should know about that. Second thing that I want to say here is, let's say if my name is not Vishal, my name is Vishali. Okay, so don't change my gender, but I have to show something. So console.log, and here I say first name dot last index of. So here this last index of tell you the it will find the element from the end of the string. So here if I say I, so see it can find the I from here, like it's the second index, but it finds from end, and it's the written 7. Okay, so I hope you understand the last index of. So now let's go to few more method. If I'm a bit fast, so let me know, like please go slow or something like that, but I will give you some time for a doubt session, so no worry. First name dot, now we discuss about the char code, and we discuss about the includes, index and last index. We discuss about the length, and let's discuss about the local compare. Okay, so let's say my name, let's say we have another name that is Vishal. Okay, and now you have to compare these two names, like compare these two string, first name and the another name. So how to compare it? So here you will say console.log, and first name dot local compare, and here you have to write the another name. So it's written -1. What is the, if it return the negative value like -1, that means these string are not equal. Okay, so now let's try to make it same. Yeah, so if they are equal, then our local compare will be 0. Okay, so now let me write z. So yeah, so you can see if it is not equal, it will return -1. If it is equal, then it will return the 0. So you can scroll it down, like if you hover over this, and you can read more about this, that what this local do and here we can also provide some options to compare. Okay, so now let's use another method. You have the string const string is equals to Vishal is best front end developer. Okay, now what you have to do, replace Vishal with Sujit. Okay, we have Sujit right now. Yeah, so let's replace it. So how to replace it? Just say console dot log and press str dot replace, and here if I'm going to write replace Vishal with Sujit, and see it's return, this return the new array, okay, new string, and Sujit is the best front-end developer. Okay, if I is not present, then if I is not present, then it's return -1 here. If I is not present, it return the -1. So let's say in Vishal R is not present, so if I write R, it's return the -1. Okay, yeah, so here it's now let's say I want to add one more thing. Vishal is the best front-end developer. Vishal is let's just dot. Now see, I want to replace all Vishal, but here if I use this replace one, so it's replace only one. So my string becomes Sujit is the best front-end developer and Vishal is, I want to replace this Vishal too. So there will be two methods of doing that. The first method is so the first method is you can use the replace all. So there is one more method known as replace all. So this will replace it, but there is another way of doing that, but I don't want to like show you how to do that. But here what you can do it, rather than writing the name, you can write something like regex, if you know. You can write this ways too. Okay, this /g means global. Global means wherever you find this Vishal text, this thing, replace that thing from Sujit. Okay, so we will know more about the regex expression later on. Okay, so yeah, we will know more about this thing later on, but for now you can skip it. Okay, no need of confusing. Okay, so yeah, so let's start with let's see another method. Again here I'm saying if you feel like I'm too fast, so let me know, but I want to give my more times to the problem. Okay, question, and somebody of you say ki Vishal, if you goes to live, that it will be lots of distraction, so I want to prove you wrong. So first name dot, we discuss about the char code, char and then we discuss about the includes, index, last index, length, local compare. We discuss about the repeat. Let's search it very simple. It will find if the element is present or not. Okay, then comes to the slice. Okay, we discuss about this slice. So what this slice do? So what this slice do? It's just simply return the substring. This is plus the sub array. Okay, so before going to slice, I want to go with substring. So here, let's say from this Vishal is the best front-end developer. I want to take a substring of is front-end developer, is best front-end developer. I want to remove this. So what I will do, I will say the first index will be 6 to nothing. Okay, so something like that. So let's post 6 to 10. Okay, so this is not like that. Let's have something like okay, first name is very small now. I have to write str. So here I have to write 6. So if I take this 6, so from this space, this is the substring that I am getting. I want to get from 6 to let's say 20 and let's say 30. So this is the substring I am getting. Now here there is one more way to doing that. That is that's console.log str.slice, and if I write 6 comma 30, it gives the same result. So the substring and slice are almost same. The only difference is that in this slice method you can write the negative number. So let's say if I want to say let's take the last 10 word. Okay, so I would say last 10, that is the last 10. Okay, minus tends to minus 8 minus 2, let's say. Okay, again str. So yeah, it is like this. So this is the last 8. So al space is space dot. So this is the last 8, and if I just remove that and make it 1, so I get the last. So I hope you understand the difference between the substring and the slice method. So this is, we can say, substring of a string. Yeah. Any question? Which extension you use for output? Yeah, same question. So this is the QK. If you see here, this is the extension. So difference between the search and includes. Okay, so let's discuss it. So console.log, we have the first name. Let's say str dot search. So here again, here you can write the searcher, like any symbol. You can write the regex which you want to write. Okay, so if I can write the simple name, I can write the simple name. Is Vishal is present? Yes, Vishal is present at the index 0. Okay, let's say best. Okay, yes, best is present. But let's say if I want to find the first thing, return the regular expressive search. Okay, so it also return the same thing. Like index of also return the same, and this also return the same. Cool. There are the different method of doing the same. So if I write Sujit, so it will return -1. So if it's present, it say include. It return the index. If it's not present, return the -1. Same as the index of. Okay. So now what we are gonna do is, let's go to another method. That is console.log, and again let's use str dot. Let's use some good method. Okay, split. This is one of the good method. So let's say you have this Vishal is the best front-end developer, and let's say this is one link, and again you say just copy it and paste it here. So these are the two string. We have this two string. Now what I want to do is, I want to say Vishal dot split, and this is split with with dot. Okay, so now here if you see what this split do, this split will divide our string into array. Okay, so into array. So now this become our first string, this become our first string, and this become our second string. If split whatever we are passing here, so rather than passing dot, if you pass space, so here you see you can find all the word here. You can find all the word. Okay, if you say find all the character, if you find like want to split this string with all the character, so you can remove that space. Now you see you are finding all the character space, this is space, then best. So this is how it split work. It return the array of the resulted substring, like return substring, I would say. Okay, substring array. Yeah. So now let's say if let's say I want to say const str substring जो भी है str dot split, so it's written, it does not like change the original, so it's written. So now what I want to do is, let me console.log sub str जो भी है. So here you can see spelling mistake. Yeah, so here you see this is the total words. Now what I want to do, I want to add this all array into, I want to again join it to make a string. So how to do that? For that what you have to do, you have to write dot join, and here in the dot join you see now this word are joined. Okay, but now I want to join it with this space. So this is a single string. Okay, if I don't write this, so it's added with the like this comma. So I want to say space, I can say dot. So now Vishal is, and then dot bash dot. Okay, so I hope you understand how this split and join work. Okay, any question? Join. Yeah, cool. So console.log, let's try a few more. Just 20 minutes and we have covered like lots of method. Cool. So first name dot last index match, replace, slice, split, start with substring. This substring do the same thing. Okay, and this start with is the very same, like let me show you what does it mean. So if I say start dot start with, and here it's return if there is some like string which is there. So let's say this what is this str is start with Vishal. So I'm saying is this string start with Vishal returns true if a sequence of elements of such a string converted to a string is the same as corresponding element of the object. So yeah, it says true. But if I say best, it says false. No, it's not starting with like best. Okay, similarly here if I make it, let me write it Vishal. Similarly, if I want to find if this string is and with, okay, so here and with, so it's and with Vishal, no, it's and with developer. So if I write the developer, it's written this true. Okay, I will let you know, like we are going to solve the question where you are going to know where to use this start with and with this split and join, and we are going to use lots of method. Okay, so now let's say we have this string. Okay, we have this string where we have extra white space here. This is the extra white space, and we have extra white space here also. Okay, so there are lots of extra white space. So what we can do it, for that, first of all, let's console.log. What you have to do, if you have to remove this white space, for that you have to use .trim method. Okay, so we are going to say console.log str.trim. Okay, trim. Okay, so similarly we have a trim and trim start. So trim means it will trim the white space from the starting from the end. Okay, trim end means it will trim from the end. Trim start means it will trim from the start. Okay, so let me write just trim. So now you can see this Vishal, just to show you it's done that, like console.log str.length. Okay, and then we have a like console const stream str, that is str.trim, and let me just make it here. Okay, and here let me just console it, my trim str with trim str dot length, so that you can see this is the 59. That means the 59, that means the 30 empty space is removed. Okay, and make sure like this remove only the starting and the ending white space. If there is some white space, extra white space here, then it does not remove this. So okay, cool. So here if you see 70, so in the console they are not showing the extra space, but it's there. Okay, so this is 70. Now let's say you want to remove it from the start only. Okay, so it's removed from the start only, so the first 14 spaces is still there. Okay, now if you want to remove it from the end only, so you can say trim end. So I hope you understand about the what is the stream doing, what the stream start doing, and what is a trim end doing. Okay, so yeah, now let's see if there is some more string method that I want to teach you. Otherwise we are going to see some question, because it's 27. Okay, 27 minutes. Okay, now start to local uppercase. Okay, so here if you see this is our let's remove it for now. Okay, you understand this, no? Let's remove the extra space. So now what we are gonna do is see, let's say there is a Vishal is best front-end developer, and I don't want to use this capital letter. So this is the capital letter. So now I want to convert this str to my let's say to local uppercase, to local lowercase. Okay, sorry. So here if you write str to lowercase, so this method will convert your strings to lowercase. So v is converted from uppercase to lowercase. See the difference. This is the Vishal is best front-end developer. V is capital, best B is capital, F, D, they are capital. Now it's become lowercase. Similarly, if you want to make whole string as uppercase, so for that you are going to use to uppercase, str.to uppercase. Now I want to give you one simple homework. Okay, this is the one simple homework that you have to do. The homework is, what is the difference between to lowercase and to local lowercase, to uppercase and to local uppercase? So homework is difference between to lowercase, and if you know you can write down in the live chat, to lowercase versus to local local lowercase. Similarly with the uppercase. Okay, similarly with that. Okay, so yeah, if you know you can let me know in the comment section. Console.log. Now let's see what are the method that we have left. So this is how I do. Like I don't remember all the method. I'm just exploring it here. I am just exploring which method I want to teach you. So I stage this. Similarly, this to string method. Okay, we discuss about all of them. almost. Now this to string is remaining. So when this is useful, so the question is convert. So now it's time to convert another object like different data types to string. So I'm going to say first of all convert number to string. So we have const num equals to 1 2 3. This is the number. Now we want to convert it to string. So first of all I am writing the num. So you can see this is 1 2 3. Now I want to convert it to a string. So for that, simple. It's very simple. You just write nums dot to a string and it's converted to a string. So see what is the different like in the console. If you see this is the number and the element which is in quotes it's the string. Similarly, let's say you have to convert object to a string. Let me know how to do that. I have teased that in the very first video, the prerequisite of this course, introductions to JavaScript, where I talk about how to convert the objects to string. And this is very useful because if you talk about like in the local storage, we can't store the object directly. So we have to convert the objects to a string. So what are the methods that we use? Let me just create a simple object, which object contain this is a simple object which contain the name, and name is the Vishal, and let's say course, and course is DSA with Vishal. Okay, and no one answered the question. Okay, so if you want to convert an object to a string, so for that what you have to do? Yeah, thanks Darshan Rajput, shout out to Darshan, you have given the right answer. We have to use stringify. So console.log, we are going to use JSON method which is JSON.stringify, and here we have to write this obj. So wait, obj. Now to see the difference, I am going to write obj and obj. So here you see this is the object and this is the string. This converts to string. Okay. Yeah, JSON dot string in stringify. Sujit, spelling mistake. Okay, so I hope you understand how to convert objects to string. Now it's your work to understand how to convert strings to object. I'm not going to teach because it's the string method. Okay, but let me know. You have to just do JSON.parse. Okay, so let me just see if is there any method that I want to talk about. Otherwise, we are going to solve the question. Okay. To uppercase, lowercase, another method, noun, show string, stringify. Okay, we have covered all the string method. So I'm going to give you a 2-minute break. Okay, I'm giving you 2-minute break. So just let me know if you have any doubt. Just let me know if you have any doubt. Whatever we have covered till now. How to find the length, how to find the char, like how to access the element. This is the one way. How to find the char code. How to find if the element is present or not, how to compare two string and replace, substring, return substring, split and join, start and with trimming, show uppercase. You are not aware of. I have already created the. I have already updated the GitHub repo. So we have covered about the caret. We didn't discuss about the concat. So we'll discuss about this. To lowercase, uppercase, replace, split, index of ends with, start with, includes. Yeah. So now it's time to do some practice question. But before doing this practice question, I want to discuss about this concat method. Okay. And one more thing. This is what I'm doing for you. So after watching the video, just go to this GitHub repo and revise every single thing, whatever we are going to learn in this video. So just have a go through of that and practice this question. Okay. So yeah, let's come to here and discuss our last method. Last method that is concat to string. So let's say you have a const second name, not second name, it's last name. Okay, last name which is Rajput. Okay, and see here I have added the asterisk piece. Okay, so now if you want to add your first name and the last name, how to do that? You will say console.log and here you are going to say first name dot concat and here you are writing last name. So you see Vishali Rajput. Oh, my name is Vishal, but no worry. Okay, now one more thing that I want to share is here you can add n numbers of strings. Okay, it's not like only one string. So here you can say is and then again best, something like that. Okay. So in the concat method, you can add n number of string, and this is the first string. But it does not change this first name. It will return the new array. It will return the new string, by the way. So yeah, these are the all method that I want to share. Plus also, yeah, we can do with the help of plus. So thanks for sharing this method. So let's say if you want to share, so we can say first name plus last name, and this will do the same. So this is how we concat. And there is one more method, but that is a string literal. We got to know about it later on. So चलो बता ही देता हूँ. So third way is using the string literal. So but it does not return, but we can use that. Okay. So you say first name, and then you can say last name. Now in that case, let's say you don't have a space. You don't need literally nobody write this space. Okay. So we can write it in this way. First name, last name, and is as developer, something like that, because nobody wants to concatenate so many things. Okay, so this is the string literal, but here make sure this is not a simple this quartz. It is the string literal which is present before, like above the tab key. Okay, so yeah, this is the how to concat to a string, and these are the all string material. Just let me know if you have any doubt. And one more thing, yeah, make sure to hit the like and subscribe button if you are watching till like 30 minutes. We have already like crossed the 36 minutes, so make sure to hit the like and subscribe button, and just share it with your friends, man. Don't learn to like share it with your friends, and yeah. So let's comes to the first question. Let's comes to the first question. Wait. I want to talk one more thing. I don't want to solve all of this question, because if I solve all of this question, then yeah, if I solve all of this question, then there is nothing to practice. So what I am gonna do is I will solve, let's say, few 2, 3, 4 problem, and the rest of the problem you have to solve it by yourself. If you have any doubt, just let me know. Like you want me to solve all this question, so I can do one thing. I will solve 4 questions today, and in the next live I will solve this. But I think this will be like too much work for me. Share, subscribe, like कर दिया. Okay, great Gaurav. So find the index of first occurrence of in a string. So see, I'm not sharing any random question. This question was asked in the Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Apple, Facebook, Adobe, Yahoo. Like lots of company ask this question. So let's see. I'm given a two string, needle and haystack. Why I written the answer, man? Sorry. Now I'm given two string, needle and haystack. Return the index of first occurrence of needle in haystack, or -1 if needle is not present. So no, we will try the other problem. Okay, no problem. So here this is the input, and we have to find if this substring is present or not. How to solve this? Let me give you a like brief introduction of the problem. You have given a string, let's say haystack, which is a string, and you have given a substring which is needle. This is a substring. Okay, now you have to find if that substring is present in the input or not. If it is present, then return the index, I guess. Then return the index. Otherwise, return the index. Otherwise, return -1. So, which method you are going to use? Comment. Do comment which method you are going to use. Okay. I'm waiting. Like I just thought about this. Like which method you have to use to find the index if element is present or not. So we are going to use haystack. No, Sujit. That includes only return true and false. Okay, that doesn't work. You have to write haystack. And hay spelling is wrong. Haystack dot index of, and includes only return true and false. Here you have to write index of and write needle. Yeah. First of all, use your real name. Shadow. What is this shadow? Shout out to Shadow for giving the right answer. So haystack dot index of. Yeah, that's an right. If split find, no. This is the one way. Okay. But do you write this answer for the interview? No. What you have to do, rather than writing this index of function, if I submit it, it will, of course, it will submit. Okay, and it will be accepted. But by using this index of, you are not going to learn anything. You see, this is 74%, and that's good score. But is it the answer you are going to tell us to the interview? No. The second answer question the interview will say you can't use the inbuilt function. Try to do it by yourself. Now this is for your homework because I have already write the implementation of index of in the array method. So you just have to run a for loop and tries to find if needle is present or not. If it's there, then return it. Otherwise, skip it. Okay. So this is your homework. I just want to show how to use the method, and the basic thing is you have to do it, and it's very easy question. Cool. So second question is reverse string. I don't want to solve it. I know you can solve this question. This is very easy question. You have to use you have to reverse it. Again, let me just show you. If I say reverse is, it's the array. We have the array of character. Okay, we have array of character and we have to reverse it. So we can say s dot reverse and run it. This is the array method, not a string method, because reverse method run on the array. It's accepted, but I would say don't use the inbuilt function. You should know how to use the inbuilt function, but you should know how to write a what do you say? How to implement this inbuilt function. So don't use the s dot string because if you submit it, it will also work. But yeah, again, it's your homework. So now let's come to the third question. Somebody said that if you do the live session, then it will be distracted, lots of distraction. So this live session that in just 42 minutes we have covered the string. So valid anagrams. My God, this question is asked by lots of companies: Amazon, Microsoft, Adobe, Bloomberg, Spotify, and yeah. So let's solve this question. Okay. So given a two string s and t, return true if what the I just solve it before showing to you. So no worry. So given two string s and t, 1 second. Return a true if t is an anagram. So anagram क्या होता है उसे understand करते हैं, ठीक है? So let's say if we have one string and we have two string. Okay. Now with the help of this string, if I rearrange the character, and I can get this string. Okay. That means these two string are anagram. What I want to say, let's say I have a string a b c d and I have the string c a c b anything. Okay, something like that. Okay, so these two string are anagram. Yes, if I rearrange this string, I can make the abcd. Okay, so these two string are anagram. Lead code unlocker extension for company. It's not unlocker. It's the I would say lead code premium unlocker. Yeah, not unlocker extension. It's premium unlocker. Okay, so let's solve this question. Okay, so how do you solve this question? Okay, just pause for a second, pause for a 1 minute and try to think about this, how you will solve this, how you will solve it. This question was liked by 10k, 10,000 log people like this, and just 321 dislike it. This is very common problem, man. Batao, I am giving you just 2 minutes and solve it. How to solve that? And let's see the time constraint. If you see the time constraint, it's 10 to the power 4. That means you can solve it in the n square, but you have to solve it better than n square because it is, so here it is 5 of 10. And in the time complexity session, I talk about the online judge run 10 to the power 8 operation in 1 second. So what should be the time complexity of this? Okay, in 1 second. And here we have n the value 5 into 10 to the power 4. So if I tries to use n square time complexity, that will give me 5 into 10 to the power 4 into 5 into 10 to the power 4. That will be 10 into 25 into 10 to the power 8. That will be 2.5 time of whatever the time we need. Okay, so this will give TLE. This will give you TLE. So what you have to do, you have to use a time complexity lesser than O of n square. There are lots of methods. I don't Kiran says storing values in two objects and check if it's matching or not. If it's matched, then the true, otherwise false. Okay, but I don't want to talk about the object method because we haven't discussed about the object. So let's discuss the two way. The very first way, This is the anagram. Okay, this is the ABCD. Okay, let's discuss here. Let's say our S is one string is S is ABCD and T is some string CA. Now let's say if I sort both string, if I sort it, so what it will be ABCD, and if I sort this, then what it will be? It will be also ABCD. Okay. Let me just make a little bit bigger, like it is visible, I guess. Okay. So both of them are same. So what I have to do is, easy way is by inbuilt method. Yeah. So what we have to do, we have to just sort it and check if they are equal or not. Okay. So if their sorted array are equal, then it's equal. So what we can do, I can say sort. Now one more thing, like can we sort this? Let me just see one more thing. It's the lowercase only. How to sort any string? How to sort any string? How to sort a string? How to sort a string? So the very first way is we can convert our strings to an array. Okay. So what we are going to do? We are going to convert our string as to split. Okay. Now what this will do? What this will do? It will split my anagram to an array of. Let me just write off, because we can't sort our string. So what we are planning to do? If we apply the split method, so this will become an array of A, N, A, G, R, A, M, and then I will apply the sort. So it will sort in the ascending order, A, 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 and then G, R, or like N, M, or whatever it is. Now if I sort this, this will also return the same. Okay. Now one more thing. Okay, this will also return the same. How to check if two arrays are equal or not? How to check if two arrays are equal or not? I have also solved this question in the array video. So you can use two way. The first way, use the for loop. Use the for loop for both array. Use the for loop for the both array and check if it is equal or not. Second way is convert this array to a string and you can compare string using equal sign. Okay. So let's try to solve it. So first of all, what we are going to do, we will split it and this split will make our array. Now what we are going to do is, we are going to sort our array. Now array is sorted. Now we want to join it. Okay, we will say join this. Now finally we will check it, like if it is equals to string or not. Okay, let's try to run it. See, it's working perfectly fine. So if you have any doubt like how to use this split, how to use join, how to use sort, this question, after solving this question, your doubt will be very clear. Now it's your time. Just let me know what will the time complexity of this question. Okay, write in the comment section what will the time complexity. So for the time complexity, understand the time complexity of each of them, and then return the time complexity. This is your homework. Okay, you know this time complexity of sort is n log n. What is the time complexity of join? What is the time complexity of split? And you have to add it. And whatever the bigger term, that is the time complexity. Cool. I have already explained, like, watch this video if you don't understand how to calculate the time complexity. Okay, watch this time complexity video and then you are able to understand. Sky, how it can be O of n? See, this sort is give of log of n. Like this and sort operation take n log n. So how overall can be n? Hemant, you are right. It's n log n. So the time complexity of this question will be n log n. Yeah, hint is enough. Okay, cool. So see this longest common prefix. So here if you see, let's go here and that's again. So see here, what is this longest common prefix? So this question was asked by lots of company. You can see the like. Okay, this question was also asked by lots of company. Now what this question tell is, we have the array, we have this array, and in this array there are lots of string. Okay, now we have to find this substring which is common in all of them, and this it's not can be any substring, it should be the prefix. This, I hope you understand the difference between the prefix and suffix. So prefix means the first. Okay, So here we have flower, flow. So what will the common prefix of these two? So if you see, this flow and flow are present in both of them. So we will return flow. Okay, we will return if there is no common prefix, then return empty string. So this is the flow. Now we have let's say A, B, C, D. This is our substring, and second is X, Y, Z. What is the longest common prefix here? Here it will be empty string. It will be empty string. Okay, it's become face. It is the empty string. Okay. Now how you will solve this question? How you will solve this question? So I'm giving the hint. Okay, I'm giving the hint because it's the easy question. So you should solve it. So there can be lots of method. Okay, there can be lots of method. I'm going to share one of the best method. Okay, let's say we have a flower, we have flow, we have flight. Cool. Now what I'm gonna do is I will iterate over this. So first of all I will check f. Now I will check, is this f is present in this string? Yes, if it is present. Let's say if it's not present, it is x. For example, let's say it's x. That means it is not common. That means return empty string. You don't have to check anything. You don't have to find anything. Just break it and return the prefix. Okay. Okay. I hope you understand. Let's say we initialize our prefix with the empty string. Okay. Now if we find just make it this. Now if it is f, so what you have to see? Chest the nest. If it is f, okay, so you find that f is present all of here. Now you add this f here. Now you will check for L. Is L present everywhere? Yes. You write L here. You check O present everywhere? No. O is not present here. You will break it. You will break the loop and you return this. And this is the answer. And this is the answer. See. So this is known as horizontal. This is the horizontal scanning. Okay. This is the horizontal. This is the vertical. This is the I am confused. Okay. This is the like vertical, this is horizontal, whatever it is. Similarly you can do the different way. Okay, so there are lots of way, and if you want to code it, like if you want me to code this, let me know. So you say Gaurav say just give the hint. So I think this is enough. If you have some doubt, you can let me know in the WhatsApp group. Okay, so now merge string alternatively. So here you have a like ABC, here you have a ABC and a PQR. You have a ABC and PQR. So if I make it vertical is standing and horizontal is sleeping. Okay, thanks Darshan. I sometimes confuse between the directions too, left and right. So here the word ABC and here the word PQR. So we have this ABC and we have PQR. Okay, now we have to return the string where we have to merge alternatively. So our string will become A, and then we take P from here, then we'll take a B from here, then we take a Q from here, then C, then R. This is what we have to return it. Okay, if you see, this is what we have to return it. Cool. Let's say if we have some more word here. Okay, now this is the string and this is the string. Now after this R, we will put D here, but there is nothing. If there is nothing, we will put everything here. Okay, so this is what we have to do. How to solve this? Sujit, you are saying like, should I solve it completely? But I say just try to give it a shot. Otherwise, I will solve it in the next class. Cool. How you will solve this question? What is the approach? So see what we are gonna do. But we will say, let's say we have a pointer I. Okay, if I is less than word one length. Okay, word one length. Let's say word one length is n. If I is less than n, place it into a new string. Otherwise, let me just solve it. Okay, let me just solve it or write a pseudo code. I will write a pseudo code only. So what you have to do, you can say let I equals to you can say 4. Let I equals to 0 and I less than your max of word 1 dot length. Okay, word 1 dot length or word 2 dot length. Okay, or you can store this word 1 to length, word 2 dot length into some variable and I plus plus. And here what I am gonna do, I will say if I is less than word 1. first of all I have to add the string of word 1. So short length, if it is in the given range, then what you have to do, you have to return the new. Yeah, you have to return in the new. So let's say let answer equals to empty string, and add this answer plus equals to word 1 dot I. Okay, now again, if I is less than word 2 dot length, then add that also word 2 dot I. Okay, finally return the answer. Okay, let's test like this is the pseudo code. I think this is the perfectly working code. Okay, yeah, there is some error. Max of what is this? Okay, you have to fix it. How to do that? You can use of what I have done. Let's use something like m is equals to n equals to word 1 stone length, and n is equals to word 2 dot length. Okay, and let's use an nm, or rather than using this you can use the while loop. Okay, you can use the while loop where you can write the condition. Similarly, I should be less than n, or I should be less than m. Use this condition. Cool, use this condition in the while loop. So this is how you have to solve it. Okay, so I hope you can solve this problem. Now this is the, okay, I want to solve this problem. Okay, I want to solve this problem because I want to here teach you the trim method. Okay, just 1 or 2 minutes and we are going to complete it. Okay, so let me, and one more thing here, this live will be recorded here, this live will be present here. You can see string data structure and algorithm. This is what we are teaching right now. So make sure to if you are seeing the recording, you can see here the string data structure video in this playlist. So yeah, let's solve the last question of this live session. So here we have to find the length of the last word. Okay, so if you see, okay, Apple, Amazon, Adobe, Google, good. So now, given a string consists of a word and spaces, return the length of the last word in a string. Okay, a word क्या होता है? Maximum substring consists of a known space character. You know. Okay. So hello world. So here two word, hello and the world. So the last word is the world. So what is the length of this world? WORLD. That is 5. Okay. Now similarly, if you come here you see there is some extra spaces at the starting, at the ending. Okay, and the last word is moon. Last word is moon, not this empty. You have to like ignore this empty space. So return that. Length is 4. Similarly, loop is. So I hope you understand the problem. So now let me know one thing. Which method you are going to use? You have to remove this extra spaces. Which method you are going to use? बताओ यार. You should know. Like I highly expect you should know. चलो मैं लिखता हूँ. Okay, let me write it. So return. What we are going to do? We are saying trim. So if we are going to trim it, okay, we are going to trim it. Trim plus split plus -1. Okay, let me show you with some example. Okay, let me just show you the console. Let's say return 0. It will, if I do s dot split, not s dot split, s dot trim. So it will remove the white space from the starting and from the end. Okay, now if I do this split, okay, if I do this split with this space, so let me just run it to show you the what do you say, the console. So we have this hello and the world. Now if you want to find the last element, how to find the last element? This split return the result. So I can say dot -1. Okay, and if I okay, you have to say something like that, dot at -1. Cool. World. Okay, so here we find the world. Now if you want to find the length, so I will say dot length. Trim. All of you who say the trim is the wrong answer. Okay, all of you who say the trim is the wrong answer. You will get the answer for sure, but this is the wrong answer for me. If I run it, Sujit, you give the right answer, like it's working perfectly fine, and even if I just submit it, it will return the right answer. Okay, but I feel like even after teaching, you give the wrong answer. Is the trim is the best answer? It's the right answer, but is it the best answer? Do you know about something like trims and do you know about that? Let me know why we are doing some extra calculation of removing extra space from starting. Do we need that? No, we don't need to remove it. Just remove this from the end. It will just save few time. Okay, so use the trim end. That's why we have some another method of trim start and trim end, so that we use the method according to our need. Now we don't need to trim it from the starting, so don't use trim, use trim end. And if you see the solution or the editorial, first of all, in the editorial you will find the C++, Java and Python solution only, and C++, Python is okay. You can't find the solution. No problem. Even if you find they show the C++, Java and Python only, they don't show the JavaScript solution. So somebody say dot at kya hai? So dot at is the way of finding the specific index. Dot at is the finding the way of index. So how to access element index, like element of array? So I say there are few methods. The first method is s dot 0. This will return the first. Okay, second is at dot at 0. So either you can find this way or you can find dot at. Cool. So this here you can writing instead of -1, you can say array, whatever it's the length. So you have to first of all store the length and length -1. You can do that way also. Cool. So yeah, this is it for this video. So hello everyone. In this video, we are going to learn about the recursion. So I will talk about what is recursion and when to use recursion. What are the time and space complexity of recursive programs, and we are going to solve few common interview problems so that you can understand recursion in depth. And I will also say a few lead code questions so that you can practice recursion and understand the time and space complexity of those problems. So yeah, let's get started with the very first thing. What is recursion? What is recursion? So if I talk about the bookish language, recursion means whenever a function call itself, it's called recursive function, and that process is known as recursion. Okay, so let me give you a basic example. Let's say I have a function fun, and which is calling itself. Okay, and let me just write one more thing. Let me write console.log fun. Okay, and let's call this function. So see what happened. What happened here? If anyone can show me. And let me show you some output. Okay, if possible, let me show you some output. Let's clear this. Let's go to output file, and here just write node index.js, and you see the error maximum call stack size exceed. So in this video we are going to understand about what is this maximum call stack size exceed problem, and what is this recursion actually, and what's the problem in this code. So here in the recursion, so let me show you within so first of all, let's understand how this function works. So first of all, we have to understand how JavaScript code run. Okay, so where we have two kind of memory. First is the stack, and second is the heap. Memory. So this is the heap, which store a dynamic memory, and this is the stack, also known as like code stack, which store our this code stack and the variables, primitive variables. Okay, so what happened here is if I comes to the line number 8, this function call will be stored in this call stack. This is known as the call stack or the stack memory. You can talk about, like, you can call anything. So this is stored here. So let me just magnify this. So this is our call stack, and here our function is stored. Now this function will start executing it. So first of all, it's print fun. There is, let's say, this is my console. This is my console.log, and this is my call stack. This is my call stack. So what happen in the console? It's print fun, and it comes to line number 5, and there it will again call the fun. Then again it's execute and print fun, and then again it call the fun. So what happen here is we can store n number of function call here. Now because this loop this is start executing this function, and this function again call this function. So what happen here is it's run infinite times. It run infinite times. It run infinite times. So because of that, our function call stack here, this call stack memory exhausted. So this is the what known as call stack, and its maximum limit exceed. So maximum number of call stack that is stored in this stack memory is exceeded. So for that, what we have to do is we have to write a base case. So what we have to write? We have to write a base case. So this is the new term which you are going to understand. So let's say I want to print fun n times. Okay, n times. So I am here writing fun 10. So what I can say, I have written the fun one time. Now write the fun n minus 1 time. Okay, so what you can say, n minus 1 time. So as of now you understand how this function call stack work. Later in the video I will talk about the time and space complexity. So yeah, so now what happen here is, what this recursive function do? We trust our function. So the very first thing in the recursion function, you have to trust your function. Okay, so what here we are doing is, our goal is, let's say this function is written after here. So what you can say here, you will say that this function will print fun n times. Okay, 10 times. You don't have to go go and check out the definition, check out the what exactly they are doing. You trust your function that if it is written like that, it will print n minus 10 times. Okay, so this is what you have to, the very first thing in the recursive function, you have to trust your function. And second thing is, now what you have to do, you have to solve your problem. You have to solve your smaller problem, and those smaller problem will solve your bigger problem. So here we have to print n times. What we do, we print it for one time, and we say our function will print n minus 1 time. Okay, so now if I again run this program, so let's go here, and if I write node printf.js, you see again the maximum call stack memory exceed. So what we have to do, we have to write an n case. So let's say rather than writing call stack, I want to show here what is my value of n, node index, and here you see it's called infinite times. You can see here, but we have to call this function only n times. So what we can do is we have to write the base case. So here the base case will be when n becomes the 0, just return. Okay, you should return here. So let's try to see if it's now working or not. Let's fill this and create another terminal and write node index. See, it's working perfectly fine. So this is how recursion works. So let me know if you understand how this function working and what is recursion. We will solve loads of program, and we will understand about the time and space complexity in detail. After this video, you will be understand recursion in very depth, that you can solve any problem of the recursion. Now let's go ahead and find the time and space complexity. So what is the time and space complexity of this function? Let's see the execution of this function. Okay, so somebody is asking why it's going in the reverse order. Let's execute it. Let's execute to understand why it's going in the reverse order. Okay, so first of all, this is how to find the time complexity. So the topic of this timestamp is time complexity calculation. Okay, time complexity. So now what you are doing, you are executing f of 10. You are executing calling f of 10. Okay, now this f of 10, what will check? It's the is n is equals to 0? No, currently n value is 10. So it will go to line number 9 and it will find that you have to print function and the value of n. So here I am writing the output. So here is the output. Okay, so output will be fun and 10. Okay, what here you are seeing. Okay, now what this function will do, this will call f of 9. This will call f of 9. Now what this function do, and one more thing, I am going to teach you time and space complexity altogether. So here is our call stack. Here is our call stack. So first of all, let's not write here. Right here. So first of all, your f10 will be called. This f10 function will call your f9. Okay. Now this f9 again check is 0. No, it's give the output f of 9, and again it's called the f of 8. So it's called the f of 8. Then it will write the f of 8, and similarly it's go still f of 1, and f of 1 will check it's at 0. No, so it's finally call f of 0. This finally call f of 0. And one more thing, let me know if it's readable or not. Otherwise, I will use different pen color. Okay. Now understand this thing. I am going to explain you time and space complexity. See how to find the space complexity. So first of all, now if you see f is equals to 0, and it will return. So this f of 0 will be returned. What is the meaning of f of 0 return? It means that function f of 0, fun of 0, work is done. Now it will be removed from the call stack. So it will be pop out from the call stack. So later in this series we are going to learn about the stack data structure, and the stack data structure work on the LIFO principle, last in first out. So this f of 0, if you see, it inserted in this stack last. So this is the first to come out. Okay, so we will know about the stack in the later class. So first of all, let's understand this f of 0 will be like returned. Now we comes to f of 1. When f of 0 return, here there is no other lines to execute. So f of 1 will be returned, f of 2, f of 3, f of 10, everything will be returned. Okay, you understand this thing. Okay, now tell me what is the time and space complexity. How to find? So मैं बताता हूँ. So space complexity is find by the maximum call stack. Okay, maximum call stack. Maybe here is my image. So let me write it here. Maximum call stack is your memory. Okay, this is your memory. So here maximum call stack is n. Yes or no? Maximum call stack will be n, because n minus 1, n minus 2, n minus 3, it will go still n equals to 0. So what will be our space complexity? It will be of n, and this is the memory taken by the function. So it is also it is taken by the function. Okay. Now let's understand the time complexity. So for time complexity, you have to understand this graph. Okay, what this f of 10 will do? F of 10 will be just do this thing, and this will take off one time. Okay, this just print, nothing else, and again it will do this. So let me just remove everything and show you how to do that. So let me just remove everything and create a new file here to explain the time complexity in detail. So here, how to find this time complexity? I can say this is taking constant time, let's say 1. This will execute only one time, and then it will call f of n minus 1. So what I am saying is f of n, t of n, this is the time complexity. This is how we denote it. Okay, t of n minus 1 plus 1. Okay, plus 1. And one more thing, what is t of 0? If you give the t of 0, it return. So this is the constant process, so I can say t of 0 is 1. Okay. So now if I reduce this tn minus 1, so it will become tn minus 2 plus 1, and plus 1 will be 2. Similarly, tn minus 2 will be t of n minus 3 plus 3. that's equals to T of n minus k plus k. Did you understand this thing or not? Understand? Yes, yes. So here we know like T of 0 will be 1. So we can say n minus k equals to 1. N minus k equals to n minus k should be 0, so that we can get the value. So n equals to k. Cool. So if I put the value here, so our T of n will be n. Like this is the time complexity. If you understand, just let me know. If you understand this thing, we compare this T of 0 with this one. Okay, so this is how we calculate the time complexity, and this is the one way, like the mathematical way. The second way, like the first way is you can see how many, like you can calculate the recursive tree and find the time complexity. We are going to solve using the recursive tree in the second question. So if you know this, let me know. We are going to solve the first common interview problem. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so you understand this. So as of now, we have understand the time and space complexity, how this function is stored in that. So now it's time to solve our very first question, that is a factorial. Okay, factorial of a number. Now see, if I talk about the factorial of a number, you already know about that. We already solved that problem in we have already solved the factorial of the question in the math problem in the loops one. Now we are going to solve it using the recursion. So what is the factorial is? Let's say if I want to say 5 factorial. So 5 factorial will be 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Okay, 2 into 1. And we know f of like 0 factorial is 1. Okay, we don't want to prove it here, but we assume it. Okay, so now what we can make the formula from this 5 factorial, and which is equals to 120. Now let's say if I give you let's say if I give you you have to find the factorial of n. So how you will calculate the factorial? You can say that n factorial will be equals to n into n minus 1 factorial. Yes or no? Yes, because if what I am going to say if I have to calculate the factorial of 5, so I will say I have 5, give me the 4 factorial, and whatever you will give me, I will multiply that number with 5 and I will give you the answer. Okay, did you understand this thing? So this say if you want to 5 factorial, give me the 4 factorial and I will multiply it with the 5 and I will give you your answer. Yes, so let's solve this function. So what we are going to do, we are going to say function factorial, and that will take n, and what we are going to do, we have to find the factorial. So what we can say written n into factorial of n minus 1. What's the problem in this function? If anyone can, like, I know the factorial of it, so मैं इतना लिखता हूँ. What's the problem in this? जल्दी बताओ यार. You can read it na. I have used the extension, so you don't have to see the output in the terminal. You can see maximum call stack exceed. So what we can do, we have to write the base case. So now I hope you all understand what is this maximum call stack size exceed means. You understand the call stack, you understand the size, you understand the exceed means. So yeah, let's write the base case. So base case will be n equals to 0. In that case return 1. Okay, in that case return 1. So let's see and find the output of that. Let's write console.log factorial of 8, and this is 40320. Yes, it's correct. Base is not there. Yep, you are right, Devendra. You are right, Suji. So factorial is not there. Now, what is the time and space complexity? I will going to solve 2-3 problems so that you can understand the recursion in depth. What is the time and space complexity? N equals to 0. So first of all, I am sending here f of 8. This f of 8 will going to say 8 into f of 7. Now this f of 7 will say 7 into f of 6. Then this f of 6 will say 6 into f of 5. Then this f of 5 will say 5 into f of 4, and we have 4 into f of 3, and then we will have like 3 into f of 2. Make it ज़्यादा बड़ा लीजिए title. Okay, so 2 is to f of 1, and rather than we can say like if n equals to 0 and n equals to 1, so we can do that. But anyway, right, f of 0. Now here we know that that f of 0 is 1. So we will write it 1 and return that. Where we are returning, if you see, we are returning this. Okay, so this data will be go and replace this f of 1. So f of 1 will be 1. Now 2 into 1 is 2. So this will return it and replace this f of 2 with 2. So 3 into 2, 6. Now this will be replaced this f of 3, and this will be 4 into 6. Now 4 into 6, 24 will be returned by f of 4, and 5 into 24 will be 120. So that will be going here and replace this. This is 120. Similarly, this is going to replace f of 6, which is 720, and finally it's going to return our 4, 3, 2, 0. I hope you are able to understand how this is returning. Okay, hello Bhaiya, you are doing a great job. Okay, thanks man. So I hope you understand how this function is executed. This is how it's executed. Okay, and one more thing, like now what is the time complexity? If you see, this happen in the off one time, and this function is also taking off like 1, and everything will be go n time. So we have of 1 into of n, that is of n time complexity, and the space complexity will also of n. The space complexity will be of n. Good. And one more thing I want to talk about is generally in the interview we don't care about this. Like you can tell the interviewer that we are going to take off n time space complexity, but generally we don't share this. Okay, we share the space complexity which is use some extra input or like that. The time complexity of this factorial will be of n. Now let's solve the next question. Okay, I don't have to delete the number. Okay, because that's the notes for you. Now one more question that I want to solve is sum of array. So I think you can solve this problem. Sorry, I think you can solve this problem, sum of array. So what's the problem is, given an array, return sum of its element. So you are going to get function sum of arrays. We have already solved this function in the loops video. That's why I'm again, whatever problems you can solve using the loops, you can solve it using the what do you say, recursion. But why we use recursion? This can be your question, like why we are using recursion when we can solve those questions in the iteration. The reason behind that is recursion code will be very much simpler. The things which you are going to solve in the iteration in, let's say 10 or 12 line of code, you can solve those questions in just 3-4 line of code in recursion. So yeah, that's why we use recursion. And in upcoming video, when we are going to learn about the sorting, merge sort, quick sort, and we are going to learn about the in order traversal, we are going to see the question in both iteration and recursion, and then you can understand how much important is the recursion. Okay, so now here I am sending the array and writing the n. Okay, so let's say I have to say sum of array, and here I am passing the array and the length n. So let's pass the array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the length of the array will be 5. So how to solve this problem? Rather than writing the code, first of all I will going to talk about the intuition or the pseudocode. So what I want to do, let's say if my code is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is my array. This is my array. Okay. Now what I will say if I have to calculate sum of this array, give me 5 and calculate the sum of 1, 2, 3, 4. And whatever the sum of this array, I will add my 5 into that, and that will be my final answer. So what we are doing it, this is our input, and we are solving it for smaller input. Again, this will say you have to, whatever the answer of 1, 2, 3, I will add 4 into that, and that will be the answer of this. Okay, and again this will say 3 plus 1, 2. Now you may ask why to take the last element? Why not first? You can say I will take the first element and I will say find the element like sum of 4, 2, 3, 5. Can we do this? Yes or no? Can we do this? We can also do in this way, na? First find the sum of rest array and I will add the first. Similarly, we can say 2 plus 3, 4, 5. Can we do this? Of course, we can do that. But the problem here will be, if you watch my array video, in that video I have talked about push operator, push and pop. So here we will discuss about the pop only because we are deleting. So pop will take off 1. So if we are deleting from the end, it will take off 1 time. Yes, but if we are deleting from the first, then it will take what? Then it will take off n times. Okay, so we are not going to delete it from here. So now let's solve the problem. I hope you are able to understand. What I am planning to do, I will say return array of n minus 1. This is my length. Okay, this is my length. Or rather than sending the length, I can simply say array dot length minus 1. This is my last element, plus I will call my sum of array function, and here I will pass array dot slice, and the start number will be 0 to array of dot length minus 1. Now again this will call maximum call stack exit. So we are going to write the base case. So the base case will be if array dot length equals to 0. In that case you have to return 0. Cool. So let's try to find if it's working fine or not. Console.log 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sum is 15. Absolutely correct. What is the time and space complexity of this? Can we can do a better code. We can write the better code here. We can write the better code rather than using slice method. We can use better. Let's write some better code from here. But we are gonna say const last element equals to array dot pop, and finally return the array here, and return the last element here. See the line of code. Like line of code is same, but yes, much smaller. You can see, isn't it? This is the very simpler version of the previous code. So yeah, you can do it in that way. Second way of doing that code is, rather than deleting, you don't even need to delete the code. What you can do it, you can pass. Let me just copy it, and let me just come on, and let's write another method. We can pass the length. Here. Okay, and here we can pass the length 5 and so 3, and here we are going to say array of n minus 1 and return n minus 1, and finally if n is equals to 0, equals to 0, return 0. See, this is also same. So you can solve the problem in n number of ways. Cool. Did you understand this? Could we go to the next question? Could we go to the next question? So next interesting question will be like Fibonacci number. Okay, one more thing, homework question. Let me write some homework question. Find the product of elements of the array. Okay, so here we are finding the sum. You have to find the product. It's very simple. You can replace the plus into multiply. That's the code. Just one line of code. Cool. So now let's me write homework question 1. Cool. Now we are going to solve Fibonacci, and this is one of the interesting problem. This is one of the interesting problem that you are going to solve. Okay. So you already know about what is Fibonacci. We have solved in the loops video. So if I talk about the Fibonacci, so we have the Fibonacci sequence, which is something like 0, 1, 1, and 1 plus 1 will be 2, then 3, 5, 8, 13. So 13. So here our f of 0, the first element of this sequence will be 0, and our second element will be, and the rest all element will be sum of our last two. So this is our Fibonacci sequence. Okay, this is our Fibonacci sequence. So f of 0 equals to 0, f of 1 1, f of n is equals to n minus 1 and minus 2. Cool. So now let's solve the function. How you will solve? It's very simple. You just have to write this. So I am going to say function Fibo, and that will take n, and that will return n plus Fibo of n minus 1 plus Fibo of n minus 2. And here we have to declare if n is less than 2. In that case return n. And let's write Fibo of 5. And let's console it. Fibo of 5. So Fibo of 5 will be 5. So here you can say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Fibo of 5 will be 5. Cool. So now I want to talk about, I think this is a good start to understand the recursion, and this kind of question is generally asked in the interview. So if you want to know more about the recursion, I will be share lots of question on lots of recursion problem which is commonly asked in the interview, and you can check out our GitHub repo where you can solve the question and practice about the recursion. And this is, I think, good start for our recursion. And in the next video, once we learn about the object and once we learn about the searching and sorting, we are going to use recursion in more. And when we solve the dynamic programming, when we solve the binary tree, so in that recursion is the main thing. Okay, so if you didn't understand recursion in depth, you are not able to learn DSA. That's the main thing. So you have to understand DSA. If you want to understand DSA in depth, you have to understand recursion in depth. So do check out the whole interview question in the Google like GitHub repo. And I think this is it for this video. If you have any doubt, just let me know. Otherwise, we can conclude the meeting. Cool. I think we have solved 3 questions, and I can solve the few more questions, but that's a good start of like how many. One more thing that I want to say is just find the time complexity of this. Find the time complexity of this one. Okay. Do you want me to calculate the time complexity of this, or you can solve the time complexity? Because we have discussed the time complexity for just 2-3 functions, and I think now you understand how to find the time and space complexity, what is the call stack, how to resolve the maximum call stack exceed problem. And I think, yeah, this is what I was planning to do. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, and in this video we are going to learn about searching algorithm in JavaScript. It is one of the most important algorithm when it comes to like interviews point of view. So we are going to learn about linear search and binary search, in JavaScript. So first of all, let's get started with the very first and very basic searching algorithm, that is linear search. 6, 7, 8. And here in this array, what we want to do is, in this array we want to search if 5 is available or not, if 5 is present in this array or not. So how do we check it? So the very first test case can be, I will discuss about the query later on. So the first thing can be, let's say if I have to find the x, what I will do, I will say if this, I will iterate from this array and I will say is this equals to 5? No. Then I will again check, is this 5? No. Is this 5? No. Is this 5? No. Is this 5? Yes, it is. So either I can return true that we have 5 in our array, or we can return the index. So what will the index? Index will be 4. Okay, because index starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So what we can do, we can iterate from here and return the index. Okay, this is known as linear search. Now, before writing the code, first of all, let's understand what is the time complexity of this. So now let's assume we have to find if 1 is available or not. So here 1 is available. We start iterating the loop and we find yes, 1 is available. So how much iteration we need? We need O of 1. Okay. Now if I have to find if 8 is present or not, so here for 8 I can go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and here I can find yes, 8 is there. And what is the time complexity? The time complexity of this is n. And let's say I have to find 10. So 10 is not present here. So we will check every single item and finally we will decide that there is no 10. So what is the worst time complexity? So this will be our worst time complexity and this will be our best. Best case will be if our first element is the target element. So this is the best and this is the worst. And in DSA we discuss only the worst time complexity. So we will say the time complexity of linear search is O of n. And why this is known as a linear search? Because it have a linear time complexity. I hope you now understand why it is known as linear search and why its complexity of n. So let's just write a basic code to understand that. Although we have already solved that problem, but let's try write it down for searching. So let's say we have an array which have the 1, 2, 5, 9, 0, minus 5. This is our array, random array, and I want to find first of all I want to create const, let me just make it little bit bigger, const linear search, and that's it will take 2 parameter, that is our target is our first array is the first parameter and second parameter will be the target that we want to search. Now how to do that? It's very simple. We will iterate through the loop. We will use the index like simple for loop I less than array dot length and I plus plus, and we will check if our current element array of I is equals to target. If that's the case, we will return our index. Otherwise, what we will do? We will return -1. And what is this -1? -1 will tell we checked our whole array and we didn't find the target. So this element is not there. So what we are gonna do here? Let's just write it log and I will say linear search, and in this linear search I will pass the array, and let's say I pass target as my 9. Okay, so it say it's at the index 3. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it is at 3. So I hope you understand the linear search. And if I pass some value which is not there, let's say 8, so it's return the -1. So this is how between the true and false, it return the element. But you are interested to find the index. In that case, what we can do? We can do log and we can use array dot find index. So here it's the same as the include index of, so you can say num less than 0. So here in case you can see it return the index. So this 5 is the index. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this -5 is present. The first negative number is present at index of. So this is the basic linear search that I want to tell you. Now let's solve the very first question. Now let's solve the first question. Do you have any doubt in this? Do you have any doubt in this? So this is the folder that we have already created, and you can find this in the like readme file. So do check out the GitHub readme to find all the practice questions that you have to see. So this is the question that I have shared. This is the question, find index of the first occurrence in a string. This is we have solved in the first video of a string. Okay, and in that I give you very simple hint. Let's say return main string dot index of. You use the inbuilt function index of and you write substring. Okay, and you return that. There as is capital, and you just run it, and it was working perfectly fine. But we don't have to write a inbuilt function here. I give you a homework that don't write it the index function. Let me know how many of you have solved this homework. And today I am going to solve this, and today I am going to solve it because we are learning the searching. So let's solve it. So here, let's say we have a main string is lead code. Okay, this is our main string lead code. This is our string. This is our string. And our substring is, let's say I want to find COD. Is it there or not? Okay. I want to find COD is there or not. So how do I check? How do I check? We are going to use okay. So you have solved using inbuilt function. That's good. But I ask you to solve it by writing this function. Okay. So we are going to use that today. So how do you check is this present here or not? How do you check it? So it's very simple. We are going to use the linear search as we have discussed. So what we will do, we will check is this L. Is this match with the first character of this? No. Is this E match with the first character? No. Is this E? No. Is this T? No. Is this C matches? Yes, match. Is matches. So what we will do, we will go and check all other items. So here C match. So we will move this pointer to O, and we will check is the next pointer same. Is O matches O? Yes, it is. Is D match D? Yes. So if we find this substring, then we will return true, I guess, or index. Given a two string and return the index. So we will return this index of C. Okay. Now let's say this is the first case. Okay. Now let's say we have this string. We have this string lead code. We have this string lead code, and we have to find etc. Okay. So in that case, what happened? First of all, we check is it E? No. Is it E? Yes. Yes, it is E. So here we will check another. Is it T? Is it T? No, it's not T. So we will come back and we will again check from here. Okay. So what we are gonna do here is, I hope you are now able to understand. We are going to loop over from first till the end, and we will check if the first letter match. If the first letter match, then we will check all the letters. Okay. If any letter does not match with the substring, then we will break the loop. And one more thing I say, let's say if this is the lead code, and I have to find this substring etc. Okay. So should I need to check from L to E, or should I need to check from L to something else? Let's understand. This is the length of 3. This is length 3. Now let's say I didn't find it here. Let's say I didn't find it here. This is D. Let's say, and I come here. Okay, and as of now I didn't find this. I comes to here D. Now is it necessary to comes to D? Because this is the last two letter. This is 2-letter string, and this is 3-letter string. So if I didn't find anything still here, that's 101% that I will not able to find the substring from the rest of the string. Okay, so we will check our string from I will say its length. Let's say its length is n and its length is m. So I will find till n minus m length. Okay, so this is the thing that I want to tell. So now let's try to solve this. And if you have any doubt, you can ask. Can you please make a video on how to build API using Node.Express? Yeah, this is the development thing, and I will do that. But first of all, let's discuss the DSA only. So how do we do? So first of all, we will do the main string. they say haystack or needle, but I changed the name with the main string and the substring so that you can understand it better way. So first of all, let's write let m equals to main string dot length and n equals to your substring dot length. Okay, and now what we are gonna do, we are going to use a loop for let I equals to 0 and I less than what m minus n. Okay, I equals to less than equals to m minus n. So we have to do that, and then I plus plus. And what is this? I will go. I will check from the main string. If your main string I equals to main string I equals to your substring j. Okay, or you can say substring 0. If that's equal, then what we are going to do? In that case, we are going to use the loop. Okay, and let's say let j equals to 0, j less than your substring dot length, that is n, and I or j plus plus, and here what you are going to do? Here you are going to use the loop. So you will say if your main string I plus j equal what I will say not equal, because there is no need of for checking equal. So I will say if not equals to substring of j, then what you have to do? You have to break the loop. And before breaking the loop, I need some flag. Let's create a flag. Let's create a flag which is a true. We are assuming that we have find the substring. Now what we are going to do? If that's not equal, that means we didn't find the substring in the main string. So we are converting our flags to false. And after this loop, what will happen? If what we can do here is we don't even need that. Okay, we can skip that too, because we are checking it here. Okay, so we can do that. Now finally, what we are gonna do, if this flag becomes true, okay, it still it becomes true, it does not change. So in that case, what we can do, we will say if flag equals to true, or if flags true, in that case we will return I. Anyone of you who did not understand, just let me know, and otherwise if we didn't find any substring, we will return the -1. Anyone who didn't understand this, just let me know. Let me just try to just check if there is some error or not. Yeah, it's worked perfectly fine. And let's just submit it. Yeah, it's get accepted. So it's working perfectly fine. So what we are actually doing here is, you see, first of all we are finding the length. Yeah, I'm explaining again. So first of all you are finding the length. So let's iterate, let's use it with the string. Let's use the lead code. This is the string. Okay, this is the main string, and this etc is the substring. Cool. So now first of all we are calculating n. So n value will be its length 1 2 3 4 5 6 8, and its length will be n value will be 3, and this is m. Okay, this is m. M value is n. So we have execute our first line of code. Okay, now let's go here. So here what we are going to do, we will make I equals to 0. That means this I points to this. Now we will check flag equals to true. So let's make another variable. This is flag which becomes true. Okay, so let's say true. Now what I am checking is j equals to 0, j less than 0. I plus j is 0. So let's initialize I equals to 0 and j equals to 0. Cool. So main string 0 plus 0 will be 0. So it's pointing to L, and substring 0, it's pointing to this. Both of them are equal? No, they are not equal. So what happened? This flag will become false, and this what this break statement do? It will come out of this for loop. You don't have to just check all other item. If first item is first character is not matched, you can come here. Okay, come out of the loop, and you will say flag true. No, flag is false. So you will start again. Now your I points to E. I points to E. So you will check, yeah, I points to E. So is it same? Yes, it's same. So this J become 1. This J again become 1. It will check if this is E and this is T. So it will make false and break the loop. And it will say like, it will again become the false and it will break the loop. And now it comes to here. Okay. Finally our I becomes 2 and J is again, it becomes 0 again and again. So again our flag becomes true. Flag becomes true. Now it will check like, is E is equals to this E? Yes, it is. So it does not execute this if statement. Then it's again check, is this T equals to this T? Yes, it is. So it does not execute this if statement. Is this C equals to this C? Yes, it is. So it executes complete loop. It executes complete loop. It does not execute the break statement. So after that it's come here at line number 17. So our flag is true. Our flag is true and this E is pointing, this I is pointing to E and I is true. So it will return the index. Cool. I hope you are able to understand this, how this code working. It's a very simple question where we are returning the index if we are finding the substring. So and it is also like 84% fast. Okay. So this is very good solution. So as of now, we have understand linear search. We have understand linear search in array, linear search in string. Also, one more thing. If I go here, one more thing that if I go here, let's go here. Okay, what will the time complexity of this code? What will the time complexity of this code? Cool. So how we will calculate the time complexity? We will first calculate this. As the worst case, we are not checking the best case, we are checking the worst case. In the worst case, this loop will be run n times. Okay. And in the worst case, this loop will be run m minus n times. Okay. So we can say our time complexity will be m minus n into n. Okay. Which will be like, you can say as s will be always, m minus n will be always greater than 0 because main string will be always greater than n. So what we are gonna say? We will say it will be m into n, the most time complexity. The most time complexity will be m into n. Cool. This will be the above time complexity. And space complexity will be of 1 because we are not using any extra space. We are not using any extra space. So yeah, space complexity will be of 1. That is constant. Cool. Now let's go and solve few more questions. That one more thing that I want to say is, as we are using some array methods that includes index and find index, these are the some linear search method. Similarly, we have some method in the wait, I have to close my yeah. Similarly, we have method for our strings too. So in a string, I have already covered, so I will not talk about that. So string methods, you can search about, like there is one match method, there is one search method that we have discussed, there is index of method. Okay, so we have this method in includes method. So this method are in the strings too, and they are do the same work almost. Like they will check the condition, return in the search, and return the index or return the true and false if they find. Cool. So if you want to know more about this, watch our string method video. So now it's time to learn about the binary search. Now it's time to learn binary search in JavaScript. So for that, let me give you a test case, okay, so that you can understand. Let's say you have a dictionary, okay. Let's say you have a dictionary. This is a book. This is a dictionary, and you have to find your name. So how you will find it? Okay, how you will find your name here? So as a dictionary is sorted from A to Z, you can easily come to the letter. Let's say if I have to find my name, I will come to the letter V. Okay, and I will start after V. There will be I. So from V, I will check the next word VI. It will be in the range of here. Okay, VI. Then I will find the S. Similar. So because dictionary is sorted in ascending order from A to Z, finding name will be very easy for me. But let's say there is a list of 1,000 name. There is a list of 1,000 name which is not sorted. Then finding the name of Vishal or any name will take of n time, which is very like n can be in the range of like 1,000, 10,000. So in the list of 10,000 name, finding of one name will be very difficult for you. Okay, if it is not sorted. Okay, so just to give a reference, let's say here, if our n is 100 million, there can be 100 million user, and you have to find your name. So how much time it will take? It will take 100 million time, and that is like lots of time, lots of days will be gone here. Okay, but in this point, what we have to do, it will take of log of n. We will discuss it like now. So let me give you a basic example for that. Let's say we have an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Cool. This is our array. And in this array, what we are gonna do is we have to find 8. So we have already discussed that how to find 8. You will check the first, you will check the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth. Okay, and you will say this is. But in that case, it will take off n time, which is very it's very long. So what we can do is given if it is sorted, then what we can do in the binary search, we will find the middle point. Let's say we find the middle point, that is 5. I will how to find the middle point? That's very simple. You will see the index, it's 9, its index is 0. So 0 plus 9, what is this 0 plus 9? It's 9, and 9 divided by 2, 4.5. Okay, and we want just floor value, so floor value will be 4. Okay, so we will say the fourth index. This is our midpoint. Now from this midpoint, we will divide our array to two sub array. This is the first array and this is the second array. Now because our array is sorted, so if this 8 is bigger than 5, what does it imply? It implies that if 8 is bigger than 1, 8 is bigger than 2, 8 is bigger than 3, then 8 is bigger than 4. So if 8 is bigger than 5, that means 8 can't be here. Cool. So 8 will be definitely either it will be here or it will be not in this array. Okay, but it can't be here. That's for sure. Okay. So now what we are doing is, this is our search interval. Basically, this is our search interval. We have to search in n, but what we are doing, rather than searching in n, we find the midpoint and then we search in n by 2 search interval. We divide our search intervals to half. Now again what we will do, we will find the midpoint, and after finding the midpoint, we will again make it to 4. After finding the midpoint, we will again make it to n by 4. Then again we will make it to n by 8. We will decrease it till n by certain, like n by 2 की power k times, until it's become a single array. Okay, or we find the our midpoint. So here let me show you. 9 plus 4 will be 13 divided by 2. So we have to just take the positive value. So we will say 6. So 4, 5, 6. If I come here, this is my index. Okay, and now 8 is always like 8 is greater. So I will again discard this 5 and 6. I will come to this 8. So now I will check until I find my name. Cool. So this is what binary search is. We are going to solve the problem, but before understanding how to code, we have to understand the time complexity. This can be asked in the interview, why the time complexity of binary search is जो होगी, ठीक है? So let's discuss the time complexity. What I am saying is, time complexity of n will be time complexity of n by 2. Here, okay. Not like that. What we are gonna say? We are gonna say this n will become n by 2, and this n by 2 become n by 4. This n will become until 2 की power k. So we are going to say, let's say T of n is k. T of n is k. Time complexity is k. It's taking k step. And one more thing we know, we will reach until we find this single array, okay, like single size array size have 1, okay. So but we are going to reach this step until we find still 1. That means n will equals to 2 की power k, okay. Let me write it here because here I have my image. So n will become n divided by 2 की power k equals to 1. So if I multiply by 2 की power k, it will become n equals to 2 की power k. And now if I take log both of them, like log 2, if I apply log, so it will become log 2 the power n, and if I apply here, so it will become k. Cool. At this 2, I will let you know the reference why it is 2. So here you can find that it is log n to the base 2. And what is this k? The k was our t की power n. Okay, like the time complexity, or we can say O of n. So O of n here is log n to the base 2. Cool. It is log n to the base 2. And why this is 2? Because we are dividing our array every time by 2. Now there is also known as there is linear search, binary search. Similarly, there is one more searching algorithm where we divide our arrays to 3. Okay. But we are not going to discuss that because that is generally known as in the interview. But you can check out on the Google if you are interested in that. So we have another algorithm where we, rather than binary search, we do triple search. Okay. So yeah. So in that case, it will become log of n to the base 3. But this is for the binary search. So this is the time complexity. Now if someone asks you why the time complexity of binary search is log of n to the base 2 or log of n, then you can say the time complexity of binary search is log of n to the base 2 because if, let's say, if the array size is n and if it takes k steps to reach to find the target, that means n divided by 2 की power k equals to 1 and our k equals to log of n. That's why our time complexity will be log of n. So okay, that's a lot of theory, and now I want to discuss how to write the time complexity. Okay, how to write the code. So here again we have the array and we have the target. What we are gonna do? The very first thing, we have to set one thing, that is low or high. Okay, or you can say set start 0 and end equals to your array dot length minus 1. So what is this start and end? This start and end are the start and end of the search interval. Okay, the starting index and the ending index. Cool. Now what we are gonna do is I will rewrite it. I will show this with the help of once I write the code, I will also run this code for one test case. Cool. So let I equals to 0. Rather than using for loop, let's use while loop. Okay, while start is less than equals to end. Start is less than equals to end. Now what we are gonna do? We are going to create our mid, and that mid will equals to start plus end divided by 2. Cool. Now in JavaScript there is the limit of integer is very high, but generally what we do, rather than writing this, okay, so here start minus and minus 2, so it is start if I plus end by 2 minus start by 2 and start minus start by 2 become start by 2 plus end by 2, which can be start plus end by 2. But when we do this, it does not do integer overflow. Okay, in some of the programming language like C and C++, they have the limit of 10 to the power 9, and if you have certain number which is of the range of 10 to the power 9 plus 10 to the power 9, that can be overflow, integer overflow. It's known as integer overflow. Okay, to remove those kind of problem, we use this way. Okay, we use this way, but here we can use the simple way to, and there is no problem. Start plus and make it divide by 2, and here one more thing, because some of you may be working in the C++ or C, and where the divide between the two integer will return the integer, but here in the JavaScript it returns the floor value. So make sure to use mat.floor here, mat.floor. So it stays the integer value only. Cool. Now what we are going to do, we will say array of mid equals to target. If it's the case, return that index. Otherwise, else if you will find array of mid is greater than target. Okay. If I will show you like after writing the complete code. So if array of mid is greater than target, in that case what you have to do, because target is greater than mid, that means target will be greater than all the right side of the array. So what we have to do, we have to put our high to mid minus 1. So and will become mid minus 1. Similarly, our else, in the other case, if it is smaller, in that case we will make our start equals to mid plus 1. And finally, what we are going to do, if we didn't find any number, we will say return minus 1. Okay, so let's run it. Console, let's run it. Log, and here I am going to say binary search. We have the array and we have, let's say, 9. Okay, so it's written minus 1. Let me just check. Where is the array? Wait. Let's say this is the array 1, 4, 5, 9. Cool. So here it's written the 9. So let's say if I put 8, 4, and if I ask, like I can't write this, okay? I can't write this 12 and 15. So let's ask if 6 is there or not. 6 is there. Yes, 6 is there. 4 is there. 4 is there. If I write 1 is there, 1 is there. Okay, so it's worked perfectly fine. And if I write some number which is not there, it's written that. So it's working perfectly fine. Cool. But why it was not showing for 9? Did I change something in this array? I'm not sure. Okay, so no problem. So now let's try to dry run to understand how it's working. Okay, we have the array 1, 4, 6, 9, 12, 15. Okay, this is our array and we want to find 12. Our target is 12. So let's see how we are going to do. So it is 0 index and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 5th index. So first of all, our start will be 0. Our end will be array of length minus 1, that is 5. And we are going to create mid. Mid will be start plus end plus 2. So mid will come 2. Okay. Now what we are going to do is, from here the 2 will be this. This is our 2. Cool. So this is our 2. Now what we are going to say, what is our target? Our target is 12. This is our target. Target is 12. Now from this target, can we find is target 12 is greater than 6? That means it's greater than 1, 4 is 2. So what we are going to do, we change our start to mid plus 1. This mid is 2. We will make our start to 3. So we will make our start to 3. Cool. So start is 3 and is 5. Now what will be my mid? So it make this and again goes to this while loop and it's again calculate the mid. So 3 plus 5 will be 8. By 2 it will become 4. Okay. So again it will check this is the mid. Cool. And now in this case it will say that mid equals to target. Mid equals to target. So it will return the mid. And what is the mid? Mid is 4. So 4 findings is 12. It return the 4. Cool. So this is how it's run. This is how this code run. If you have any doubt, just let me know. If you have any doubt to understand this binary search, do let me know. And one more thing that I want to say, that in the last class we discussed about the binary search, but I didn't discuss like lots of things. The reason behind that is because we are going to use the recursion in upcoming almost all the classes. That's why we didn't discuss the recursion much in the last class. So let's solve this question in the recursion manner. Okay, so let's just solve this question in recursion. So binary search in recursion. Okay, using recursion. So what we are going to do, we will say const binary search. Okay, so binary search recursion or recur. Just write this. And what it will take the array and it will take the target. Cool. Now from this, what we are going to do, we are going to return binary search util function. We will create a util function which will take the array, which will take the target. Also, it will take two more things. That is our start and the end index. And start is 0 and end index will be array.length. Cool. And the rest thing will be very same that we are doing in the iteration. So we will say const binary search util. It will take our array, it will take target, it will take start index, it will take ending index. And from there, we are going to copy paste simple thing. So whatever comes in this loop, copy paste every single thing. Copy this and paste it here. Okay, paste it here and finally return. Finally return. So we have to write the return test case too. So how to return? What is the condition of return? So condition of return is if start is greater than end. So what we have to write? Here we will write if start is greater than end. In that case, you have to return -1. Otherwise, what you have to do? Let mid equals to find the mid value. If you find the target, return it. Otherwise, now here you have to return it. Rather than doing this, you have to return. Here, rather than writing true, you have to return. But what you have to return? Do you have to return the starting and end index? No. You have to again call this function. This is what recursion is. Okay. So if you didn't understand the recursion, then I highly suggest just check out the recursion video. So here, if I write the binary search utils, I will pass the array, I will pass the target, I will pass the starting point will be same, but my end point will become mid -1. This is our end point. Similarly, if I just copy it and paste it here. So in this, what will happen? It will become mid +1. Our start will become mid +1, and our end point will be same. Our end point will be same. This is our end point. Cool. So this is how to write the recursion in the recursion using like binary search using recursion. So let's solve our next question. This is the binary search question. So here, if I come, let's write it here. So the very first thing, let's use our interactive like iterative solution. So this is our iterative solution. Let's copy it and go here, and in the search paste it, and let's see if it's working. Array and target. Yeah, it's working perfectly fine. So now let's see if our this function is working perfectly or not. So let's copy it and paste it here. Let's copy and paste it here, and here we have to call this function. We have to call this function return and call this using array target start is 0 and end is array.length -1. So this is our search algorithm. So let's see if it is working perfectly fine or not. So let's write run, and yeah, it's also get submitted. So this question is asked by lots of companies. If you see, this question asked Apple, Amazon, Google, Adobe. Lots of companies ask this question. So make sure to understand binary search in both recursion and iterative way, because they can ask, because they ask very basic question for a front-end developer. So if they ask question related to binary search, they can ask you to write in an iterative approach, write it in the recursion approach. So you have to know binary search in both ways. So yeah, now let's go and solve few more questions. So let's go and solve few more questions. So although you can find all this question list in the GitHub repo. So if you go here, find the GitHub Ceil. So here you can find all the repo, like all the question, but right now let's solve this question. Okay. So we have to solve search insert position. This question, let's see, it's asked. Yeah, it's asked by the Amazon, Google, Apple, Microsoft. Lots of companies ask this question. So given a sorted array of distinct integer and a target value, return the index if target is found. Okay, return the index. If not, return the index where it would be inserted in the order. Cool, understand. But okay, so before understanding this question, I want to explain you 2 or 3 things. Okay, so first of all, let's understand. First of all, let's solve a question. Let's say given a, let me write it this way. Given an array, okay, given an array, let's say 1, 5, 8, 10, 12, and in this array you have to find floor and ceil value of x, and x can be, let's say, 10. Okay, x can be, let's say, 9. Find the floor and the ceil value of 9. So let me explain what is floor and ceil value, so that you can solve this problem. Come here. So okay, we have given this array and we have to find the floor and ceil value. So what is floor and ceil value? So let me give you the example with, let's say, an index. Let's say we have 8.7. Okay, this is a decimal value. This is in the room. This is the room where this 8.7 is there. So what is the floor value of this room? Floor value will be 8 and value will be 9. So if I talk about floor, this is the usually asked in the lots of interview, and you have to pay more attention here. So floor is the greatest integer smaller than x. Okay, smaller than x. So here our x is 8.7. So there will be lots of integers. Let's say 1, 2, 3. These integers are smaller than 8.7. But we need the highest integer, greatest integer, which is smaller than 8.7. So that is 8. So the floor value of 8.7, is 8. Cool. Similarly, ceil value. Ceil means your char. That is 8.7 of ceil value will be 9. So here I can say ceil is the smallest integer, which is greater than x. Cool. So here if you see 8.7, like 12 will be greater than this, 10 will be greater than this, 11 will be greater than this. But we need the smallest integer. So smallest integer will be 9. So this is the ceil value. Okay. Understand? So interview may ask you to find the floor and ceil value, but how to solve in this? Good. So what we have to do here is, if you see 9 is not there. So what is the greatest integer smaller than 9 which is present here? So here floor value of 8 will be 9 will be 8. Okay, and similarly our ceil value of 9 will be 10. Did you understand? Let me make it 11. Cool. So it will be 11. Although there is 10, but 10 is not present here. Okay. Did you understand this or not? Just say yes or no. Cool. So let's solve this, because how do you solve this problem? First of all, let's understand how do you solve this problem. There is lots of problems that we have to solve, and this problem are level 1, level 2. Like this is, if you solve all these problems, you are good to go. You can clear any interview of, like, and in the interview if they ask the binary search, you can solve. Okay, so just pay attention to this. So this is the question that I am going to solve here. So we have 1, 5, 8, and this is our array. What we are gonna do is, first of all, we can use because it is sorted, we can use the linear search. In the searching, but we can use the binary search too, because it is sorted. So first of all, let's say I will say solution 1. How to solve it? You have to find the first greater element. Okay, so for the ceiling you can start from the left side. Okay, starting from the left side, you see 1, 5, 8, 10. 10 is the first number which is greater than 9. You will return the index. Cool. And this is for the ceil. And the time complexity will be O of n. Now similarly, for finding the smallest number, you will read from this side, from the right side. You will see 12, you will see 12, you see 11, you see 10, you see 8. This is the first number which is smaller than 9. You will return this index. You will return this index. Cool. So this is how you can find floor and Ceil value in the off and time complexity. Cool. समझ आया? Now, but here we have the problem, like it is given, like it is sorted. So can we use something which can use the sorted properties of this array? You know? So let's solve it. So what we do in the binary search? What we do in the binary search? We will first of all initialize our search interval. So search interval from starting 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 to the 4. So this is our search interval. Cool. Now let's say what we are gonna do is, first of all we will find the midpoint. We will find the midpoint, that will be 2. So it's come here. It's come here. Okay, it's come here. Now, is it the floor value of 9? Is it the floor value of 9? Yes, it can be possible. It can be possible that it is the floor value of 9, because the floor value is the smaller than this. So what we are gonna do is, rather than returning the mid, we will store it in something like, let's say, floor, and we will store the 8. We will store the 8. But you have to understand this. 9, this is 8, this is 9. Let's say x. Okay. So this is smaller than this. But here we need the greatest element. So we will search more floor values. Okay. Maybe there is some more floor values which can be here. Okay. To understand this, you can say you are finding the floor value of 12. Okay. Let's change the target. So that you get the better reference. So we have to find floor value of 12. If 8 can be the floor value, yes, it can be possible. Because maybe if there is no 11, there is no 12, in that case this will be the floor value. But what we will do, we will store this floor value here, and we will make our start to 11. Cool. We are saying that this can be possible, the floor value, but we need the greatest integer. So we will again check. That this is 3, this is 4, 3, 4, and if we do, the midpoint will be here. So we will update our 8 to 11, and we will find, like, is it the floor value? Yes, it can be the floor value, but let's go here. Okay, let's go here. Now we find this 12. Is the 12 is the floor value of 12? Yes, it is the greatest integer. Okay, so it can be the floor value. So we will return the 12. How many of you understand this? Like, how many of you didn't understand this? If you didn't understand, let me know in the comment section. Okay, otherwise we are going to write it so that you understand it better way. So I will say const floor and Ceil value. Okay, floor and Ceil value. So floor, Ceil, and here we have the array, we have the target. So we have to find the floor and Ceil value. Cool. Now what I am gonna do here is, I will say, let's take a start which will be 0, and let's take an end which will be like array.length. Okay. Now what we are gonna do, we will while start is less than equals to end. Okay, less than equals to end, and here we need 2 more variable, that is let floor, which will be initialized with -1. Okay, let's initialize with -1, because if you didn't find any floor value, so in that case we will initialize with -1. Similarly, we will say Ceil, that is also find the -1. Cool. Now what we will do, first of all we will find the mid value, which will be math dot floor, and here we have to write start plus and divided by 2. Now we will say, if we find the mid, if you find array of mid equals to target, that means that is the floor value, that is the floor value. We have to return the index. Okay, so I am saying the floor will be mid and the Ceil will be mid. Ceil will be mid. Cool. And in that case, you don't have to write anything. You just say this, and you will finally return from here. You will return the let's say I am returning the object which takes Ceil and mid, or I can return the arrays too. Okay, in that way I am returning the array. Otherwise, else if my array of mid is greater than target, greater than, in that case what you will do, because if array is greater than mid, here is my pen, yeah. So let's say we have 1 comma 5 comma 8 and we want to find the floor value of 12, and here we have 8, here we have the 8 and we want to find the floor value of 12. So this 8 possibly the answer of this, yes or no? Okay, but it will be if and only if this is greater, like it will be less than this. Okay, so in that case I will say, in the else case floor will be equals to mid, and you have to do um, and equals to floor will be mid and start equals to mid plus 1, and here you used to do opposite of that, that is Ceil equals to mid and equals to mid minus 1. Okay, so here if you see here, it is the same. If it's greater, you have to do mid minus 1. If it is less than, you have to do mid plus 1. This is the same. The only thing which is changing is you are now changing. Finally, you have to return the array with the Ceil and the floor. That's why we initialize is the minus 1. If you didn't find the Ceil and the floor value, in that case it will return the minus 1 and minus 1. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, and today we are going to learn about objects in JavaScript. So in this video we will learn about what is object and what are the methods for accessing its keys and values, how to create an object and how to copy an object, and some of the important objects method along with some common interview problems. And we are going to share like almost 10 practice questions so that you can practice objects and you can understand what types of questions will be asked in the interview. So let's get started with the very first thing, that what is objects in JavaScript, or what is objects in real life. So let's understand with a like real life example. So objects are real life instances. So we can say let's say I am, okay, so I am a person, okay, so we can say I am a person and I have few properties and few methods. So in the very first class of array, I asked some of you that what is the difference between the properties and method. Okay, so let's say I am a person, I have few properties. My name will be Vishal, my age will be 21, my profession will be front end development. Okay, so this is my property, but along with some of the property there will be some method, something that I can work, like I can walk, I can talk, I can code. So these are the methods that I can perform. Okay, so these are the methods and these are the properties. So let's create our first object. For creating the object, we are writing const, and then we write the variable name, let's say person, and then we use this curly bracket. And for arrays, we use the square bracket. For objects, we use the curly bracket. And now we write the property name, let's say name, and then we write its value. So here in this object, if you see, this name will be the key, and this will be the value of the name. Okay, so let me write few more properties. That let's say age 21. Now if you see this key can only be the string. Okay, age, name, we can write it in this way or we can write it in this way. Even if we don't write in the double quotes, it will be considered as a string. But in the value can be anything. It can be string, it can be number, it can be like I can write is educator. Yes, I am an educator too. So it can be a boolean, or it can be like skills. I would say skills. and I can add a few array here. So I can say I know the C++, JavaScript, and like we can add lot more thing, but for now let's have this only. So you see, we can add the array, and let's have one more example. Let's say the projects. Okay, so I have few projects which can be the object. So there can be the object inside the object. Let's say I'm saying the project name is front end fix. Okay, and yeah, and why is this error? The error is because after every key value pair, you have to separate the key value with this comma. So here you have to put the comma. So for all key value pair, you have to separate by the comma. This is how you have to create the person. But these are the properties. All of these are the properties. Properties key can be only it can be only the string, but its property, like its value, can be any of the data types. Okay, so this is what the properties. I hope you understand. Now we will understand the method. So let's create a one method. Let's say I can code. Okay, so I will write a code method. Whenever I run this method, I will start coding. Okay, so this is a function, and this function will say like this function will return start coding. Okay, like that. So you have to put the comma. So this is a simple object. Okay, and we can write loads more functions. This is the anonymous function. We can write it in the let me show another. We can use the arrow functions too. Here we can use the arrow functions too. And now you have to think about it, like when to use the array function and when to use the normal function. And here comes the our one of the most asked interview question. What is the difference between the normal function and the arrow function? So if you are someone who know about this concept, or if you know about the hosting, then you can answer this. Otherwise you will feel like that normal function and the arrow function are same, but no, it's not. So I can say walk, and here I will say start walking. Cool. So this is a simple object that we have created, which have multiple values and multiple methods. So now how to access these key values pair? So let's understand how to access. So there are two ways to access. Yes, it should also be string. So one more thing that I want to say, but let me just show you how to write the access, then I will show how to do that. So first of all, how to access this value? So I will say log, and here I will write person. First of all, you have to write the object name, that is a person. After that, you have to press dot, and here you can see these are the properties. Okay, these are the properties. So I am saying age, let's say age, so I can find the age. So my age is 21. Cool. So similarly, if you want to find my name, person dot name. Okay, this is the one of the method. So this method is known as like using dot operator. Okay, second way of accessing the object is using square bracket. Okay, bracket. So how to access? You have to write similarly. You just have to write a person dot square bracket name. Okay, but here you can't write the name because name is not defined. You can read the this error. So you have to make it string. Cool. So this string name is the key. You can skip double quotes in the key in the object, but you can't like omit this double quote here. Okay, you have to put double quotes here. So this is how to access. Now here you can see this string can be of like single letter only. But let's say if I want to write this front end fix. Okay, similarly if I want to write here last name, if I want to make a key with last name, so I can't make it something like that. Okay, I can't make it something like that. I have to make it in a single string. Okay, so if that's the case, so in that case I can't access using dot operator. So let's say rather than using that, if I try to do last name, so you see if I just press enter, it do like that. So I can't do something like that. Okay, so if this is the case, in that case you have to access the element using the square bracket only. Cool. Understand? Extension, I have talked in the almost every session that this is the QK extension that I am using. Okay, so yeah, there are lots of questions right now. Okay, I will discuss that. But one more thing that I want to ask, this is how you see the what you known as this. You see the properties. Now similarly you can access the person.call and code, and if I log this because I am returning console.log. Cool. So start coding. So this is how you have to call the objects method. How to add delete and update key. Okay, how to add delete and update keys. So how to add it? So first of all, before adding, updating or deleting key, the first thing that you should know is the key present in the object or not. And this question was asked by loads of interviewer. Like from me, I guess I have answered this question in almost tens of interview. Okay, so this is most important. So there are several ways, but the very first way is you can say console.log, and here you will write the object name person. After you have to write dot, and you have to use the method has on property. Has on property. So this method, in this method you have to pass the key that you want to find in the object. Let's say if I find a name is there or not. Okay, name is there or not. So this name key is present in this object, so it will return true. Name key is present in this object, so it will return true. Let's say if I write something like last name, okay, or last name, so it's not present, so it will return the false. So this is how to find key in the object. Okay, so this is the first thing. Now let's discuss the next task, that is how to add, delete and update key. So first of all, for updating you can simply change your name. You can say person dot name, and you have to write the new value. So new value can be let's say, do we have Sujit right now? No, so let's change it to Vivek. Okay, so we can change it. So if I console it here with person, so you can see okay, so person dot name, simply okay, person dot name. So here you can say it changed to Vivek. Cool. So this is how to update it. You just write the key and its updated value. Key with its updated value. Similarly, if you want to add new value, so you can add, so person dot let's say location. Okay, and my location is New Delhi. So I can add, and now if I see the value, here you can see this location will be added at the end. So location will be New Delhi. Cool. So this is how to add. And final thing, if you have to delete the property, so that you have to use the delete operator. So here you write delete, and after that you write person, and let's say you want to delete dot projects. Okay, let's delete it. So if you see, now projects is no more there. Code, walk, and before that skills ke, after skills there should be project, but it's not there. After skills this project section is got deleted. Cool. This is how to delete it. So these are the basic operation that you have to perform: find the key, add the key, delete the key, update the key. So these are the very basic operation that you have to perform. Cool. Okay, yeah, well done. So in the array method, when we are learning about the array, I talk about what is the shallow copy and the deep copy. Okay, so now let's see how to do a shallow copy and deep copy of an object, and that is the exact question that asked in the interviews too. So now let's see the shallow and the deep copy. So there are many ways to do a deep copy. Okay, but here we are going to discuss very basic how to do. Okay, so the very first thing, let's say I'm going to create person 2. Okay, that is the person. Now if I just console.log my person, so this person will be have the same value with the person 2. Cool. The educator is true, skills is the same, every single thing is same. And let me just write in this way, person 2, and enter. I am writing person. Cool. So you can see the all the values are same, but this is the shallow copy. So in the shallow copy what happens is, not only they copy the value, but they just share the same memory. They just reference to the same object, you can say. So if I will do person2 dot any location, yeah, person2 dot is educator equals to false. Okay, so I have made it this person2 is educator false, but it's changed my persons too. So you see, it's changed my person too, but it's also changed person. So here you can see in the person is educator become false. Is educator become false because this person2 and person, both of these objects are pointing to the same memory. Okay, now this is known as shallow copy. So this is what known as shallow copy. Now let's learn about how to do a deep copy. So in deep copy, what happened is we created like entire new object which have the different reference, a different memory, and everything will be different. So how to do that? It's very simple. You just have to write const, let's say person3, and here I will use object dot assign method. Okay, object dot assign method, like, and here I have to pass the target array. This is my target object. Okay, and then I have to point my source. So source will be person. Cool. So if I just hover over this assign, you can find out there are lots of things, but okay. So what it do is it will copy entire value of this person, entire properties and values into this object, and this object will be returned and stored in the person3. So if I just write the person3 here, person3, so here you can see it's have the same values as the person. So if I write here person, if I enter and write the person, so these have the same values. But if I now if I change the person3 value, let's say person3 dot skills, and I will say null. Okay, I have to take the equal. So if I make skills null, that person3 don't have any skills. So you see, person3 skills become null, but person1 skills is C++, JavaScript, and React.js. Cool. This is the deep copy. And if I have to show the reference with what is shallow copy and mean copy with the memory. So here if you see, let's say this is our memory. Good. This is our memory, and this is our like call stack. Okay, this is our call stack, and I have already thought about what this call stack store. So they store all the variables and all the function call, and this is the memory. Cool. And this object and this like primitive data types will store in the heap. So what happen if I read this person? Let's say this is the person, that is the variable person, and this person create an object. So here will be the object created which have the name, age, and lots of other properties. Cool. And this person variable will points to this object. Now as this persons 2 will be created, so this persons 2 will be created, person 2, and this persons 2 will also points to the same memory. Understand? Now if I change anything to the persons 2, that will be changed in the person. So this is known as shallow copy. Cool. And now what is this deep copy? So in this copy, what we do here, we have the person, we have the memory, and inside that memory we have the like this is the object. Okay, this person is pointing. Now for the person 3, what is do? First of all, it's take an empty array. It's create the empty object, and after this empty object, it's put all its values to here. Okay, like it's copy all the values. So whatever the values is here will be here. And now finally it returns to person 3. So finally this person 3 will point to this. Cool. So this is how like deep copy and shallow copy work. And to be very honest, this question will be asked. So if you are preparing for front-end interview, this question will be asked in lots of time. So you have to take care of that. So yeah, we can remove this fit. Okay. So I hope you understand the shallow copy and the deep copy. Now let's understand few of the methods, few of the important methods of objects. So few of the objects methods. Okay, so how to find the object method in the like in the string? How do I create the method? So if I write the object and press dot, and here I can find there are lots of method. We discuss the assign, bind, call, and bind and call are we will discuss bind and call in the polyfill class. Okay, then let's see. Okay, so there are the known as freeze. Okay, freeze. So let's create a. This is also an interview problem. Difference between freeze and Ceil method of object. Okay, so here, what is this freeze method? If I write object, see this is the object, not the object name. This is the object. Okay, JavaScript object, and here I will write the freeze. Wait, it will be freeze, and inside this freeze I have to pass the reference of object. So how to pass? Just write the reference name like object name. So I have passed the object reference to this object, which will freeze this object. So what does it mean? Okay, so basically it means that this function, this freeze function will freeze my object. So what does it like? Freeze means now you can't add new keys, you can't delete the new keys, you can't update the keys. Okay, so let me show you what do I mean. So if I write the log, okay, by the way these are like loads of things. Let's keep it this only. Okay, let's comment it out for now, so that we can see the. So here if I write the person, okay, just let me log it. So if I write the person, you can see we have the name, age educated, and this properties. Now let me try to update the key. Let me try person dot name and person dot age again to the Vishal. Cool. And let me just console and log and see if it is working or not. See, it doesn't work. Okay, I tries to update the person value, but it doesn't work. So okay, let's try to add a new key, person dot xyz anything. Okay, and that will be, let's say, any value, because it will not gonna update now. So see, you can't add the new. Let's say delete. Let's delete. Let's say delete person dot age. It doesn't work. Cool. So this is how you freeze an object. After applying the freeze method, you can't change anything. But if there is similar one method known as Ceil method, okay, object. But before going to object.ceil, I want to talk about one more method, which is let's say in some point of your programming file you have freeze your object. So how to find your object is frozen or not? Okay, for that we have another function. Which is person dot is frozen. Wait, we have to write object dot is frozen. Okay, is frozen, and here we have to pass the reference of the object we want to check. So see, this object is frozen, you can't update. Cool. So before updating, you should definitely check that is like object is frozen or not. Cool. So now if I just comment this line, you see this become false. So this is how to check if your project, like if your object is frozen or not. So now similarly we have one more method, object dot Ceil. Cool. So here if I mark it person, so first of all, just to show how this person works, first of all I have to comment this. Okay, so now what this Ceil function will do, using this Ceil method you can't add the new key, you can't delete the key, but you can update the key. Here I can say in freeze method you can't add, delete and update keys, key values. Cool. And here what we can say, Ceil method, you can't add or delete keys, but can update key values. Cool. So let's try to find out. If I write the person here, and then if I press enter, and if I do like person dot name to Vishal, let's see now it work or not. Okay. Let's change this to something else. Okay, this, and let's write the person. So the name changes. Cool. But if I try to add a new, let's do this. Okay, and let's comment it here. So you see, I tries to add this new key, but it does not add. And if I tries to delete the age, it doesn't delete it, but the value is updated. Cool. Understand the difference between the Ceil and the froze. Similarly, we have one more method to check is our object is sealed or not. Okay, so for that you can use log, and in the log you will write again object dot is sealed, and write the person, and it's true and false. So this is the important method, one of the important method of object. Somebody say by using object dot assign, there is create shallow copy. Yeah. So somebody asked me, like let's say if we have the person, let me show you. Vivek question is this assign create assign also this assign method also create shallow copy of what nested object. Yes, it is. Yes, it's true. Cool. So if you have the nested object, then this assign method will do the shallow copy. So for that, what we can do, we can use clean deep. There is like clone deep method of lodas, but I don't want to install another library to do that. But I can say there is another method. There is lodas method to do that. Okay, to fix that problem, we can use the lodas method of clone deep. But yeah, that's true. Um, okay, so now let's see how many questions I have solved as of now. Like I have few questions. So how to check if an object have a specific property? Solved. How to copy the properties? Done. Difference between fields and fields? Done. Iterate to the properties. Okay, so let's see iterate. So loop through. But before going to loop through, I have to complete this objects method. So now we have few more object method: keys, values, and entries. Key values and entries. Cool. So it's very simple. As the name suggests, it returns the keys, values, and the entries of the object. So if I say object dot keys, so and if I write the object name person, so it will return all the keys of that object. So name, age educator, location are the keys of my object. Cool. So this objects dot keys return simply the keys. Similarly, we have the values method which will return the values of this. So the values of name will be Vishal, age 21, is educator false, location New Delhi. So this is how it's written. Then we have the like most of the time you will use either keys, like almost 60-70% of time you will use this keys method. 25% time you will use the values method, but this method like you hardly use. But let me write it. So entries in this method, it will create an array of array. Okay, so this first array will be the key with its value. So array first element will be the key, second element will be the its value, and then we have the loads of key value pair, key values and entries. Now let's understand how to through loop through an object. So there is the very first method is for in method. So here we say for let key in object. So you have to write the object name person, and finally write log, and in the log you will write key. So this is a name, age, like that. And if you want to write its values too, so you can say you can write like that. Okay, object like person with its value key. Cool. and if you have to remove this space, so you can add the plus. This will concatenate this two. So name Vishal is this. So this is how you can loop it. And there is one more method to loop over the object, that is you can use for each method, but for each method works on the array. So what we can do, we can convert these keys into the array. So how to do that? We have already understand. So we will write object dot keys, and if I write the person, now this will be the array. This will be the array of this for each. Okay. So now if I write the for each, and inside that for each, I can write a callback function which will return the keys. Alright, key which will return the key, and here this will be my key. Cool. So rather than writing in this way, I can say console.log key. So this is how you loop through an object, and I think we understand the deep copy. Now how to check if two objects are same? Like this is also the interview question. Okay, somebody asked these questions to me only. So let's say you have object 1, person 1 and person 2. How to check these objects are same or not? Okay, for that we can use several methods. The first method is you can see if their values are equal or not. Okay, if their values are equal or not. And second thing, you can use the function console.log, and here you write object person 1 and person 2. Cool. So if person and persons 2 are equal, that's returns the true. But if they are not equal, then it's return the false. So here person and person 3 are not equal, so it will return the false. Cool. Understand? And you can use the like key values pair concepts too. Like you can say for let key in object 1, key in person, and if person key is not equal to person 3 key, then return false. Otherwise, like except like we can say console.log false, and break, let's say return false. Okay, so return false. Otherwise you have to, let me just do one more thing. Let's make if flag equals to false, and let me create is let is flag equals to true. So even after like, if after looping all these keys, if my flag is true, that means if flag is true, then I can say it is same. Okay, I can console.log they are same. Otherwise I can say they are not same. Cool. So we can use these methods too. We can use this kind of methods too to check if they have the same video, like if they have the same key values pair or not. Cool. Now how to dynamically access object properties? How to dynamically? I'm using the this, okay, square bracket. So we are deleting, we are adding, we are updating using the square bracket. Cool. Or the dot bracket too we can do. How to remove a property from an object? We already solved. Now explain the concept of prototypes and inheritance. Okay, so this is like the prototypes and inheritance, like they are the separate topics, but here in this video we will discuss only like in terms of JavaScript object. But if you want like I should make a separate video on prototypes, inheritance, how this works, so I can make this video too. So let's do one thing before jumping to the prototypes and the inheritance, which will be like quite advanced. We first of all let's try to solve a very basic question. Cool. So question one. Count all player count. Okay. Find the all player count. So let me show what's the question. So here you see we have the data. This data is the object, and it can be infinitely nested. So you can see it is an object. Inside that object we have the first ID, then we have the name. Name is the array of player 1, players 2, player 4. Then we have the nest. Okay, and this nest will have the same kind of object, id2, name, which will be the array, and then the nest. Okay, and this nest will be like, again it will go like that until it find the nest is null. Cool. It can be infinitely nested. Now what's your question is, your question is find the count of all players. So if I count how many times this p1 occurs, so p1 occurs 1, 2. Okay, so I will create something like p1 occurs 2 times, and then I have to count for the p4. So p4 1, 2, 3, I guess 3 times. Okay, so we have to do this. p3 is 1, 2, 3, I guess. Okay, and then we have a p1. Okay, then we have a p2. So p2 1 and 2. Similarly p5, and p5 will be 1 time, 2 times, 2 times. Okay, cool. So this is what we have to do. How to do? So if you are someone who haven't watched my last video on recursion, okay, we have discussed about what is recursion in JavaScript, how to solve recursion problem. So in this video we are going to learn more about the recursion. So let me show how we will do. This is the data, this is the data, this is the data, and if you see one thing here, this data is kind of same. This data has 3 kind of property. First is id, okay, and then it have the name, which is the array. This name is array, this is simple number, okay, number xyz, let's see. Then we have the nest, and this nest can have 2 kind of value. Either it will be null, or it will be object. Okay, or it will be object. So we can indicate object in terms of this. Okay, so what we have to do, what we are trying to do here, so we are going to start a loop kind of thing here. Okay, let's think in the case of loop. So what we are planning to do, we will take a count variable. How should take a count variable? Because count of p1, p5, p3, everything will be different. Okay, so we can't store it in a single count variable. If the question is something like find the count of player p3, so we can use the single count variable. But here we have to find the count of all player. So how should we store that? For that we can either use anything which store a kind of collection. So either we can use the array or object. But in this array, you see, in this array, it is 0 index, so we can't find the key. Right now it is p1, p4, but it can be something like Vishal. Okay, it can be something like this only. Okay, Sujit, Vivek, it can be like that also. Okay, so we can't use array here. So we are going to use the object. So what we will do, we will iterating from here, starting iterating, and we will see we have the name. So we will increase the count of p1. So initially if p1 is not there, that means p1 is 0. So we will make p1 1. Okay, now we will find p4, we will make p4 1. We will check if nest is null. If nest is null, break the loop. Or what you can do, iterate, see the p3 and do the count. Now if you are solving this kind of question using iteration, it will be lot of headache. Okay, so what we are planning to do, rather than solving using loop, we are going to use it using the recursion. So let me just write a code and explain it what I am writing, and after that I will reiterate like the working, how it's work. Okay, so what I am planning to do here is I will say const count player, okay, or const count player, and here I am going to like call a function which is the player count, which have the data. Okay, which have the data. So now let's create this. So let's create const player count, which will going to take the data. Okay, now what I'm planning to do, so this data object will be like this: data id, then name array, and then object like nest. So what I will do, I will say count the count this. Okay, you can count the from the like in this array, and this can be count by another function. This function will count this. So whatever the count coming from this function, add this count and return the merge. Okay, this is what I am planning to do. So how to do that? I am saying, let's say if this is not data, we have, if this is like that, okay, rather than this we have const data equals to null. If our data is null, okay, this is our base case. If our data is null, so what will the count of all player? It's empty object, okay, because there is no player, so there will be no count. So what we are going here, we will say, what we will do here, we will say if our data is null, okay, if our data is null, you can return the empty, that there is no player, so there will be no count. Okay, otherwise what we will do, we will count let count, okay, and that will be empty object, and this will count the current count of current name array. So how to do that? You can say for let player from data, not from, it will be in, let player in data, and we are going to say count is equals to, we will say player of data, like sorry, we will say data of player, sorry. So what we have to do, wait, so here we have to do for let x of data dot name, okay, because this data dot name will be the array, okay, and now we have to do count of x. Count of x will be count of x plus 1. So count of x will be count of x plus this. So you can use the better name like player, and you can say count player count, something like count players, okay, and use some better name. But what will happen if this is undefined? Initially if I do count players dot p1, so it will be undefined. So if it is undefined, in that case what you can do, if it is undefined, then make it 0. Okay, so I am using this OR operator. Now after doing that, what I am gonna do, I will say const next player count equals to my player count with data dot nest. Okay, so I am assuming, so what is the first step of recursion? You have to trust your function. I am trusting that I have find the count of this array, okay, and my player count dot nest will find the count of this, because this have the same structure as this. Okay, now if I have find the next player count, so what I am gonna do, I will merge it in the my current player. So I will say for let key in your next player count, what you have to do, your count key equals to your count player key plus next player key, and finally I will return it. Finally I will just give me 2-3 minutes and I will explain every single thing. Okay, and if you are able to solve this question, then you can solve almost all kind of objects question that will be asked in the interview. Okay, so let's say what is this player, so let's make it player. And let's console.log count player. So it's saying none. So let's find why it's so. See that if I tries to find console.log here our count player, so it will return in the first phase it will return p1 1 p4 1, cool. In the second phase it will return p3 1, so p3 is 1, yes. Then it will return p3 1, p4 1 and p5 1. Okay, this is also good. Finally, yeah, this is good. So from here, okay, so why the problem is here, see, it can be undefined. Okay, it can be undefined. So undefined plus some number will be none. So we have to use the condition here that if it is undefined, make it 0. So first of all, I call the data. I call it with the data. That data will go here. That like player count with ID. Let's say 1. ID is 1. Okay. This data ID is 1. This is 2. This is 3. This is 3. This is 4. This is 5. Okay. And 5 next is null. So now what this P1 will do, this is our object, like this is our answer. So we have we don't write it like that. First we will see this is the ID. We will see is data is null. No, data has the ID, data has the name, data has the nest. So it is not null. So we will come here. We will make our count player equals to empty object. So this is our count player, which will become our empty object. Okay, empty object. Now it will say player of data.name. So this is data.name. This too. Now what we will do, count player's data name. Okay, so this is the key. Key is the player. Player is P1. So P1 is the key with have like count player. It is undefined. So I am taking or 0. So 0 plus 1. So P1 become 1. Now P4 also become 1. P4 also become 0 plus 1, 1. This is my count player. This is my count player. So here I am writing the count player will be P1 1, P1 1 and P4 1. Okay. Now this function will call player count with ID. Let me write in short. Player count with ID data.nest, that will be stu. Again this function will come and see data is null. No, it will again create a new count player. So this will be changed. This will be changed. This will be changed. Okay. This will be changed. Now what this function do? This will create P3 count 1. Okay, and then again it will call PC3. PC3. Again remember this have the count player P3 with 1. P3 with 1. Now again this will come here this. So again new count player will be there. So we have P3 with value 1 and P4 with value 1. Okay, and again it will call to P4. Before calling it store the value P3 is 1 and P4 is 1. Okay, P3 is 1, P4 is 1. Now from this P4 is that. So it will make P1, P2, P4 again. So here I am writing here. So it will store the value P1 1, P2 1 and P4 1. Okay, and this will call finally P5, like player count 5, and this will return like this will not return. It's store the value P2 1, P3 1 and P5 1. Now finally this will not call and like it will call P null because nest is null. So it will call null and this null will return empty. So it will return the empty. It's return the empty object. Now if you merge P2 1, P3 1, P5 1 with empty, it's remain same. So this will return this. So this P2, P3, P5 1 will be added here. So this P1 will become P1 only. P2 becomes 2. P2 becomes 2 and here added P3 So I am writing here. Okay, this become very like that. So let me just remove few things. Let me just remove it. Okay, let me just remove it. Yeah. So what this p4? P4 was p1 was 1, p2 was 1, p4 was 1, and this p5 written p2 1. So this p2 will become 2, p3 1. So p3 will be 1, p5 1. So this p5 will be 1. Cool. Now this will return. So as this return, so this is the p3 one. This will be added here. So p3 1 will becomes 2, p4 1 becomes 2. Okay, and it's also written. If written this object, then this will make p1 as 1. So this p3 will become 3. So as of now, everything will be returned here. You can see everything will be returned, and we have the updated value. Updated value will be 2, 2, 3, 1. Now finally we have p1 1 and p4 1. So this will becomes 2 and p4 become, this is p4. Okay, so this was p3, p4. This will also become 3. So this is the final value which is written 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 1. Okay, hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, and in this video we are going to learn about sorting in JavaScript. So sorting in JavaScript is very interesting topic, and there are lots of sorting algorithms. In this video, this is the part 1 in which we are going to learn about bubble sort, insertion sort, and the selection sort. There are a few more sorting algorithms like merge sort and the quick sort that we are going to learn in the next part, in the next video. Cool. So first of all, let's understand very simple thing. Why do we need a sorting algorithm? Like why do we need to sort anything? Okay. So for that, let's do one thing. Let's go to your lead code, and here if I go, and if I go to this problem section, so you can see there are like lots of, there are almost more than 2,100 problems are there. There are 3,000 problems are there, almost 2023. So how I will solve the problem? So on the basis of, there will be some filters. You can see there are some filter like I have solved, I have attempt, and there are some difficulties, easy, medium. So what I am doing right now, I am sorting my number of questions on the basis of difficulties. Okay, these have some weight, easy have some kind of weight, medium has some kind of weight, and hard has some kind of weight. And depending on that weight, I am sorting this question. And there are some other filters too. So you can understand, like if you go through any website, let's say if you go through some e-commerce website, there also you sort on the basis of price, like sort from low price to high price. So from like sort from like 5 stars to 4 stars. So we need to sort lots of things in development. And again, one more thing, this is one of the interesting topics to ask in the DSA. Okay, so first of all, let's see how to sort an array. So very first thing, sorting in JavaScript is our topic that we are going to cover today. And the very first thing, sort an array. Very first question, you have given an array and you have to sort it. If you have already watched my array video, you know how to sort it. Okay, so I am saying how to sort. Let's say we have a const array which have like -2, -7, 1000, 5, and I am sorting it. Okay, console.log. What will the output of this code? Okay, I am writing array.sort. What will the output of this code? Let me know in the comment section. According to you, the output should be like, as far as we know, this sorting will sort in the ascending order. Okay, so the sort output should be -2, -7, -2, 5, and 1000. Isn't it? This should be the output. Yes or no? So let's just find out. See, the output is -2, -7, 1000, 1000 before 5, -7 before -2. Why so? Why so? So for that, we can just, again, you can go and use Google. So you can say sort in JavaScript. Okay, and use the like this array.prototype.sort. So here you can see how this sorting function work. So basically this array, the default sort order is ascending, built upon converting the element into strings. Okay, so what they do, first of all, this is a number. This number they converts to a string, so it becomes -2. Okay, -7, 1000 and 5. Now from a string point of view, 5 will come before 5 or 1, which will come before 1. Okay, so this come before the 5. So just for an like example, if you see the dictionary, in the dictionary a will come before the z. Okay, the z. That's why the sorting comes in this order. Okay, now how you can fix this? You want in the ascending order. Okay, so for fixing this, you have to pass a callback function. And let me write a callback function, or you can say comparator function. You can say compare function, callback function, whatever you want to say, which have two key. Okay, two parameter a comma b, and I have to return the value. The value can be negative because we are subtracting. The value can be negative, the value can be positive, and the value can be 0. Okay, now if you go and just scroll down a bit here you can read about it. If in the comparator function the value is less than 0, so a should become after b. Okay, so your a comma will become b comma a. Okay, so here what we want in the ascending order, so we will do a minus b. Similarly, if you want to sort in the descending order, you can do b minus a. I hope you understand how to sort an array, of numbers. Okay, similarly, let's say we have a const string array. Okay, and if you have any doubt, you can write in the live chat. So let's say we have a string array, and that have a mango, few more, let's say apple, and we have banana. So this is our string. Now here, will it work perfectly fine or not? If I do string array dot sort, will it work or not? It works perfectly fine. Okay, so it its check that a should come first, so it become apple, then b should come first, b, then m, so it's sorting this. So this is how you sort an array. Now let's say you have to sort an string. So first of all, we are understanding, before jumping to the bubble sort, selection sort, or the insertion sort, we are seeing what is the inbuilt function we have. After learning the inbuilt function, we will learn about the algorithms too. So now, how to sort a string? Let's say I am giving you a string that is let's say I put Vishal. Okay. Now I will say console.log. Can I use str.sort operation? Can I use that? Yeah, no, we can't use. Okay, so because this this function will work on the array, it can't work on the string. Okay, so if I do this, so it will say sort is not a function. So what we can do, if we have to sort a string, so what we can do, we can write is str dot, we can split it. Okay, and if I split, now this split will convert my string to character array. So now it's become character array, VISHAL. It is a character array. Okay, now from this character array, I can sort it. I can sort the array. So it is sorted. Okay, and finally I can join it. And if I join, it becomes this. Now here if you see, V come before A. Why it's so? So the reason behind that, if you see the ASCII table, you will analyze that the ASCII value of A is 65, and A is lowercase a is 97. So if you see the table, so this capital should come the first, because this capital comes the first. So in the sorting, it's come first. So now if I make this V as a V, it will be perfectly fine. Okay, but if it is uppercase, so you have to take care of that. So while using inbuilt function, you have to take care of lots of things. So now I hope you understand how to use the sorting function for a string and for an array. Now let's see how to sort with the help of this. So now the first algorithm that we are going to learn about is the bubble sort. Okay, and I'm going to use one of the best, like I love to learn about the anything by visualizing it. Okay, so you can go to this visualgo.net. It is a like one of the best website I find out recently. So here if I go and there are lots of things you can go, like you can understand about the sorting, bit mask, linked list and lots of other stuff. So today we are going to learn about the sorting. Okay, so we go to the sorting, and in this sorting, if I just cross this, so here you see this is the array. You can understand this is an array which have the first element 29, 10, 14, 37 and 40. And depending on the element value, this is the height. Okay, this is the height. So now what we are going to do here is in this we are going to first of all understand the bubble sort. Okay, so you can understand the bubble sort, selection sort, insertion sort, merge and lots of other sort. But we in this class we will learn about the bubble sort, selection and insertion sort along with their code, along with their time and space complexity, along with their comparison when we should use which algorithm. Okay, so let's understand the bubble sort. So if I just go there, I can do default. In the default, it would look like this. Okay, but if I do compact, it will be like this. So for understanding point of view, I am making it default so that you can understand it. Now there is a create method. Here you can create your array. I mean the random, or you can create a sorted array, nearly sorted, many duplicate. But I think this is good for now. So if I click on the sort button, if I click on the sort, hopefully you understand this. Okay, if I click on the sort button, you can see how this sorting work. See, in bubble sort, what they do, they will check two adjacent element. If they are in the order, if they are in order, then they do nothing. But if they are not in order, then they will swap it. So here if you see 39, 46, they are not in, they are in the order. 46 is bigger, 39 is smaller, and we want to sort in the ascending order. So nothing will change. Okay, now if I go one step ahead, now 46 and 2. So in the 46 and 2, 46 was greater. So they swap 46 and 2. Okay, so now if I just do this, they swap each other if they are not in the order. They swap each other if they are not in the order. And finally, after one iteration, what will happen? The max, the highest element will be at the end of the list. You see, highest element is 48 and it is end of the list. So now it will again start the loop. It will again start the loop. So let me just increase the speed so that you can understand it fast. Now see, after second iteration, the second highest element at this. Okay, second highest element after the second iteration. So if I do the further iteration, the third highest at the last third index. So similarly, what they do, now you can see, read the code here. What they do, they just see if the left element is greater than right element, they swap it, and they do until they reach the end. Okay, so let me just show you the code so that you can understand. But before showing the code, let's do this simulation with full speed. Here you can see how this works. Okay, so let me write a code to understand how this works, and also I will tell you what is the time and space complexity. So we are going to learn bubble sort in JavaScript. So we are going to create const bubble sort function which will take an array as an input. And now what we are planning to do here is, what we are going to do, we are going to use, we will come from let I equals to 0, I less than array dot length minus 1, I plus plus. We will loop through it till array of length minus 1 because we have to compare it with the next element. Okay, so make sure this is array of length minus 1. Now what we will do, we will say if array of I is greater than array of I plus 1. If array of I is greater than array of I plus 1. Okay, if that's the case, we will swap it. For swapping, we can do like that. Let temp equals to, we will store the array of I, and then we will do array of I equals to array of I plus 1, and then finally we will do array of I plus 1 equals to array of I. This is one of the way for swapping, and not array of I, it will be temp. This is the one of the way. The second way we can do it, rather than doing in this way, we can do using the array destructure method. Okay, so we will write array of I comma array of I plus 1. Why I am showing the both method? Because when you are solving the lead code question, you will find this kind of syntax. So you should know what this happen, like how to swap in both ways. So yeah, this is how they sort. Now finally what we have to do, this is the one iteration, and we have to do this iteration n number of times. So for that what we will do, we will use a do while loop, and we will paste this for loop here. Okay, now we have to create one variable. Let's swap, and we will make this swap equals to false. Swap equals to false, and when we swap it, we make our swap equals to true. And now finally, if you didn't swap, okay, until this swap you will do this, otherwise you will just return the array. Okay, so let me just show you with an example. Console.log, we have the bubble sort, and here we have the array. Do we have the array? Yep, we have the array, and here I will pass the array. You see it sort. Now let me just show you line by line how they are working. And now we start from here. -2 and 1000 in the order, so our pointer come here. 1000 and 5 are not in the order. If 1000 and 5 is not in the order, so we can say we will store our temp 1000 here, and then what we will do, we will make our array of I, this value array of I plus 1. So 5, so this will become 5, this become 5, and this become 5. So now if you see, both of them become 5. So if you didn't store in any temp variable, then we will lose that value. For that we are storing in the temp. Okay, now finally what we will do, we will do array of I plus 1 equals to temp. We will make this equals to 1000. So our new array will become -2 1000, -2 5000, and -7. Okay, and now we will make our I here, and we will check, are they in the order? No, they are also not in the order. So again they will swap it, it become -7 and it become 1000. So after the first iteration, we have the array -2, 5, -7 and 1000, and you see the highest element at the end of the list. Now what we have to do, you see this swap becomes true. If you swap, the swap becomes true. If the swap becomes true, we will again iterate. Okay, and we will again iterate. This time we will check, -2 and 5 are order. Yes, they are in the order. -5, 7, they are not in the order. So we will make it -7, make it 5. We will again check it, like 5 and 1000 in the order, so we don't have to do. Now again we -2, -7 are the order. No, so it become -2, it become this -2, it become -7. So now they are in the order. Finally we will return it. Finally we will return this array. Now if you think about it, why we are using this swap? Why we are using this swap? Why we are using the swap? So let me show you why we are using the swap. In this, let's say we have the array 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's say this is our array. Okay, so in this array, I check they are in the order, I check they are in the order, I check they are in the order, I check they are in the order. So all of them are in the order. So my swap become false. It is false, and it never execute this line. It never execute this line. Never execute this line. So it will finally break the loop and come out. So how many iterations it's done? The time complexity will be O of n. It's just iterate over this loop only one time. Did you understand? It iterate only the one time. So what is the time complexity of this bubble sort? So the time complexity of bubble sort is, time complexity of this will be, in the best case, when the array is already sorted, in the best case the time complexity will be O of n. So we will say best case it will be n. Okay, linear. And in the worst case, Worst case. When will the worst case? When it is in the inverse order. In the let's say 4, 3, 2, 1. Here this is not in the order, you have to swap. This is not in the order, you have to swap. So here the time complexity will become of n square. And on an average also it will be of n square, because this inner loop will run n times. This inner loop will run n times, and this outer loop will also run n times. So the time complexity of the bubble sort will be n square, and the space complexity of this will be, because we are not using any extra space, so space complexity will become of 1. This is with space complexity. We have to discuss few more things like stable sorting and in space, like in place sorting kind of thing, but we will discuss this at the end of the video while we are comparing all these three sorting algorithms. Okay, so now I hope you are able to understand what is bubble sort. Okay, there can be like multiple way of doing this. Okay, I use the do while loop, you can do with the while loop, you can use the to for loop. Okay, so there can be like lots of other ways. So yeah, the thing you have to understand, in the bubble sort you have to check the two adjacent element, and if they are not in the order, swap it. Just, and you have to do it until and unless you find all arrays sorted. This is what bubble sort is. So now let's learn about our next sorting algorithm, which is selection sort. So if I go to the selection sort, here we can see these have 20. This is our array, and I just want to do selection sort. So what in the selection sort they do? They find the minimum value and place it with the like first element. Okay, wait. Wait. I have to make it ekdam slow. Okay, so do sorting again. See what they are doing in the selection sort. They find the minimum index, minimum element, and they will place it at the first index. Then in the rest of array, they will again find the minimum index and place at the second index. Okay, then again find the minimum index and place it at the third index. This is how they sort selection. This is why its name is selection. Selecting the minimum index. Selecting the minimum index. Cool. So you can see, as of now the minimum index is 21 and the current element is 37. So if I make one ahead, now current element is 44. If I just play, you see now current minimum element is 5. So what they will do, they will place this minimum element and swap it with this 21. So this first element will become 5 and the last element will become 21. See, they will swap it. I hope you understand, and they will do it until they like sort every element. They will find the minimum, swap it. Cool. So this is how they are doing, and you can see the pseudocode here. So what they are doing, set the first unsorted element as the minimum. So they first sort, this is the minimum 37, and then what they do, they will find like if the current element is less than minimum. If yes, then they will make it that element a minimum element. Okay, so that's a lot of thing. First of all, let's understand. Let's write a code for that. Okay, so we are going to say set selection code, selection sort, and it's also take an array as an input. Then what we are gonna do, we are going to say we are loop through it. Okay, we are loop through it. Let I equals to 0, I less than array dot length I plus plus. Okay, now what we have to do, first of all we have to find the current element. Okay, so we will say let current element, not do in this way, we are going to say let j equals to I plus 1. Okay, and j should be less than array dot length j plus plus. Okay, if you are doing I plus 1, so you can do it here array of length minus 1. Okay, now what you will do, you will say if array of j is less than your minimum index. Okay, so what you can do it, rather than doing this way, let me show you with an example. Let's say we have this array minus 2 1000, 1000, 5 and minus 7. So what we will do, we will start iterating from here. We will start iterating from here, and we will find, we will set this as a mean index. We will set it as a mean index. Let's say mean index is 0. Now we will find, is it less than this? If yes, we will make our mean index. We will make our mean index as this index. Okay, so let's do that. What we will do here, we will say let mean index is equals to I. Okay, and now finally we will check if less than array of mean index. If array of mean index. So what we will do, array of mean index, that will equals to array of j. Okay, finally like that, and finally we will return the array. Finally we will return the array. Let's see. Array of mean index is equals to I, and what we have to do, we have to do mean index is equals to j2. Let's do if that's working or not. Console.log selection sort, and here I am going to part the array. I think there is some issue. Like, if you can find the issue, just let me know. We have to swap it. So for that swapping, we can say array of mean index with array of I will equals to array of mean index, array of I comma array of mean index. Okay, so you can understand, if you don't practice it, you can also confuse it. Okay, so here we have the selection sort. In this selection sort, what we are planning to do, let's say we have -2, 5, 1000 and -7. This is our array. So we will see, we initialize our mean index to this. We assume this is our mean index, and then we will iterate from I plus 1 from 5, and we will check, is this 5 is less than mean index? No, it is not. Then we will check, is this 1000 is less than -2? No, it is not. Is the -7 is less than this? Yes, it is. So what we will do, we will make our mean index to j, which is 3. So we'll make it 3. And finally, after this loop, we will check this mean index is 3 and I is 0. So we will swap it. They are not equal, so we will swap it. So we will make it -7. We will make it -2. Okay. Now what we will do, we will again check. Our I will become 1. Our mean index will become 5. So this will become like 1, and minimum element is 5. So we will check, is 5 and 1000, which is smaller? Like 1000 is smaller than 5? No. -2 is smaller than 5? Yes. So our mean index will become 3. Now our mean index will become 3, and we will swap -2 and -5. So this will be cancelled. It become -2 and this become 5. Again we will check. This will become our let's say mean index will become, what is this? This is 2. We will check, is 5 is less than 1000? Yes, it is. So our mean index will again become 3, and it will swap 5 and 1000. 5 here, 1000 here. Okay, so how many times the swapping occurs? How many times? Maximum number of swapping will be here n-1. The maximum number of swapping here will be just n-1. But if you see, the maximum number of swapping here will be n into n-1 by 2. Here the maximum number of swapping will be n into n-1 by 2. Cool. So you can understand that if you compare the bubble sort and the selection sort, the number of comparison in this selection sort is very less as compared to the bubble sort. Although bubble sort, selection sort and insertion sort, both of all of them are O of n square, but when we compare about the number of swapping, okay, so that is very less in the selection sort. And now let's discuss about the time complexity. So here if you discuss the time complexity, so we can say this will take take n times, and this will take n times, and there is no best or worst case. It will always take of n square. It will always take of n square. There is no certain condition like a break condition, do while condition. So it will always take of n time complexity. And the space complexity of this, again we are not using any extra space, so the space complexity of this will be of 1. Next, that is insertion sort in JavaScript. Insertion sort. So what this insertion sort do? They will first of all, let's just do sorting. Okay, so they will check they separate two things. They have the sorted array and they have the unsorted array, and they will check the right element in the left element. So see, let me show you with an example. So here now see, these are the sorted part. This is the sorted array. 31, 48, 48 is the sorted array, and this is the unsorted array. Now what they will do, they will pick this 6. They will pick this 6 and check ways to place it, ways to insert this 6 in this sorted array. So it will check if 6 is less than 48. Yes. So it will make this 6 a 48, and it will make this 48 with 6. Then it will again check this 6 is less than 48. Yes. So it will swap it. Then again it will check 6 is less than 38. It will swap it. So this is how they do. Just see. Is less than 48? Yes. Make it here. Less than 48? Yes. Less than 31? Yes. So now after one operation, you can see this left side is the sorted array. The right side is the unsorted array. They are picking an element from the right side and inserting in the left side. This is just simple insertion sorting. Okay. Let me just make it a little faster so that you can understand how they are doing. Just see the transition, how they are doing. And one more thing, if you are interested, like me make some project like this, you can let me know in the comment section. I would love to make a few front-end projects like this, and these are some good level projects. Here your code is simulating. You can see the code. You can see the like arrays thing. Okay, so let's read the pseudo code. So what you have to do, you have to make the first element as a sorted element. We understand this 6 is the sorted. Then what we will do, for the each unsorted element x, extract the value, and then you have to do like, you have to come back. You have to see in the left order. If you find any element which is greater than x, you have to continue. Otherwise, you will just break the loop and insert x there. Yeah, I will do that. If you are interested, I will make a one project on sorting visualizer where we will see the time complexity, the space complexity, a little bit of bio, like what this do, and along with their performance, like. Okay, so we will do that. So make sure to hit the like and subscribe button if you want to see such kind of code. So for insertion, I will develop live. Now see, in the insertion sort, what we are doing, again see, we are here. First of all, make first element as sorted element. Okay, so I have to iterate from the first element. So I have to check backward. So what I will do I equals to 1 and I less than array dot length and I plus plus, and here it is not array, it is array. See, here in the selection sort, I have to check the next element. That's why I start from 0 and make it array of length minus 1. But here I have to check backward. So I am making it from I equals to 1 and I array of I less than array dot length. Okay, so this is what it is. Now what we have to do, we have to store the current element. And we are going to say the current element is array of I. Okay, and we are going to say let minimum. Okay, not let minimum. Let j is equals to I minus 1. We have to check it backward. And what we are gonna say, we will say while this j is less than equals to 0. So we are checking the like it should not be outflow. And what we will do, we will say if array of j, if your current element is greater than current, so you just what you have to do, you have to make your array of j plus 1 to what you have to do, array of j. Okay, and finally do j minus minus. Just wait for a second. I will talk what is this, and finally we will swap it. We will swap it with the current. Okay, and I think yeah, it's done. Let's return the array. Let's return the array and see if this working or not. Console.log insertion sort. Here I am passing the array. Yeah, it's work. So see how is this working. Okay, so 4845 is there. So we have again -2 5000 -7. This is our array. This is our array. We have to sort it. So what we will do? We come here. We come here. We will say -2. This is sorted. Okay, this is sorted. So we will start from -5. We will start from -5. We will go there. Is this 5 is less than -2? No. Array finish. That means this is sorted. This is sorted. Then we will come here 1000. We will see in this 1000. In the 1000 you see 5. You see 5 is like less than 1000. Okay. -2 is less than 1000. Okay. There is no bigger element than 1000. So we will again break it. Now finally at the -7. If you are at the -7, you check. You will come in this loop first time. Okay. So -7. This is the current element. Okay. It is greater than your current element. This array of j will be this, and current is -7. So it's greater than this. Yes. So what you will do? Array of j plus 1. This is your j. This is your I. Okay. This is your I. So what you will do? Array of j plus 1 will become array of j. So this is array of j. This is array of j plus 1. You will convert this and you will make it 1000. You will make it 1000. So this is 1000. This is 1000. Okay. Now what you will do? Wait for a second. Array of j plus 1 will become array of j. Yeah. Now what we will do? You will do j minus minus. So your j will become this. You come here. Okay. And you will again check like array of j less than current. Yes. Our current is -7. Our current is -7. Let me write it here so that you can understand. Our current is -7 and our array is -2 5000 and 1000. Okay, like this. So we will say array of j plus 1. Array of j plus 1 is array of j. So we will cut this, make it 5. Okay. And now we are here. Now we are here. We will again make j minus minus. We come here. Okay. We will say, is this less than -7? Yes, it is. So we will make it minus. What it will make? Finally, what it make? It will make -7 here. Okay. It will make this -2. And finally you will come out of the loop. Out of the loop. So after this, what you have to do? You have to put -7 here. I think you understand this. Okay. And if you discuss about the time and space complexity, this will take off and this will take off and this complete will take off and. Okay. This will take off and this will take off and so the time complexity will become off and square. Off and square. Okay. But let's say if my array is like that. If my array is 1, 2, 3, like that. So in that case, if you see, it is already sorted. So the time complexity here will be off and the time complexity of here will be off and. So each times to compare all these insertion, selection and bubble sort. Okay, so let's compare it. Let me just scroll down. We have few algorithms. This is our algo. Okay, and then we will see the time complexity. Then we will see the best time complexity. Then we will see the space complexity. We have to understand it is in place or not. Okay, we will learn about this. What is this in place? And one more thing that we have to learn is it is stable sort or not. Okay, so let's compare it. So the very first sorting was our bubble sort. So the time complexity of like bubble sort is off and square. Okay, of n square. But the best time complexity, best, will be of n. The best time complexity will be n. Okay, and we write in this way. This is the best way. Okay, so this is the best time complexity. When the array is already sorted, it will not swap any single element. So our swap become the false and it will break out of the loop. So this is of n. Space complexity will be of 1. So what is this in place mean? If you are not using any extra space, so if you are not using any extra space, so that type of sorting is in place sorting. So we are saying yes, it is not taking any extra space. It is stable or not? So how to see if an array is stable or not? So if let's say let me give you an example. Let's say we have 1 comma 2 comma a 5 minus 1 2 comma a 2 comma b. Cool. Let's say this is our array. So if I sort this, so what it will become? It will become minus 1, 2a, 2b and 5. Now if this 2, because this 2 and this 2 have the same weight, but in this array these two come first, so in the sorted array if they come first, that is known as stable sorting. But if it can, like if it is not come according to their original order, then it is unstable sorting. Okay, so bubble sort is the stable sorting. Yes, cool. Second, we learn about the selection sort. Selection sort time complexity will be of n square. The best time complexity is also of n square. Okay, space complexity will be of 1. In its place, is this in place? Yes, they are not using any extra space. Is this stable? No, this is not stable. This is not stable because you are picking the minimum element, and like swap it with the first element. Okay, so this is not stable. And finally, we have to learn about the insertion. In insertion, it is the time complexity of n square. The best time complexity will be of n when array is already sorted. Space complexity of 1. In place, yes, it is in place because they are not using any extra space. Stable or not? Yes, it is stable. Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, and in this video we are going to learn about sorting in JavaScript. So in the last class, you see in this sorting in JavaScript part 1, we learn about the bubble, insertion and selection sort, and all these sorting algorithms take of n square time complexity, which is very worst. Like nobody use of n square time complexity in sorting. So in today's video, we are going to learn about merge sort and the quick sort, which are very advanced and efficient time complexity, and they all are the recursive time complexity. So if you don't know recursion, so I highly suggest you to check out this recursion in JavaScript before going to this video. So now let's check out the sorting video. So first of all, in the last video we discussed the insertion, bubble and quick sort. So I am going to continue in this video, like in this file only. So merge sort in JavaScript. So what is merge sort? Merge sort is a divide and conquer algorithm where we divide our array into sub arrays and sort those sub arrays and then merge them. So let's say, let me give an example. So let's say before an example, it's good if we can visualize it. Okay, so let's say this is our sub array, and if I click on sort, no, we have to do the merge sort. So if I go to the merge sort and see this is this array. So what we are gonna do, if I click on the sort, see what they are doing. First of all, first step 1. Let's go step 1. Step 1. So let's go step 1. So at the step 1, they divided into sub part. So you see this red and orange is in the one part. This orange and orange is the one part, and this yellow is in the one part. And this complete in the lighter term. This is the sub array, first sub array. So if I just merge it and just increase the speed, you can see how they are doing it. They are like, now they have merged the first sub array. Now again they will check the second sub array and they will merge it. Now we have the first sub array and second sub array sorted. So now finally they will merge those two sub arrays and we will get our final answer. And this is our final sorted answer. So what they do, let's let's solve it in an example. So let's say let me use our this. Let's say we have a 29, 10, 8, 16, 37, 14, 45 and 4. Okay, let's say this is our array. This is our array. So what we do at the first point? At the first point, we will divide it. We will divide it. Let's say it will become 29, 10, 8 and 16. Okay, and this will become 37, 14 and 45. Now forget about what we are gonna do it next. Just now, think about this. If I sort this, sort this, so what it will become? It will become 16 comma like it will become 10 comma like okay, it will become 8, 10, 16 and 29. This it will become, and what this will become? This will become 4, 14, 37 and 45. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Now, if we have these two sorted array, can you sort this? Can you sort this? Yes, you can. What you can see, you will take one. Let's say this is my left array. I will say left index. This is my left index, and let's say this is my right array. I will say this is my right index. Okay, this is my right index. So this is my left index. This is my right index. So what I will see which is smaller. 4 is smaller, so I will override this with 4. Okay. Now I will increase my left and right index from 4s to from 0s to 1. Cool. Now I will check 8 or 14, which is smaller. 8 is smaller, so I will update it, override this with 8. And now my left index will be here. Okay. Now 14 and 14, like 10 and 14, 10, so I will overwrite with 10. My left index will point to 16, and then 14 will be the answer. Then it will point to 37. So this 16 will be answer. Finally, my this left index points to 29, and so the 29 will be the answer. Then this left index will point to AND. It is AND. Once your left array is exhausted, so whatever is remaining, you will add every single thing. So 37 and 45. So write 37 and 45, and see, this is sorted. This is sorted. So now your first thing is under. I hope you understand this step 1. Like this is not a step 1, but you understand one thing. How to merge. You understand it. How to merge. Okay. So if you have two arrays, you can merge it with this left index and right index. And what is the time complexity of this? It will take off and okay. Let me say if this is x, this is y of length. Okay, and complete x plus y is n. Okay, and n is the length of this. So time complexity will be off and of this merging. Cool. So now let's see one more thing that I want to say. Now one more thing is if you have this like 29, 10, 16, 8, 37, 14, 4 and 45, but whatever it, if you have this array, but what we are gonna do? First of all, we have to divide it. Okay, so how we are dividing it? We understand the merge. If we have the sorted, we can merge. Now how to find this sorted? We will divide it. So let's say I will divide it into 29, 10, 16, 8. I will further divide it into 29, 10, 16, 8. I will divide this also. Like this will become 37, 14, 4 and 45. And if I divide this one, this will become 37, 14 and 4, 45. If you see like kind of pattern, we are dividing it because if we have to sort complete array, what we are doing, we are first of all sorting sub arrays, then merge. Then from this sub array, we will sort its sub array. So now, if I do again, it will become 29 and 10. Okay. Now this is the single array, like array of one item. Okay, 16 and 8, 37 and 14, 4 and 5, like 4 and 45. Now, can you sort? Yes, because this is sorted. So you can simply merge it. How? Using the left and right index. So 10 or 29, which is smaller? 10. So first of all you write 10. Then this array is finished. So you will write complete this. This becomes 10 and 29. And this will finish. This will finish. This will finish. Cool. This will finish. And you will have 10 and 29. You will have 10 and 29. Similarly, you go 8 and 10. First of all, you write the 8. You are overwriting. Then 16. 16. And this will be like go. So our final answer will be 8 and 16. 8 and 16. And these are the arrays, sub-arrays. These are the sub-arrays. Now, again here, 37. So this will be 14. This will be 37. So again, your this call will be removed. And finally, you will have 14 and like 14 comma 37. Similarly here, like 4 comma, this will return as it is. So this will remain as it is. Cool. Now again, you have this sub-sorted array. 10 or 8, which is smaller? 8. You write 8. 10 or 16? 10. So 10 is 16 or 29? 16. 29 or nothing is remaining. This done, this done. So you write finally 29 here. So this is done. This return this array. This return this array. 8, 10, 16, 29. I hope you understand. We are dividing it and sorting it from the bottom. We are sorting it from the bottom. And again here 4 and 14 we write 4. Then we write this 4 is gone. Then 14, yes. Then 14 is gone. Then 37. Then so 14 this is 37. This is gone. The 45. So yeah, this is the final. So if I write it here, so we have 4, 14, 37, 45. This is our final. This is our final. Now is our final merge. Now you have to finally merge it. Finally merge it. So 8, 4. So you have to write it 4. 8, 14. You have to write it 8. And I am if I am cutting this, like I am pointing my next pointers to the first element. Okay. Now 10 and 14. So here will be 10. Thus 10 is removed. 14 and 16. 14 will be there. 14 will be removed. Then 16. 16 will be removed. Then 29. 29 will be there. And this array like exhaust. So whatever is remaining, we will write it here. See, this is the simple merge sort. So now it's time to write an algorithm. So I hope you understand with the visual representation, with the dry run. I have also, before the code I have dry run. So this is the pseudo code. Okay. So let's write merge sort. This will take an array as a parameter. And then what we are going to do is, I have to first of all find the midpoint and divide it. So I will say let mid is equals to array dot length divided by 2. Okay, I can do that. Now in JavaScript you have to take the integer value, so you have to take math.floor, and finally you will divide it. You will say let left is equals to merge sort, and you will pass array dot slice 0 to mid. And what this slice do? Slice will return a new array with the value like from the starting index 0 to mid, and this mid will be not included. So if we have this array, let's say 29, 10, 8, 7, whatever number you take. Okay, so if I do the mid, the mid will be this. Okay, this will be our mid. Let me write one more number now. This will be our mid. This will be our mid. So it will find the number from 29 and 8 only. Okay, cool. So now let's do let right is equals to merge sort and take array dot slice with 0, and the end will be no, here I have to write only mid. So from the mid to the end, that will be my right side. This, so what this will do, this will divide it. Now after doing the divide, we have to merge it. So we will say finally merge your left sub array and the right sub array. Cool. Now there can be the one base case that we have to write it, and the base case will be if array is single, like if array length is less than 2. If it is null, if it is empty array, return it empty. If it is 1, return the 1. So here return array. Cool. Perfect. Now let's write the merge sort. So this is like not the merge sort, here it will be merge. Cool. So this is very simple function. You are going to say merge, and in this merge you will be two sub arrays. First is the left sub array, second will be the right sub array. Now for overwriting, you can say you are creating a result array which will writing the calculating the merge value. So we have to use some left index which will be starting from 0, and the right index which is also starting from 0. Okay, and we will check while my left index should be less than left dot length. Okay, left dot length, and my right index should be less than right dot length. Cool. Now what we have to check, if it is less than, then it should be in the left side. If it is greater than, it should be in the right side. That's the simple thing, na? So, and now what we are gonna do, we are going to say if left of left index is less than right of right index. So I mean, which is smaller? Left is smaller, so we have to put left index first. So we will show result dot push your left index. Okay, left of left index. Now you have the left element. So let me just show with an example here, no, so that you can understand it. Example are the best way. Dry run. Okay, so here we have the code 29 stand let's say 8 16 37 14 4 and 45. This is our array. So what we are going to do, we are going to take the sub array. So sub array will be 29 10 8 16, and let's take some tab 37 14 4 and 45. So here what we are doing is, let's say if this estimate two value, and after doing divide, I have sorted in this order. This is my final sorted 4 14 37 and 45, and after sorting it will become 8 10 16 and 29. So now what we are doing, because after sorting what you do here, merge. Finally you have to do the merge. So my left index is 0, which will become to, okay, so what I will check, I will create a new result, and here I will check 8 or 4. I will add the 4. So if I add the 4, I have to increase the right index, you know. So, and if I add the left, so I have to increase the left index. It's the basic thing. Okay, else you can write result dot push your right of right index, and finally increase the right index. See, this is very simple. This merge sort is very simple. You don't have to do so much hustle kind of thing. Now there can be situation when one of the array exhausts. If one of the array exhausts, put remaining all the array into the result array. So let's say if right array exhausts, so we will have this. If right array exhaust, so we will have this, and in that case we will put your this it. Okay, so we will put this, and if your left array exhaust, so we will add the right index, right element. So why? I think yeah, this is cool. So copy it, paste it. Now I think this is gonna work. Let's try to check out. You have to finally return the result. So let's create const array 1 is equals to, let's create this array. Let's copy and see if it is working or not. Console.log I will say merge sort, and I will pass the array 1. Say cannot find the property of length. Okay, where is the property? Cannot read property of undefined. Okay. So we have to return this merge. Okay, because we are using this left and right, and they are not able to find the left or right length here. They are not able to find the left and right because I am not returning anything. So it will be undefined. So yeah, I think it should work now. Yeah, see, it's working perfectly. Yeah. So let's try to solve few questions. So we have the readme, and do check out the readme and solve all the practice question. Okay. So this first and second question are very easy level question. So let's solve the this question. So here what we have to do, we have given an array num and we have to sort it. You must solve the problem without an inbuilt function. Don't do like that, nums.sort. Okay, I know it will work, but you don't have to write this. This will not acceptable. Okay, so you have to solve with stick and log n. So you can't solve this question with the help of insertion select the bubble sort because they take and speed time. So what we are going to do? We are going to use merge sort here. So let's just copy paste. Okay, why to do so much effort? Let's just copy paste this merge function and this merge sort function. Let's copy. Let's see, check out if it is working fine or not. Let's write it here, and I will simply call merge sort function merge sort with my nums array. Let's see if it's working fine or not. Will it work? Will it work? Will it work? Perfectly fine, yeah. So if I submit it, it's okay. And you see, memory is like this take lots of memory. So let's see if we can improve it. But before going to this memory sort of thing, first of all we should understand here what is the time and space complexity, because if you understand what is the space complexity, then only we can improve now. So yeah, so let's do it. Let's write it here. Let me take a screenshot. Let's take it. And one more thing, if you're understanding the merge sort and if you're loving this DSA series, do share it with your friends too, and do let me know in the comment section if you're learning this. Okay, so we have the merge sort, and this merge sort will taking this merge sort. Let's say if this taking t of n, okay, the time complexity of this is n. So I'm saying if the time complexity of this is n, then I can say it is dividing into two parts. It will take t of n by 2, and it is also taking t of n by 2. And we have already discussed that this merge will take O of n. Okay, let's say theta of n. Yeah, O of n, whatever you. Okay. So this merge will just taking this and comparing and just merging it, so it will take O of n. So what I can say, T of n will be T of n by 2 times of that plus like some constant time of n. So if I improve it, so this T of n by 2, what will the value of T of n by 2? That will be 2 into T of n by 4 plus C into n and plus C into n. So if I multiply it, like if I resolve it, it will be 4 into T n by 4 plus 2C plus C. This will be 3C. And you know, and then if I like further divide, it will be become 8 into like 8. Let's write it again. 2 into let me just remove it. If I solve it, 4, and this t n by 4 will be 2 into t n by 8 plus cn and plus 3cn. So if I again do, that will be 4 into 2, 8 into t n by 8 plus 3 plus 4, 7c, and you know, this is what we have. So what we can conclude it will be T of n is T of n into let me fix it. So it will be T n not n, it will be like 2 की power of k, let's say 2 की power of k t times n by 2 की power of k plus this is 2 की power of k minus 1 into c into n. You know, this is kind of thing. So what is this 2 की power k? So we can say this, we already know if its array length is 1, then it takes the constant time. So I am saying if t of 1 like and 2 की power, what I am saying t of 1 will be 1. So if I compare it with 1 and divided by 2 की power k equals to 1, that will give me k equals to log of n to the base 2, log of n, and if I put this value log of n in this value here, so what it will come, let's see it. So what this value will become, this will become this will become 2 की power k of log of n, that will be n. T of 1, that will become 1, okay, that will become 1, and then I will say plus 2 की power k, that will be n, okay, and n will be, what is the value of n? That is log n, okay, log n, okay. I hope you understand. So here, what is the time complexity? If I ignore this n, the time complexity will be n log n. So the time complexity of this will be n log n, n log n. This is the time complexity of our merge sort. Similarly, if I talk about the space complexity, so let's talk about the space complexity. Just take a screenshot. Just take a screenshot of time complexity. We are going to understand about the space. So for the space complexity, you can understand the first array is of length 8. Then it will divide it into array of length 4, an array of length 4. Then it will divide it into array of length 2, an array of length 2. Then it will be 1 and 1. Okay, and we are using this const result. We are using this result. Okay, so what is this value? So we can say this is n plus this is n by 2 plus this is n by 4 and it will be until 1. So if I take a common, it will be like 1 plus 1 by 2 plus 1 by 2 to the power 2 plus 1 by 2 to the power k, and that will give me the value 2 into n. Okay, 2 into n. This is, if you use the formula, this will give 2n. So our space complexity is O of n. Space complexity is O of n. So this is what we are using, space. Okay, this is the space complexity. I hope you understand the space complexity. Okay, so you see, even though this merge complex, like merge sort is faster, but it's have on its like their disadvantage. Our bubble sort, insertion sort, and like selection sort taking n square, but they are not taking any extra space. This is taking n log n, but it is taking an extra space. So you have to understand that which algorithm should work. Like, do you have any extra space? Do you need a fast solution, or you need a memory efficient solution? Okay. So yeah, I hope this works. But here, if you see one problem, there is also one problem. This is not space optimized. We can still optimize this solution. We can still optimize. So this is, I can say, version 1 of merge 1. Okay, let me just copy it and show you. So let's just remove this. So here, if you see, array.slice will create a new array. And do we need to create a new array? No. We can use the simple indexing. That from zeros to mid, it's my left array. Mid plus 1 to high will be my right array. I don't have to create the new array, left and right array. You know? So let's do that. So what we are going to do, let me just use this, and I will just copy it. I will copy entirely, and here I will paste it. And I know I have to write it here like space optimized, and here I will write in place. In place means which is not taking an extra space kind of thing. Okay. Now what I have to do, I have to change it with the in place, and this will also in place. Cool. Now I don't need to like create new array. So if I don't need to create new array, so I don't need to I will not get the left and right array, and I don't need to return the sub array, because I am going to update in the original array. Cool. So yeah, this is the thing. Now if I don't need to do that, so I will not do. Do I need to do this? No, you don't need to do that. Okay. So yep, this is what we are planning to do. This is what I am planning to do. So what I am planning to do here, yeah. So now in this case, I have to use the index. So what I am gonna do is, I will say console.log merge sort in place, and here I will pass the array 1, and it will say left is not defined, right is not defined. So no problem. And in this, I will say 0, and so initially my sub array will be in the range of 0 to array of length minus 1, and I will divide it with the help of this index. Okay, so let's divide it. Okay, so let's divide it. So what I'm gonna say, yeah. So first of all, this is not. We need another category, and here we need like low and high, and if your low is less than high, then only you have to run this. Cool. So mid equals to array of mid. Now there is no kind of this. For finding the mid, you can say low plus high by 2. This is cool. Now here we will say array divided by low from mid. Lows to mid will be our first left array, and second array will be from mid plus 1, from mid plus 1, from mid plus 1 to our end. End will be like high. Okay, high. So this is how we are going to create it. Now we don't have like left and right because we are not creating new array, extending the sub array. Although the merge sorting is like creating the sub array and merging them, but we are optimizing the merge sort. Okay, we are optimizing the merge sort. As here, if you see in the bubble sort, in the real bubble sort, we don't do this. In the real bubble sort, we don't do this swap thing, like breaking thing. We run perfect off and square. But here we are doing this swapping thing. Okay, and here one more thing we can do, like rather than doing of array of length minus 1, because our ending point are sorted, so we can do this kind of thing. So here also we are optimizing it. So what we are doing is array low, mid and high. Now my first is, remember, first is lows to mid is your first, mid to high, mid plus 1 to high is your second. So what I am saying, left index will start from 0, but right index will be start from mid plus 1. Mid plus 1, you know, and this left index will be end still mid. Okay, so our left array is from left index to mid, and our right index will be mid plus 1 to high. So mid plus 1 to high. Okay, I think this you are able to understand this thing. Now this is simple, like there is no left and right sub array. So here I will write array and just I will copy it, paste it here, paste it here, and paste it here, paste it here, and finally paste it here. Okay. And one more thing, I think this is cool. So it's asking what is this miss. So just write it like that. Just copy it. Why is to write every single thing? कभी copy paste भी कर लो यार, है ना? ठीक है. So it's saying left is not defined. So see where is the left? Where is the left? You don't need a left. You say array. Where is the right? You don't need. You say array. No, here you don't have to say array, you have to say high, and here you have to say mid. You know, this is the what we have the condition here. Condition are same. So now finally what we have to do, because we have created this auxiliary space, so now we have to update it. Okay, so this is the extra thing. Rest of the things are same. This is the extra thing. But we'll say for let equals to I equals to low. Don't worry, I will just do a dry run so that you can understand. Less than equals to high, I plus plus, what you have to do, change in the original array of I will be result of, and result is from, like, for the result I will say I minus low. Don't worry, just let me do. Okay, so here we are not returning it, we are changing the original array, so it will not return anything. We have to like console.log here and find out is our array sorted or not. Is our array sorted or not? See, our array sorted. Do check out. Is our array sorted or not? Yes, it is sorted. 10, 8, 16, 38, 44, 45. Oh, नहीं sorted नहीं हुआ. There is some issue. बताओ क्या issue है? जल्दी से बताओ. So see here, we have low less than high, low plus high by 4, low, mid, everything is good. Index left index 0 से, and this is good, this is good. Here you are doing the left index. So your starting point will be lows to mid, and mid plus 1 to high. Okay, so let me see if that's working. Okay, so it's working perfectly fine. I hope now you are able to understand. And just to checking purpose, let's just check it out if it's working fine or not. Okay, so let me just copy this code, and goes to my this one, and just make it default, make this default here, and put this one here, and I will say return merge sort in place, and here I will write the nums with 0 and nums dot length minus 1, and let's check out if it's working fine or not. It should be nums. Vishal, what kind of error you do? Let's see. If working, it say, yeah, why you have the wrong answer, undefined and undefined, because it's not returning anything. Why you're forgetting that? You have to return the nums after this. You have to return the nums. This kind of silly mistake lots of developers do, including me. If even if you have like lots of experience, you will do it. So you have to know the debugging skills. Just click on the submit and let's check it out if it's working fine. Working fine. Its space is optimized from 32% to 62%, and this is the optimization that you should do. So I hope now you are able to understand the most short. Now it's time to learn the new, that is a quick short. So let's check it out how to write a quick short. So if you love this, like how we optimize this space, so just drop a hit and like. And also let's share, do share. I'm creating this DSA live course, so you should share it with your friends, share it with your in the college groups. So let's learn quick short in JavaScript, and do let me know in the comment section how many questions you have solved as of now. So let's go to this quick. So basically what this quick sort do is it will find the one pivot. So what is this pivot mean? It will be anything. Let's say you pivot around first element, you pivot around last element, you pivot around any random index, and you find first index, any index, and then you will check in the entire array. All the smaller element from that index or that pivot will be in the left side, all the greater element in the right side, and then it will do it recursively until the array sort. Let me show you how it's do. Okay, so if I say sort, we are doing the quick sort. Here speed is 4x time. Okay, so let me show. This is the 47. So it is finding that 47 is the your 47 is the pivot point. Now all the element less than 47 should be at the left side, but you will say it is at the right side. No, just check it out. Just check it out. Take now. See, now all the element less than 47 will be the next step. All the element less than 47 will be and the left side, and greater element will be right side. Now it will again, this is our sub array. This like from 24 to 39, this is our sub array. 49 is sub array. So it will again do similar thing in this. So now the first element will be 24. Okay, so let me just play it and see. It will find out. See, all the smaller element in the left side, all the greater element in the right side. So you can see kind of sorting is already happened. Now it will do again. It will check the 14 and find all the smaller element at the 14 left side of 14. So let me just play it again. See. So all the smaller and the 14 are here and greater element are here. Now it will check smaller than this. Again check, again. Let me do it. Do it. Done. Now it will check less than 10. Less than 10 is 6. You see, as it improve, all these 6, 10, 6, 12, 14 are sorted. Array in the orange are sorted. Okay. See this. Now it will check in this 18, 23, 24. So it will find which is smaller than this. So this is also sorted. This is also sorted. So now in this subarray 32 to 49, it will check element less than 32. Less than 32. Let me just play it. Finally, it will check less than 36. It is already sorted. So if I do just one step, understand? Very simple. You have to find it. So let's create it. I think I don't have to write a code. Like I have to write the code, but I don't have to write a dry run as of now. So I will dry run after the code. Cool. So let's write a quick short, and it will take an array, and this array will take what you have to do? You have to take a pivot point. So let's pivot index. You can take it any. You can take 0. You can say array.length -1. You can take any random number. So let's use 1. Okay. But before just showing, I can show you one problem here. Okay. I will show you one of the problem here before going. Okay. So why is the need of that? So what we do is in the, let's say if we have this array like that 14, 10, Okay, 4, 7 and 9. This is, let's say, our sub array, and I find this 9 as my pivot point. So in this pivot point, what I will do, I will find the smaller element. Smaller element are 4 and 7. These are the smaller elements. So this will be one sub array, 9 will be here, and find the greater element, that will be 10 and 29. So in this code, what if the time complexity of this is T of n? So time complexity of this will be n by 2. You know, it's divided into like half, and time of this will also n by 2. And once you get the output, like sorted output, to merge it, it will take n or nothing like that. So I can say like T of n is equals to 2 times of T of n by 2. Now this will break it down. And similar to the merge sort, you will get the time complexity as n log n. You know, n log n. This is cool. So you are saying, what's the problem? Problems happen when it is sorted. So it is already sorted. Let's say they give a problem. They give a problems to sort. Let me create a new. They give a sorted arrays to sort. So let's see what will the time complexity in that case. So let's say your array is already sorted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you have to sort this. You take the first element, last element, and you sorting. The left will be, this will be left, there is no right. And for the 4, this will be left, no right. So in that case, your time complexity will be T of n minus 1 plus something, let's say. So this will come as T of n minus k. And n minus k equals to 1, that will make n equals to like k equals to n plus 1 kind of thing. So n plus 1 is O of n. You know, but O of n is the number of steps. Number of steps will be n, and to like sorting it or merging it is take n. So it will become O of n square. In the most time case, it will become O of n square. Understand this? So you should not take the first or the last element. You should not take the first or the last element, because in case of sorting, this will give me O of n square. So the worst case time complexity of quick sort is n square, not n log n. But we can improve this to n log n. We can improve it to n log n using random index. Okay. So I hope, like, before writing the code, this is what I want to say, that if you write the like array of length minus 1 or write the 0, this is also right, but this will give you n square when array is sorted. So we are going to write a random number. So I will say mat.floor, and that will take mat.random. And you already know this random will return a value in the 0 to 1. So to get the value from 0 to array of length minus 1, I have to multiply with array of length. Okay. Then it will give in the between array of length kind of thing. Okay. So this is my pivot index. Now I have to create two array, like sub array. Let's say let left, that will be all smaller element, and one right, that will be all greater element. Okay. So rather than left and right, you should write the like good name, like a smaller one bigger. Okay. So here what I am saying, I will initialize with let I equals to 0 and I less than equals to, not less than equals to, less than array dot length and I plus plus. In this case, what I am planning to do, I am going to say if my I if my array of I is less than array of your pivot index. Okay, if that's the case, you have to add it. If it is smaller, so add it in the left sub array, left dot push array dot I. Otherwise, simply add it in the right. That's simple. Yes, it's very simple. But there is one problem. What's the problem? The problem is if I equals to pivot index, in that case you don't have to add the pivot index in the left or right. So what we will do, if I equals to pivot index, in that case I will just say continue. Cool, simple. So let's try to find out if it work or not. If it work or not. No, we haven't do anything, like we have to return now. We have to return what we have to return. We will say quick sort left, okay, then add array of your pivot index, and then do quick sort of right. Will it work? Will it work? No, there is not any problem. You didn't add your base case. So let's add the base case. What is the base case? The base case is very simple. Array.length less than 2. In that case, return the array. Let's find out if it's working or not. Even if it's not working, then it's the problem. Okay, so let's write the quick short, and here I will write the array 1. Perfectly. But you can say like it's improving because of that. So let's do this. Let's comment this. Let's comment this and let's comment this also. So let's see if it is improving or not. It's working perfectly fine. It's working perfectly fine. So let me just do a dry run. I have already explained the time complexity. We will explain the space complexity of that. Okay. So we are going to understand the space complexity, but before the space complexity, understand this how it's working. If you need to understand. So let's say 29, 9. No, I think I already explained in the time complexity only how this will work. So I think this is done. Now, if you want me to solve any question, the space complexity, time complexity is already done. It's running. Okay. So we have solved this question, and time complexity, merge, space, every single thing is explained. So do check out this playlist if you haven't checked out. Learn about the loops, time complexity, array, map, filter, recursion, linear search, object, string, sorting, and here if you see, I am going to upload it on the readme. Like you have to solve this kind of problem. This is very easy problem, easy medium level problem. And one thing that I want to tell you is, in interviews they don't ask like question of very hard level question on merge sort, because merge and quick sort are itself very hard, like hard algorithms, because they are using recursion, they are using like multi-level recursion, है ना? So they don't ask much hard problem on merge sort and quick sort. What they can ask in the interview, they can ask you to implement the merge sort, implement the quick sort. So do try to solve the merge sort and quick sort by yourself. Use both method that I have implemented in the merge sort. You can check out if there is any other method of doing that, and there should be, you should understand what is the difference between the merge sort and the quick sort. This kind of interview question will be there. There will be no hard interview question. Just understand what is merge sort, what is quick sort, what is stable sorting, what is stable sorting, stable sorting क्या होती है, ये सब चीजों को एक बार अच्छे से कर दो. If you do this kind of thing, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to practice hard level question. Even though I have said 4 or 5 questions, along with you have to know like dry run, bubble sort, selection sort, insertion sort, merge sort, quick sort, every single thing. And you can find all the source code in the GitHub repo. I will link it down in the description. This is it for this video. Thank you for watching. So first of all, let's start with our very basic thing: map in JavaScript. Map in JavaScript. In your DSA course enough for cracking front-end interviews. One more thing that I want to talk about is I will solve all your doubts at the end of the video. But yes, this DSA course is enough for cracking any interviews or like a startup, MNC or anything. So let's start with the map in JavaScript. So what is map? Basically, map is the collection which store keys, values, pair, and this is what objects also do. Okay, so let me just show you with an example. Let's say if I create a map. So for creating a map, you have to use map constructor. So this is the map constructor which will create our empty map. So if I console.log, you will see that one map is created which is an empty, and you see this is the curly braces which is kind of similar to the object. So let me just create an object to obj. We can create object like that. This is the constructor method of object, or we can do object like that also. Const obj is equals to this. This is also object. Okay, and here if I write obj, both of them are looking same as of now. Cool. So now first of all understand what is this map. So in this map we store key values pair. So how to add? Let's add some key values pair. I will say map dot set. Here you have to write set, and in this set you can see you write key, and key is any. So here any means data type. That data types can be anything. Okay, and the value can be anything. So let's add. Let me add a key name with the value Vishal. Okay, with the value Vishal. It's a objective. Good. So here you see the name key is added with the value Vishal. Okay, this is good. Now let's
set something more. Let's set let me set let's say 1 2 with 21 with my age. Okay, this is my age. You see, now that key is 21. Key is a number. Can we do that in the object? Yes, we can do. So here if I do object, and here if I write 21, and here it's a age. So let's see what's happened. You see this 21, but this 21 is not a number. It is a string. It is a string. So here if you know, in the object, you can add key value pair, but the key will be always and always a string. In the object, key will be string, but in the map, you can use anything. You can use anything. Map.set, here you can say true with some value. Let's say age educator kind of thing. You can do that. You can add key anything. So this is how to add and key value pair. This is how you add key values pair, and this is the difference between the map and object, where we have lots of other difference that we are going to discuss along with we know the more properties of map. So how should delete the property? So for deleting the property, we say map dot delete, and here we write the key name. So let's say if I want to delete this true, so if I write the true, it will delete it. Cool. And let's console.log map.delete, and here I will write true. So if I write the true, the delete function will return true or false depending on if it finds the key and delete it. Let's say if I write here some random key. Let's say I write this random key. This key is not present in the map, so it can't delete because it is not present. So if it is not present, and if we can't delete the map, so what it will return? It will return false. So this is how it returns. Now we have const let's say console.log. What is this? This is just how it's going in the console. Like I would say this key and the value property is denoting by this. Now the next property is if you have to check certain key are present in the map or not. How to check that? For that you will say map.has, and here in the has you write the key. Let's say if I write is the name key is present or not. Is the name key present or not? Yes, it's present. If it is present, if your key is present, then what is its value? So you can store the value. Say map dot get, and in the get you write the key, and you will get the value. So these are some basic operation that you perform, like adding some key values pair in the map, deleting key values pair, set has like getting the key like value from the certain key, checking if the key is present or not. There can be few more things that you can do. Let's say you have to update the key. So for updating the key, what you will do? You will say map dot set. You will write the earlier key that you want to update. So here, let's say if I write name, and now my name updates to we have Babulal. So yep, let's update it. So you see, this name is updated. This name is updated. This is how you update, add, and do the CRUD operation on the map. Now, where we have to iterate. This is the new difference in the map and the object. Maps are iterable. Maps are iterable. That means you can iterate on the map. So if I do map dot for each, I can use that, and here I will get the, you see, first value will be the value. It is not key value, it is value. First is the value, second is the key. Cool. So I will write here, first of all I will have the value, second I will have the key, and here I will just console.log, simply console.log, and I will write a key here with a space, and let's say colon with the value. So you see, but remember the first is the value, second is the key. This is how you iterate. But can you do the same in the object? Let's see. Let's say if I have the object, and in the object I create objects dot let's say I set some value, name equals to Vishal. This is some value, and let's say object and some age is equals to 21. Let's say I have these two objects value. Can I iterate? Can I do that? Objects dot for each. Can I do? It say objects dot for each is not a function. because we can't iterate. We can't iterate. Okay, objects.forEach is not a function because they are not iterable. They are not iterable. So how do we iterate object? It's very simple. We used to do object dot keys, and here we have to pass the object, and this will return the array of keys, and on that we can use the for each. Okay, but we can't directly use the iterable, like we can't directly iterate on the object. So I hope you understand this. Now this is the one more difference in the, like, maps are iterable but objects are. Now let's solve few questions so that we can understand. This is what the map is. This is what the map is. You can iterate, remove, and this kind of things you can do. So let me solve few questions that we can solve today. Let's say that I want to solve it. So we will do sort characters by frequency. So here you have, like, first of all, let's see if this question was asked in any companies or not. It's asked, yeah. Facebook, Amazon, Bloomberg, Microsoft. So it's asked. So given a string s, sort it in a decreasing order based on the frequency of the character. Second, the frequency of the character in the number is appear in the string. Okay, so what is the frequency? Frequency means how many times that character in, like, occurs in that string. So if we have the tree, if we have this tree, so in this tree, you can see the t is one time, r is one time, and e is two time. So now what we have to do? Return the sorted string if there are multiple answers written any one of them. Okay. So how to sort? On the basis of frequency. So first of all, we should have e because it's two times. So we have to write e two times, e, and then we have to write the r and t, or we can write e t r. So both of these answer will be correct. Understand? Just let me know if you understand the problem statement or not. Similarly, here if you see, we have triple C A, and so here A is three times, C is three times. So both of them will be correct. Okay, so you can write both C and A appears three times. So the correct. So both triple C A and triple C are valid answer. Now one more thing, the as consists of uppercase and lowercase English letters and digits. तो इसके अंदर uppercase भी होगा, lowercase भी होगा, digits भी होंगे. तो चलो ठीक है, solve करते हैं. But before solving, मुझे बताओ how you will solve that question. First of all, understand how you will solve. What is the first approach? हमारी first approach क्या होगी? आपने question पढ़ा, you read the problem कि given है string है, आपको decreasing order में करना है. Based on the frequency of character, how you will do that? So first of all हमें समझ आता है, sort करने से पहले हमें first of all we have to count the frequency of character. So how do we count that? So for that we can use map. है ना? Why? Because in the map we can store a key value pair where key will be our character. Okay, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I, J, and the value will be its frequency. So this is our first task. Okay, the first task is task one. Count the frequency. Then we will have the task two. Sort the frequency. Then we will have the task three. Our task three will be from the sorted frequency create a resulted string, like result string. These are the three tasks that we have to perform. So let's do all of them one by one. So the very first thing is we have to count the frequency. So for that, let's create a map. That will be a new map constructor. Remember, this map constructor or any constructor will have this capital first letter. Cool. So now So now what we are gonna do? We will iterate over for like x of x, okay, or you can say x or c, whatever you want to say, ch, like character. Now what I want to do, I want to set my map with the key as the character and value as the frequency. For that I will say map dot set. and in this set the key will be the ch. This is the key. And what is its frequency? Its frequency will be let me show you. Its frequency will be map.get ch plus 1. So let me just take a screenshot so that you can understand it. So now from this tree, what we are planning to do, we are planning to create a map. This is our map. In this map, we will find this tree value will be 1. We are setting like this. Now we have the R, we are creating a key with the value 1. With the value 1. We have the E, we put the E in the map with the value 1. We have another E. Now, should we create another key? Should we create another key? No, we can't create. Here keys are the unique. So here in the map, keys are unique. Keys are unique. Okay. So if you do this, so it will update the earlier one and its E become 1. So what we do, we find if this E is present in this map or not. If it is already present, then yes. So if it is already present, then we will do plus 1. So whatever the value of its in the map, we will do plus 1. This is what we will do. So this is the step 1. We are going to solve this question step by step. Okay. So for that, what I have to do? For that, what I have to do, I will say map dot has. If you have the character, then what you do? You do map dot set ch map dot get. If you have the value, so get the value plus do 1. Else what you do? Else you do map dot set ch and 1. Okay. If you have the value, if you have the value, get the value and do plus 1. If you don't have the value, initialize with 1. So this is what we do. Cool. Now what we can do, we can remove this if and else with a very short version. We can say if you get the value, good. Otherwise this will be undefined. Okay. If there is no key, so this get will return undefined. In that case, what we will do, we use the or operator. So undefined operator like or 0, but will be written 0. So here we will do like that. So this is our first step. This is our first step. Okay, this is our first step. Now what is the second step? Second step is the sort the frequency. So how you will sort the frequency? Let's see. Finally, now we don't need to care about this tree kind of thing. Now we have this tree which have the values t as 1, r as 1 and e as 2. From this, I want to create something like how it can be sorted, because this is not sorted. Okay, these maps are not sorted. So what we will do, we will create an array. Which will be like something like that. It should be, you know, or something like not like the values. It should be like e like that. Okay, it should be like that. In this case, e and then t and then r, and we can find the like what is its value from this. So let's see how we can do. So what I am planning to do, first of all, from this objects.keys, I will get all the keys value and then I will sort it. Then I will use the sort method, and in this sort method I will pass the callback function on the base of its like map values. Okay, so I am going to say const sorted map. This is an array. And here what I want dot map dot keys. Okay, I map dot keys, and I think I didn't discuss about it here. So let me just show you one more thing here. So if you do map dot, here you can find there are other methods too, like clear method. If you do the clear, this with the help of this clear method, your whole map will be deleted. So if I do clear, and if I console.log, your map is empty. We have the map.keys, and from this map.keys, what we will do, we will sort it, and on which basis there will be a comma b, and from this a comma b we will say map dot get the value of b minus map dot get the value of a. So what this get will do, we will find the map value. This get, what this map will do, this will find the get value, and from that what we are gonna do, from this get we will compare. And bracket ka error, where is the bracket error? Okay, so first of all let's solve this now. So let's just console.log. console.log what is our sorted map, okay. And for now let's return the simple s and let's console it. Are we doing correct or not? I shoot my fear specs, okay. चलो ठीक है, हमें इसके आंसर नहीं देखना, we have to check that is it sorted. Yes, it is sorted. Yeah, it is sorted. Equal लगा दिया मैंने यार, मतलब sit. So this is how we sort. Finally what we have to do, we have to create a resulted string. So for that we will create let's say let result string, okay, let result string, and that will be empty. And we are going to iterate over this sorted map. We will say let ch of sorted map, and what you do resulted string plus equals to. Now what you have to do, you will write ch, okay. But if you see carefully, this in the ch will be only one time, okay. So we have to repeat it. How many number of times? The frequency number of times. So here I will write get that ch value. Let's try if it is working. I have to write a resulted string. So let's check it out if it is working or not. The video is paused. Is it working perfectly fine? No doubt, no problem. So this is how we solve it. What we did this in this problem. First of all, we divide the problem into 3 subtasks. We read the problem statement. Okay. So this is how you have to like solve the problem. This is how you have to increase your problem solving skills. So first of all, you find that you have to find the frequency of the array. फिर से एक बार बता देते हैं. Let's say we have this tree. The very first step, in this step, you create a map. Let's say this is the map created in the memory. This is the map. Now you set the value ch. So first of all, this as what it is doing, it is just iterating. So it finds ch is t. So it find this t is do map.get. Map.get will be undefined. So what it will do? Undefined, or if I do undefined or 0, what will be my output? Output will be 0. Okay, so here my output will be 0. So 0 plus 1, 0. 0 plus 1, 1. Okay, so t will be stated at 1. Now r, again it's check. It is not there. So it will be 0 plus 1, 1. So r is equals to 1. Now again we have e is not there. So e is equals to 0 plus 1, 1. Now again e will check, e is there. Yes, it is. So this will give 1. Now 1 over 0. What's its value? Its value will be 1. Okay, 1 over 0 will be 1. So now 1 plus 1 will be 2. So this will become 2. Step 1 done. Okay. Now comes to step 2. So in this step 2, we will not care about this. For now, just forget this. Isko dhyan rakho. Now we have this value. From this value, what we are gonna do? We are going to create a new array. So what this method will do? This line of code. Okay? So it will return. If you see here, this will return names 21 true. This is the key. So similarly, keys are t, r, e. These are the keys. So if I don't apply the sort method to this method, only this will return these keys. We can use object, but there is a difference. मैं बताऊंगा कि हमने map क्यों use करा है. ठीक है? So TRE, this is the TRE. Now what it will do? It will find. It will compare first two. Let's say it will compare T and R. So it will see the frequency of T is 1, frequency of R is 1. कोई बात नहीं. अब देखेगा R and E को देखेगा. ठीक है? Now I am not going in depth कि how this sorting process work. We discuss about this in the array method. But अभी आप देख लो. अब ये R और E को देखेगा. What is the R value? E. R value is 1. E value is 2. So it will swap it. Okay. So this will be E. This will be R. Similarly, it will again check T and E. So it will compare T here, R. So it will become ETR. Cool. This is how sorting works. It will compare two number, and if they are in the order, like if it is -1, 1 or 0. If it is 0, then it will not change. If it is -1, then it will swap it. So this is how they do sorting. So after second step, we got this array. We got the array ETR. This is after the second step. Now the third step is creating a resultant string. So what we are doing? we are taking an empty string. In the empty string, we add e. We add e. How many times? Repeat 2 times. So here this maps.get e will be 2 times. So we add 2e. Now we do t. T is 1 time. We add t. Now r is 1 time. So r1. So this is the answer. This is the answer. समझ आ गया? टाइम एंड स्पेस कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी आप बताओ, ठीक है? टाइम एंड स्पेस कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी आप बताओ. Here you are iterate over the string, so it will be of n. It will be of n. Here you are iterating over the like keys and you are then doing this sorted. So sorting take n log n. So here we have the n log n. Then you are just iterating this. So task 1 time complexity will be, time complexity of this will be of n. Time complexity of sorting will be of n log n. N log n. Time complexity of like doing this will be O of n. So finally time complexity will be O of n log n. And if you see carefully, 5 into 10 to the power 5. Okay, so in this problem you can't solve it with n square. You have to use the algorithm which can solve it in the n log n only. N log n only. Now you are asking like, can we solve it using some other method? Of course you can do that. Of course you can use the object. But I will talk about what is the difference between the object and map. Like let's discuss it now. Let's discuss. So here if you see, in the object, this object contains lots of other predefined keys, but in the map there is no predefined keys. There is no predefined key. If I just want to show you something, so let's do an inspect here, and if I go to this console, see here I am creating const obj is equal to this obj. Okay, and now if I do obj and enter, so here you see the prototype, and here are the loads of keys. See, but if I do the map, if I do const map is equals to new, let me just make it bigger so that you can see. So if I do map here, now this map don't have any extra keys, don't have any extra keys. So what happen is it is very performant. So अगर performance check कर दिया, but this may be out of scope, but you can check the performance too. Okay, so if you want to check performance of object and map, मतलब out of scope जा रहा है, but let me tell you. So let's say we have a const obj that will be an let's write obj1. Okay, and let me just create an array, const array that will be of like new array of what do you say, how much size it should be. Let's say I'm taking off some random array. Okay, and dot fill with 0, and इसके अंदर I use a map and I say this number return math.random. Okay, math.random. Okay, it will return a random number, and I will multiply it with some random number. So this is any random very long array. Now what I am going to do, I am going to do console.time. So this is how we check object. Okay, obj and let's see if I loop over this. So let array a of s of array. What I am planning to do, I will say object of I, object of let me just use some formal loop that I equals to 0, I less than array dot length and I plus plus, and here I am going to say I equals to array of I. Okay, so this is how I am setting, and let's console.log time, and the time will be, what do you want to say, we have to write the same name, object time, and here it will be time end. Okay, I think this doesn't work here, so let's create it. See what time is take, just take this much of time. But if I do the same thing, with let's say map, let's say if I do the same thing with const map1 is equals to new map, and you can analyze the time complexity, why it's doing such thing. And here if I just do this and like just copy entire thing, and here I am saying the map time. And let's do how to do that. It's very simple. You just have to write map dot set, and here you write the I with the array of I. Let's analyze this. See, can you find the difference? It is take 0.009 and it is 0.004. Like if you are not able to see 0.009 and it is 0.004. It is almost taking double time. The object's taking almost double time because it has the prototype, it has lots of other keys. It is very heavy as compared to map. Map is very light. Okay, so this is like how you check the performance, but I think it's not needed as of now. So we can go, yep, we can go with our very interesting topic, that is a weak map. Weak map in JavaScript. Weak map in JavaScript. So if I talk about weak map and maps are almost similar. But the problem in the map is, let's say if you are tracking some metadata. Okay, if you are tracking some metadata and now that object is no more there. Let's say for an example, let's say I have a maps2 which is a new map, and in that map I'm going to say const obj obj2, and that has some value with a let's say name, and that will be kind of this ठीक है. अब मैं क्या करता हूँ, what I do maps2 dot set object, and yeah, and what I'm planning to do, set it with like something like metadata. Okay, something like that. This is the metadata. Here is some description, here is some tag, kind of this object. Now if I do console.log and say maps2 dot set maps2 dot has object obj, कहेगा कि यार obj you have set the obj, तो उसमें हो गई, चलो ठीक है होगा. मैं क्या करता हूँ, now what I will do object2 equals to null, object2 equals to null, ठीक है, and it should be let, okay, it should be let. Now what I will just copy it and let's see what's the output here. It is still there. So rather than checking it's still there or not, I can check it with that. Are you checking it? Kind of thing. What is happening here? This is not object, it is object2. This object2 is no more there. Now this object2 is pointing to null. तो अगर मैं तुम्हें एक point of view के समझाऊं, here is my pen. This is the concept of garbage collector. Like if you want to know more about that. So let's say this is our map. Okay, and in that map there is lots of keys. There are lots of keys like key1 with value, key2 with value. ठीक है, and let's say this is obj2. हमारे पास एक और है obj2 which is pointing to some object, and this is the map, and let's say here is our memory. मतलब map में memory नहीं होगा, but here let's say this object is pointing to some object. Here is some object. Okay, it also has some keys and values. Cool. Now what I did, I delete this object, and now this object pointing to null. Okay, but still in the map it's pointing to this. Okay, although this is garbage collected, it is no more there, but now this object2 is pointing to that. So what we do generally, if object2 is not pointing to that, we want to clean that keys. So in that case, what we can use, we can just copy this. Let me show you the same example with a weak map. Let's say we use weak map. Sorry, that will be weak map. Okay, and that will be weak map. That object is already there, so no need of that. Cool. Now here if I write weak map and here if I write the weak map, you can see what's happened. If object is not there, then it will be garbage collected from this weak maps too. So you see this weak map is no more there. This object is not there. Okay, अब I assign that, तो इसे हटाना पड़ेगा, तब आपको दिखाई देगा. ठीक है, और maps2 की जगह आपको weak map डालना पड़ेगा, तब आपको दिखाई देगा. Set objects2 and this should also be let. This is also let. Okay, समझ आया? Weak maps dot set objects to kind of thing cannot be before initializing. Okay, put it here. Okay, so this is the one difference that here the what do you say the reference is weak. It's not the strong reference. लिंक लिस्ट ये भी समझाएंगे यार, सारी चीज समझाएंगे, बट एक और चीज है बिकॉज इसके अंदर रेफरेंस जो होता है, बिकॉज वीक मैप के अंदर रेफरेंस स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं होता, वीक होता है. दैट्स व्हाई इन द वीक मैप you can store the keys value, store object and functions only. Okay, but in the map you can store like you can store whatever. You can say what do I say, you can store numbers, strings, objects, array, anything you like to do, function, whatever you like to do. So let me show you with an example here. So let's do one thing. Let's remove this from here. Let's create a const weak map. Wait. Let's create a weak map equals to weak map, and that will be within new, cannot access before initializing. तो initialize ही नहीं करा weak map. Okay, now I am planning to do weak map dot set here some name value, okay, and some vishal. In value used as a map key. Okay, here if you see in the map the key can be object only, it should be object only. Okay, so let's create an object. Obj. I think we already have the obj, so let's write it here obj. So now it's done. So if I console.log, let's do my weak map. It's still not showing. Why it's not showing? Let's create another object. Here I'm writing the name with value vishal and objects to that. There is some difference. I am not sure why it's not saying. So let's use this in here. Okay, let's clear it. Const weak map is equals to new weak map map, and here we have the weak map and here I am setting. Here I am before setting I have to create the object. Let obj is equals to your name with the value vishal. Okay, with the value vishal as already declared. So देख लेते हैं अगर already declared है तो चलो ठीक है, already declared है, this is already declared. So let's do weak map dot set, and here I write obj with the value anything and just do this. Cool. So here it's showing, पता नहीं उसमें क्यों नहीं दिखाई दे रहा, sometimes it's show the error, but here you can see this object is stored. But if I try to do anything other than the object dot set, let's say if I write the name and I write vishal, if I do in this way, this will not, ठीक है, नहीं हो. So this is what we known as like map में क्या difference होता है और उसमें क्या difference होता है. So now let's go to our next thing, that is let's understand set in JavaScript. So set is very interesting topic. So sometimes what happen is, let's say you have an array and you want only unique element in that array. Okay, unique element. So what this set do? Set is a collection of items where you can store the different data types. Okay, like array, but here items should be unique. Okay, so let's understand with an example. So how to do? You say set is equals to you say new, use the constructor method set, and if I just console.log, my set, it's very simple. Now how to add it? How to add element? And one more thing that I forget to remember, let's talk about here. You can add the array here with the key values. Let's say name, not writing name, something like location, and then you will write. You can, and this will be like array of key values. and here you can write another array with anything like put any value. Okay, so see, you can pass the array to the constructor method. This is the constructor method where you can pass the array with this is the in this will be the key, this will be the value, and this is the key value array, key value array, and again key value array, and this is the arrays of key values arrays. ठीक है, तो अगर आप देखोगे तो लोकेशन इक्वल टू दिल्ली हो गया, HDFC मतलब कुछ भी है तो ऐसा हो गया. ठीक है, so similarly here we can do like this. So if I add the array with 1 2 3 4 2 1 4. नाउ देखो मैंने एरे क्या पास करी है, आई हैव पास दी एरे 1 2 4 5 2 1 3. बट what is this do, what this set do, this set will return only the unique item. It doesn't like entertain the repeated value, it doesn't entertain the repeated value. ठीक है, तो this is how the set works. Now let's see the few things like set में add कैसे करते हैं. If you want to add few items, let's do here. Okay, so it's very easy. You just write let's say you want to write 45 will be added. If you want to delete, you can say set dot delete, and let's say if you want to delete the 45 will be delete. If you want to check if the item has any property or not, you just write for is there or not. So for that you have to console.log set dot has 4 yes है, 5 है, 12 नहीं है. ठीक है, ओके भैया, मैप एंड ऑब्जेक्ट सेम है, बस परफॉर्मेंस का डिफरेंस है. परफॉर्मेंस का डिफरेंस है, या दिस इज द डिफरेंस. लाइक परफॉर्मेंस का डिफरेंस है, मैप आइटरेबल है, ऑब्जेक्ट आइटरेबल नहीं है. ठीक है, और बहुत सारे डिफरेंस बताए थे ना मैंने यहाँ पे कि जो मैप की कीज होती है, मैप में जो कीज डालते हो कि आप यहाँ पे कुछ भी डालो, यहाँ पे आप कुछ भी वैल्यू डाल दो, जैसे नेम है, दिस विल बी विशाल. तो अगर आप यहाँ पे कुछ भी नंबर डाल दो, ठीक है, तो दिस कीज विल बी स्ट्रिंग, ये की स्ट्रिंग में कन्वर्ट हो जाएगी. अभी तो जब आप स्केयर से करते हो तो ऐसे होता है. तो ऑब्जेक्ट के अंदर ओनली कीज कैन बी लाइक स्ट्रिंग कैन बी द कीज, बट इन द मैप यू कैन यूज एनी डेटा टाइप एज अ की. तो फर्स्ट डिफरेंस इज डेटा टाइप, सेकंड इज आइटरेबल, थर्ड इज उसके अंदर यूनिक कीज होती है. लाइक जो मैप होता है उसके अंदर कोई डिफॉल्ट कीज नहीं होती, इसके अंदर डिफॉल्ट कीज भी होती है. ठीक है, फोर्थ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट इंपोर्टेंट, you use map for storing key value, but in object you can use functions too. मतलब आप उसके अंदर मेथड भी लिख रहे होते हो, प्रॉपर्टीज भी लिख रहे होते हो, बट इन दी मैप यू जस्ट राइट अ प्रॉपर्टीज, की वैल्यू पेयर्स होते हैं बस. इसके अंदर कोई मेथड्स नहीं होते मैप के अंदर. लाइक ऑब्जेक्ट्स के अंदर जैसे मेथड यूज करते हो ना, कोई भी मैप में नहीं करते. मैप जस्ट एज अ डेटाबेस समझ लो जिसके अंदर तुम की वैल्यूज डालोगे. सो दिस आर द सो मेनी डिफरेंस. बहुत ज्यादा पूछा जाएगा ये क्वेश्चन. ठीक है, बहुत ज्यादा पूछा जाएगा इंटरव्यू में, देख लेना. अगर उसने मैप पे क्वेश्चन पूछा तो सबसे पहले ये पूछेगा मैप और ऑब्जेक्ट में डिफरेंस क्या है. ठीक है, ओके गाइस, आई थिंक हमने देख लिया. लेट्स सॉल्व फ्यू मोर थिंग. हम सेट डॉट ऐड, बट दिस क्लियर विल डू, क्लियर विल लाइक क्लियर द एरे. ठीक है, क्लियर द सेट. इफ आई डू क्लियर, द सेट विल बी क्लियर. ओके, लेट्स, कहीं कुछ एरर हुई है क्या? व्हाई दिस कोड इज नॉट स्टॉप. लाइक ओके, व्हाई दिस कोड इज स्टॉप. अच्छा, यहाँ पे स्टॉप. ठीक है, तो दिस इज हाउ इफ यू क्लियर इट विल क्लियर. और देख लेते हैं प्रॉपर्टीज कुछ है क्या. फ्लीट एंट्रीज फॉर ईच हैज कीज. कीज वैल्यूज का सेम ही है यार. इसके अंदर कीज देख लो, कीज है, तो इसको कैसे यूज करोगे. मैं बोलता हूँ आइटरेट कैसे करना है. सेट के अंदर आइटरेट कैसे करते हैं. तो सेट भी आइटरेबल है, सेट भी आइटरेबल है. और लेट्स से एक्स ऑफ सेट डॉट कीज and let me just console.log x. ठीक है, अब x डॉट डालोगे. अभी x के अंदर क्या क्या वैल्यूज है मैं इसको बताता हूँ, इसको डीस्ट्रक्चर करके. here it will be key and the value. okay, and here if I write the key and the value, ये होती है. पता नहीं क्यों डिफरेंस आ जाता है यहाँ पे. आई थिंक इट शुड वर्क. देखते हैं. Despite its name, return an iterable value in the set. Okay, its name is the key, but इसके अंदर कोई कीज नहीं होती. If you see, set के अंदर कोई कीज है नहीं है ना, इसके अंदर सिर्फ वैल्यूज होती है. तो despite of that, it's return the value and value. ठीक है, मतलब वैल्यू ही रिटर्न करता है, बट इधर लिखने की जरूरत नहीं है इस तरीके से. तो मेरे ख्याल से तो it should show, but I don't know why it's not showing. समटाइम ये सेम चीज आपको आईडी पे शो नहीं करती बट वहाँ शो कर जाती है, ठीक है। So similarly we have for let x is equals to x of that dot values and it will do also the same thing. It will return the same console.log. You will write the x and you will get the value, ठीक है। Similarly we have what do you say, yeah, similarly we can use the for each method and in the for each method it's a value and value too, so you can just write the value and console.log value. So this is how you can iterate over the set. Cool. So let me show if there is some more properties to discuss. Set, clear entry, for each size. So size को return कर देगा size. So if I do size, let me just console.log set.size. ठीक है. Why it's 0? Because I have cleared it here. अच्छा तभी तो कीज नहीं आ रही. क्या कर रही है भाई? I have cleared the set and I am checking why it's not working. The keys value why it's not working. अबे भाई जिंदगी में क्या करना है तुम्हें? छोटी छोटी मिस्टेक है, बता दिया करो यार. देख रहे होते तो लाइव, ठीक है. तो set dot clear, but this will delete the set and if you do the set dot key kind of thing, so it will not work, है ना. तो set dot size क्या बताता है, ये बता देता है. Similarly एक और चीज यार देखो, console.log if I say map.size बता दिया इसने, ठीक है. मेरे पास ये ऑब्जेक्ट है, इसके अंदर कुछ वैल्यूज है. लेट मी डू object.size obj.size undefined. चलो ठीक है, लेंथ देख लेते हैं. undefined. So one more difference in the object and size कि मतलब object and map कि you can find the size of the map but you can't find the size of the object, ठीक है. समझ आ गया, ये भी डिफरेंस है. ऐसे डिफरेंस धीरे धीरे बताऊंगा, रटे थोड़ी है मेरे को, ठीक है. सो या दिस इज हाउ डू यू डू. आइटरेट करना सिखा दिया यहाँ पर, ठीक है. ऐड लीड रूट ऑपरेशन सिखा दिया. चलो कुछ क्वेश्चन सॉल्व करते हैं. फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन नंबर 1, ठीक है. क्वेश्चन नंबर 1, यूनियन ऑफ टू एरे, यूनियन ऑफ टू एरे, ठीक है. यूनियन ऑफ टू एरे. लेट मे वी हैव const array 1 that will be of array with 1s 2 4 6 2 1 kind of this, and we have the second array const array 2 that will be of again some 7 8 1 1 9 3 kind of this. Now I want to take a union. अब अगर आपने यूनियन पढ़ रखा होगा, मतलब पढ़ाई रखा होगा, if you are in the computer science, so what this unions do, let's say we have this object, this is one set or one array which have 1 4 6 like 2 1 3 and एक और है हमारे पास जिसके अंदर है like 7 8 1 is repeated, okay. 1 यहाँ पे नहीं आएगा, 1 यहाँ आएगा. 1 is repeated, तो एक ही बार लिखोगे ना यूनियन में, एक ही बार लिखोगे. अब 9 इसके अंदर है, 9 इसके अंदर नहीं है तो 9 बाहर आएगा. then 3 is in the both, so 3 will be there. Now you see that 1 and 3 are the common, so 1 and 3 should be come only one time, it should not become two times. So in the union, this is what union means, okay. So this is what union means. So we have to create the union. How we create? It's very simple. You will say console log में दिखा देता हूँ, ठीक है. आप बोलोगे कि यार array लो, उसके अंदर array 1 डालो, उसके अंदर array 2 डालो. काम हो गया? नहीं हुआ, आइटरेट करना पड़ेगा, ठीक है. इसको स्प्रेड करना पड़ेगा. स्प्रेड कर दो. तो अब ये एक एरे तो बन गई है, बट इसके अंदर रिपीटिव आइटम है. इसके अंदर अगर रिपीटिव आइटम है, कैसे रिमूव करोगे? बहुत सिंपल है यार. इसको क्या करो, एक सेट को पास कर दो. पास इट टू न्यू सेट. अब सारे आइटम रिमूव हो गए, ओनली यूनिक आइटम्स है, बट दिस इज अ सेट नॉट एन एरे. तो अब इसको दोबारा एरे में कन्वर्ट कर दो. दोबारा एरे में कैसे कन्वर्ट करोगे? काइंड ऑफ दिस, और इसको स्प्रेड कर दो. स्प्रेड करने से एरे में हो जाता है कन्वर्ट. हो गया यूनियन ऑफ टू एरे. चलो अगला क्वेश्चन करते हैं. अगला क्वेश्चन लेते हैं इंटरसेक्शन बता दो. इंटरसेक्शन ऑफ टू एरे। ओके, इंटरसेक्शन क्या होता है समझाऊं दोबारा मैं अपनी कहाँ गया, दोबारा लेना पड़ेगा। एंड इफ यू आर लविंग दिस काइंड ऑफ वीडियो तो यार लाइक कमेंट कर दिया करो, सब्सक्राइब भी कर दो, दोस्तों को शेयर कर दो कि भाई लाइव पढ़ा रहे हो भैया। ठीक है, तो अब ये देखो यहाँ पर क्या है आपकी एक ये है 1,4, ये आपका एक है जिसके अंदर आपका 4 6 2 1 3 एंड जब दिस आर दी आइटम्स। ओके, दिस आइटम्स है। सिमिलरली आपका एक और ऑब्जेक्ट है जिसके अंदर 7 8 9 1 3 है। तो नाउ दिस इज द इंटरसेक्शन, ये इंटरसेक्शन होता है। तो हियर व्हाट वी नीड 1 एंड 3, वी नीड 1 एंड 3। कैसे करोगे क्वेश्चन, इंटरेस्टिंग प्रॉब्लम है और ये लीड कोड का प्रॉब्लम है मेरे ख्याल से। अब इफ यू सी इन द रीडमी फाइल इंटरसेक्शन ऑफ टू एरे सॉल्व कर लेना, लीड कोड लिंक दे रखी है वहाँ कर लेना। ठीक है, वहाँ कर लेना। चलो वहीं कर लेते हैं, यही क्या करें, लेट्स गो देयर। ओके बताओ, सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट बट आई हैव टू आस्क दिस, इफ वी अप्लाई फॉर अ फ्रंट एंड रोल फॉर द कंपनी दैट मोस्टली आस्क फॉर एक्सपीरियंस, शुड आई स्विच टू DSA फॉर बेटर चांस ऑफ गेटिंग प्लेस्ड? स्विच क्या होता है मतलब, स्विच बैक टू DSA फॉर बेटर चांस ऑफ गेटिंग प्लेस्ड? यार फ्रंट एंड वाले भी एक्सपीरियंस मांगेंगे, DSA वाले भी मांगेंगे, एक्सपीरियंस तो सब मांगेंगे, बट एक्सपीरियंस इट डजंट मीन यू नीड अ वर्किंग एक्सपीरियंस। समझो इस चीज को, दो तरीके के एक्सपीरियंस होते हैं, एक होता है वर्किंग एक्सपीरियंस, एक होता है हैंड्स ऑन एक्सपीरियंस। पढ़ना जेडी में लिखा होता है हैंड्स ऑन एक्सपीरियंस। ठीक है, एक्सपीरियंस अगर प्रोफेशनल लिखा हो कि प्रोफेशनल एक्सपीरियंस, तब वो मांगते हैं कि यार प्रोफेशनल एक्सपीरियंस हो 2 साल का। अगर आप फर्स्ट ईयर में हो, आपने 11th 12th से साइंस पढ़, मतलब यू आर डूइंग कोडिंग फ्रॉम 11th 12th, तुम 2 साल से कोडिंग कर रहे हो, 2 साल से कोडिंग जावास्क्रिप्ट रिएक्ट.js पे काम कर रहे हो, तो आपको हैंड्स ऑन एक्सपीरियंस है, आप अप्लाई करो जॉब में आपको मिल जाएगी। वो उस काइंड ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस मांगते हैं। अगर इफ समबडी आस्क कि फ्रेशर से एक्सपीरियंस क्यों मांगते हैं, तो फ्रेशर से वर्किंग एक्सपीरियंस नहीं मांगते, फ्रेशर से हैंड्स ऑन एक्सपीरियंस मांगते हैं। दिस इज लाइक लॉट्स ऑफ मिसकंसेप्शन कि फ्रेशर से एक्सपीरियंस मांगते हैं, भाई फ्रेशर से हैंड्स ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस मांग रहा है। एंड हैंड्स ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस आप सोल्व करवा सकते हो, बता सकते हो हैंड्स ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस विद द हेल्प ऑफ की अपनी स्किल्स दिखा के कि मेरे पास ये स्किल्स हैं। बट तुम तो कुछ झूठ भी बोल सकते हो, हाउ टू प्रूव दैट यू हैव दीस स्किल्स विद द हेल्प ऑफ योर प्रोजेक्ट, दैट इज नोन एज ऑफ लाइक प्रूफ ऑफ वर्क ना। और फ्रंट एंड के प्रोजेक्ट बना हो जाएगा। डीएसए तो करनी है, डीएसए तो मस्ट है यार, मैं कुछ भी बोलूं डीएसए मस्ट है। इंटरसेक्शन ऑफ टू एरे, तो हियर गिवन अ टू इंटीजर एरे nums1 and nums2 रिटर्न एन एरे ऑफ देयर इंटरसेक्शन। तो देखो 1 1 2 2 1 2 2 एक ही बार आना चाहिए, 2 बार भी नहीं आना चाहिए, एक बार। इसमें भी 2 बार है 2, इसमें भी 2 बार है 2, लेकिन 2 2 बार नहीं आएगा, एक ही बार आएगा। कैसे करोगे, सोचो सोचो कैसे करोगे। देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ मेथड है यार इसको करने के, कोई एक मेथड तो होता नहीं किसी भी क्वेश्चन को करने का। तो द फर्स्ट मेथड कैन बी, आप देखोगे कि 1 2 2 1 कि ये मेरा एक एरे है, एरे 1 ये मेरा एरे 1 है, 2 2 ये मेरा एरे 2 है। ठीक है, ये मेरा एरे 2 है। तो बताओ कैसे करूं, तो मैं बोलूंगा कि यार सबसे पहले 1 को जाओ, देखो इसके अंदर है, नहीं है, नहीं है तो कुछ मत करो, नहीं है तो कुछ मत करो, आगे चलो। ये क्या है 2, देखो इसमें है तो इस एक एरे में डाल दो, लेट्स से दिस इज रिजल्टेड एरे, इसमें डाल दो। अगेन देखो 2 इसमें है, इसमें डालोगे, नहीं डालोगे क्योंकि इसमें ऑलरेडी है। ठीक है, इट्स ऑलरेडी प्रेजेंट हियर, तो नहीं डालोगे। ठीक है, अब इधर देखो 1 तो है ही नहीं, तो दिस इज द आंसर, लेट्स सॉल्व इट। बट डीएसए करने में गुस्सा आता है, 2 घंटे तक एक ही प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व नहीं होती। नेक्स्ट वीडियो मेरी उसी पर है, हाउ टू इंप्रूव योर प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल, वीडियो बन चुकी है, रेडी है, वो देखना। ठीक है, चलो अभी तुम लाइव हो तो लाइव का फायदा उठाओ। कभी भी एक क्वेश्चन को 1 घंटे से ज्यादा मत दो, 1 घंटे में नहीं हो रहा तो उसका हिंट पढ़ो, इसका देखो कि यार मतलब कंस्ट्रेंट क्या है, इससे आपसे कौन सा होगा। कंस्ट्रेंट नहीं समझ आ रहा तो रिलेटेड टॉपिक्स देख लो कि यार इसमें हैश टेबल यूज हो रही है, हैश टेबल मतलब मैप। ठीक है, सेम ही है। आप इसके अंदर जाके एडिटोरियल पे मत जाओ। ठीक है, एडिटोरियल में देख लो 2 सेट यूज कर रखा है, सॉल्यूशन पे जाओ, फिर देख लो कि ये सब चीज यूज हो रखी है। बस टाइटल से पढ़ो, कोड मत देखो, कोड कॉपी पेस्ट मत करो, कोड कॉपी पेस्ट मत करो, बस टाइटल पढ़ो, इंट्यूशन समझो। अगली वीडियो में समझाऊंगा। ठीक है, इस पे वीडियो बना देंगे। तो ये कैसे करेंगे, मैंने कहा कि 4, मैंने कहा एक रिजल्टेड एरे लेता हूँ, रिजल्ट लेता हूँ which is kind of this. Now I will say 4 let I is equals to 0, I less than num dot length, nums1 डॉट लेंथ i प्लस प्लस, ठीक है, i प्लस प्लस। नाउ फॉर लेंथ लेट j इक्वल्स टू 0, j लेस देन nums2 डॉट लेंथ and j plus plus. Now what I am planning to do here, I will find कि if my nums1 का जो i एलिमेंट है, if it is match with nums2 of j एलिमेंट से, अगर उसमें मैच कर जाता है तो रिजल्ट में डाल दो। Should we? No, we don't have to edit. We have to check one more thing कि it should not be present and it should not be present in the result array। तो कैसे करते हैं, फाइंड लिख दो और इसके अंदर बोल दो कि कॉल बैक फंक्शन कि x इक्वल्स टू nums ऑफ 1। उसके अंदर अगर नहीं है के लिए आपको डालना है, नोट करना पड़ेगा। अगर दिस इज द थिंग तो आप इसके अंदर क्या करो, रिजल्ट डॉट पुश कर दो nums1 ऑफ i, एंड अगर आपने फाइंड कर दिया है, ऐड कर दिया है, तो आप यहाँ से ब्रेक कर सकते हो। नाउ लेट्स मी सी इफ इट वर्किंग फाइन और नॉट, रिटर्न रिजल्ट। ये इंट्यूशन समझ आया कि नहीं आया, मुझे ये बताओ। कह रहे नेटवर्क एरर, एक बार वो देख लेते हैं, ठीक है। देखेंगे इसमें क्या एरर है, होगी कुछ ना कुछ। आपने 1 डाला, 2 डाला, उसके अंदर 2 आ गया, तो एक मिनट रुको, आपने कहा x इक्वल्स टू nums1 नहीं होता यार, nums1 ऑफ i होता है, nums1 ऑफ i होता है। Solved, it's done. Should we click on the submit? Let's see. देखो अब ये जो है ना, इसका 1000 है, 1000, तो 1000 में क्या होता है, ये क्वेश्चन वर्क कर जाएगा। क्यों वर्क कर जाएगा इसे समझना, पहले टाइम एंड स्पेस कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी समझ लो, तभी इसका ऑप्टिमाइज वर्जन समझाऊंगा। तो इफ यू सी हियर, देखो ये आपका कोड है, इसमें आपने क्या करा, एक रिजल्ट एरे बनाई, ये मेरी रिजल्ट एरे है। आपने एक nums1 लिया, nums1 आपका 1,2,2 ये है। आपने एक nums2 लिया, ये आपका 2,2 है। आपने देखा कि सबसे पहले आप इसके अंदर आइटरेट कर रहे हो, ये आपका फर्स्ट है, ठीक है, i इज दैट। आप देख रहे हो, इसको मैच कर लो, इज इट, नो, तो अगला गया, गया चेक करा, कुछ भी नहीं मिला, तो आप बाहर आ गए इस लूप से। सेकंड आप 2 पर गए, फॉर दैट यू मैच द फर्स्ट आइटम को मैच करा, तो आपने रिजल्ट में जाके देखा कि रिजल्ट में ये है नहीं है, तो आपने इसमें डाल दिया एंड ब्रेक कर दिया। आप यहाँ पे आपने देख लिया, तो आपको इस 2 से मैच करने की जरूरत नहीं है। फिर आप इस 2 पे गए, फिर आपने इधर देखा कि 2 से मैच हो गया, बट इस बार ये जो है ना यहाँ पे मिल गया, तो फिर आप आउट ऑफ लूप हो गए, फिर आप वापस निकले। तो दिस इज हाउ यू आर डूइंग। बट अगर टाइम कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी को समझोगे ना, तो दिस विल टेक n टाइम, ठीक है। आई एम अज्यूमिंग कि ये n टाइम है, ये भी n टाइम है, ठीक है। दिस विल टेक n टाइम, एंड एट द वर्स्ट केस ये जो रिजल्ट एरे है, ये भी n टाइम से ले सकती है। तो ओवरऑल टाइम कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी विल बी ऑफ n क्यूब, तो दिस इज वेरी रॉन्ग। तो यार इसको कैसे प्रूव करेंगे, आ जाओ, सबमिट करोगे तो हो जाएगा, क्योंकि सिर्फ 1000 है, नहीं होगा मेरे ख्याल से, सबमिट भी नहीं होगा। लेट्स ट्राई टू सी दैट, बिकॉज 1000 मींस 10 की पावर 3 एंड 10 की पावर 3, चलो हो गया, बट वेरी मतलब टेस्ट के थोड़े से स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं होंगे, इसलिए हो गया सॉल्व। बट यू सी जस्ट 5% लोगों को बीट कर रहा है इसमें। तो लेट्स सॉल्व इट, इसको इंप्रूव करते हैं। तो फर्स्ट थिंग हम क्या करेंगे, हम एक सेट लेंगे, वी आर गोइंग टू टेक एन सेट। एग्जांपल से बताता हूं यहाँ, एक घंटा होने वाला है, ओके हो गया। देखो यार, अब हम क्या करेंगे, एक सेट लेंगे, सेट लिया हमने, और उसके अंदर वो एरे डाल देंगे 1, 2, 2, 1, ठीक है। या फिर मान लो 2 को डाल देता हूँ, 2, 2 को, ये मैं इसके अंदर डालूंगा। तो इसके अंदर क्या होगा, सेट में यूनिक एलिमेंट आएंगे, यूनिक एलिमेंट्स, तो एक ही 2 आएगा बस, और कुछ है नहीं इसके अंदर, सिर्फ 2 आएगा। सेकंड चीज, सेट से आइटम, सेट डॉट हैश, सेट डॉट गेट, ये जो होते हैं इसकी टाइम कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी होती है O(1). टाइम कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी ऑफ दिस विल बी O(1). एरे से आइटम फाइंड करने की होती है O(n), बट फ्रॉम द सेट इट इज O(1), ठीक है। तो हम ये वाले यूज करेंगे। नाउ रिजल्ट में भी हम क्या करेंगे, रिजल्ट में भी हमें चेक करना है, तो रिजल्ट को भी हम सेट बना देंगे, ठीक है। तो लेट्स डू दैट। हमने क्या सोचा है, कि हमारा जो रिजल्ट है वो न्यू सेट है, न्यू सेट। एंड सिमिलरली हमारे पास एक आएगा लेट nums to set, ठीक है, एंड दैट विल आल्सो लाइक न्यू सेट। और इस सेट के अंदर तुम्हें nums to पास करना होगा। क्या अब याद आया कि मैंने कहा था एरे भी पास कर सकते हो, तो अब तुम्हें ये वाली लूप की जरूरत है? नहीं जरूरत है, यू डोंट नीड दैट लूप। एक लूप तो तुम्हारी वैसे ही कम होगी। अब इसके अंदर तुम कैसे कंपेयर करोगे? हाउ यू विल कंपेयर दिस टैब, हाउ यू विल चेक? तो इसके अंदर फाइंड करने का एक सिंपल मेथड होता है कि nums to set dot has, एंड यू विल राइट कि इसके अंदर nums1 dot I है कि नहीं है। सिमिलरली यहाँ पे भी ऐसे चेक करोगे, result dot has, एंड हियर यू विल राइट कि nums1 I है कि नहीं है। ठीक है, अगर इसके अंदर है तो इसके अंदर नहीं होना चाहिए, अगर है तो result dot push नहीं होता, इधर ऐड होता है। ठीक है, और फाइनली अगर तुम रिटर्न करोगे तो ये सेट है, सेट नहीं रिटर्न करना, हमें क्या रिटर्न करना है? एरे। तो इस तरीके से उसे स्प्रेड कर दो। लेट्स सी कैसा हो रहा है, लेट्स सी वीडियो वर्किंग फाइन और नॉट, कुछ एरर हो सकती है क्या? लेट्स सी कहाँ है एरर है, देखिए तो आप देख रहे हो nums1 और डॉट लेंथ आई प्लस प्लस, nums2 डॉट सेट, सेट के अंदर आपने चेक करा एंड यप आपके इधर 4 है, इधर 9 और 4 है। आए ऐसा क्यों हुआ है देखना एक बार। तो आपने कहा nums2 डॉट सेट डॉट हैज आइटम, ठीक है, अगर इसके अंदर आइटम्स है एंड इसके अंदर नहीं है, ठीक है, दिस हैज विल रिटर्न ट्रू एंड फॉल्स। तो जैसे इसके अंदर नहीं है तभी आपको डालना है, आपको nums1 ऑफ I डालना है एंड देन ब्रेक इट। Why it's not working? Why it's not working? You know why it's not working? देख लेते हैं रन करके 4 9 चलो एक बार रन करके देखते हैं कि क्यों इशू आ रहा है। console.log nums2 and here I will say console.log my result, but before that I want to know what is this result here, console.log result here। चलो देखते हैं फाइनली। ठीक है, तो सबसे पहले आपका बन रहा है दिस, ओके nums2 नहीं चाहिए मुझे, nums2 सेट चाहिए डन। ओके, so nums2 set is 9 4 and 8, yep 9 4 and 8, set 0, set will be, first of all set will be 0, then set will have 4, if you goes to find 9, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आप 4 पे जाओगे। अच्छा ना तुम्हें ब्रेक की स्टेटमेंट नहीं है यार, इतना तो बता दिया करो, छोटा सा दिक्कत है, इसलिए कोड ना दोबारा पूरा लिखा करो, उसी में कॉपी पेस्ट मत मारा करो। देखो कितना छोटा लाइन ऑफ कोड है, एंड दिस इज आई एम शोइंग कि यार ऐसे डिबग करते हैं, मतलब console.log लगा दो हो जाएगा काम, लेट्स इसमें सबमिट इट, तो उससे बेटर होगा, बेटर है स्पेस कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी टाइम कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी। बट इसके अंदर अगर देखोगे कि मेमोरी जो है, मेमोरी इसने बहुत ली है, ठीक है, स्टेक मेमोरी, बिकॉज इसके अंदर इसने व्हाट इज द स्पेस कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी, इसलिए वाले में स्पेस कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी ऑफ 1 थी, बट इधर स्पेस कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी होगी O of n, and n will be the length of nums2।
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, and in this video we are going to discuss about linked list data structure in JavaScript. So first of all we will understand what is linked list and what's the difference between the linked list and the array. Then we will discuss about the CRUD operation on linked list, how to create, how to read, how to update, how to delete from the starting, from the end, and we will then solve few common interview problems like reverse the linked list, middle point of the linked list, or the cycle detection kind of problems. Then finally I will share few questions for practice so that you can understand linked list in depth. So let's get started with the very first thing. What is linked list? Linked list is a collection of nodes. So let's say we have few nodes. Let's say I have these 4 nodes.
this node has the two values. So first it has the one value. Second, it will have the reference of next node. So it will have the next reference. So let's understand. Let's say what can be the value? Value can be anything. It can be data. It can be like number, strings, booleans. It can be anything. Okay. So let me just put one. It can be objects too. So 3, 4. Now it will have the reference. So 1 will have a reference of 2. Mind it, 2 does not have the reference of 1. You can go from 1 to 2, but you can't go 2 to 1. Cool. So this have the reference of this have reference of this. Now this is a known as single linked list. This is a single linked list. We have doubly linked list, we have circular linked list too, but hardly any question asked from this kind of thing. So we are not going to discuss that. But just for the sake of understanding, in doubly linked list we have reference to previous nodes too. Doubly linked list, so it will be like that. You will have the reference of next node, but they will have the reference of previous nodes too. So 4 will have a reference of 3, 3 will have a reference of 2. And one important thing is this the first element is referenced by head. So we have head of a linked list which will refers to the first element of the linked list. These are the common things that you should know before understanding how to create linked list. But what is the difference between the linked list and the array? So if you see the array, let's say if I create the array, in the array we have, let's say, same element. Let's put the same element. So the array is a contiguous block in the memory. So let's say this is my memory. This is my memory. So in this memory, if I take array, so let's say array. So the space taken by this array is the contiguous. Let's say from 200 to 280, where one integer will take, let's say, 4 bytes. So this 80 will be for this array. Okay, but the linked list is a dynamic collection, so it will take space, non-contiguous memory. Second difference, if I talk about the operation, let's say wants to delete 2 from this array. So how I will delete it? Let's add delete it. Then what I have to do? The old element after this 2 should come backward, backward, and the time complexity of this will be of deletion. Similarly, if I want to add an element between 2 and 3, that will be make my rest element like 3, 4, 5 should be one element forward. So this will make my insertion and deletion often. But the insertion and deletion in linked list are much more efficient. If you want to delete this 2, how you will delete it? Just take a reference of 1 to 3 and yep, it's done. Similarly, how to add it? Let's say if you want to add 5 between 1 and 3. So how you will do? You will delete this reference. You will make the 5 reference to 3 and 1 reference to 5. This is how the simple linked list insertion and deletion. But what if it's not like that? That linked list have all the benefits. It has the few disadvantages, and the very first disadvantage you have already seen, this pointer thing. You have to deal with lots of pointers, where in this array you just have to find the index, and index is much more simpler as compared to this reference or the pointer. Okay, so let's get started and solve the very first thing, how to create a linked list. So as we discussed, before creating a linked list we need a collection of nodes. So let's create a nodes class which will take the constructor function, and in this constructor function I will pass the value. I will pass the data value. What will the data value? So I will say data, and here I will write this dot data equals to the data, and currently my node will be pointing to no one because it is empty. So next is equals to null. Yeah, this is much for the node. Now we have to create a linked list class. So class linked list, and this will stake. In this we are going to create following functions. So first of all we will create insert at head. How to insert an element at the head? We will create insert at any random position. Insert at like an index. Okay, insert at an index. Now then we will discuss about how to print a list. Then we will discuss about, like, we have discussed the create, we have discussed the read, then update. Update is similar than the index, so we are not going to discuss delete operation. So we are going to say remove at head, then we will discuss about remove at any index. Okay, at any index. Then I think that's okay. Then what I am going to do, we will also going to discuss about how to like search item, and similarly remove at any index की जगह we will solve it remove item, remove element. Let's say if you want to remove 2 from the linked list. So the first 2 you will find on the linked list, you will delete it. So we will solve this one. And then let's say search item. Then if we have the time, we will going to delete the we are going to find middle of the linked list. This is important because here we are going to discuss about the 2-pointer approach. So middle of the linked list. These are the following things that we are going to do today. And if we have the time, we will do more things. Okay. So first of all, let's create the constructor function which will say that currently this dot head points to null, and we will have a size also, this dot size, which will say currently your linked list is empty. So now it's time to create the instance of the linked list. So I will say let list is equals to, because it is a constructor, so I have to use the new with the capital. Make sure this linked list as it is a class, so it should be capital. So linked list and like that. Now if I just do console.log, so here you can find right now it's empty. Okay, so I should do one more thing. Lots of students ask me which extension I am using. I have talked in every live class that this is a QCA, and if you want to work on that, just press Ctrl K plus Q and it will work perfectly fine. And you can see that output become the QCA. So we will close this because we get the output here. So currently the head is null and the size is 0. So now let's create the first at head. For inserting at head, what I am planning to do, I first of all need the value which node should be added at the head. Then what we should do, first of all we have to create the node. So const new node is equals to new node, and here I have to pass the data will be same. Okay, then once you create the node, so now what is the second thing that you have to do? So let's say this is currently my linked list and my head is pointing to this. Now I want to add 0 node at this. So how I will do it? So the first thing that I have to do, this 0 should point to 1. Okay, this is my first step. Step 1, this 0, the new node, this is the new node. New node should point to head. Okay, should point to head. And second thing, this head should point to 0. Perfectly fine. Let's do it. So we will say new node dot next equals to head, and this dot head points to new node, and here also it should be this dot head. So let's find out if it's working or not. So I will say list dot insert at head, and I will write the 40. Okay, 43. So okay, nodes is not defined. So nodes it should be node, not nodes. Okay, now let's create a few more nodes here. Let's say 50. Now let's say 34, and you can see that we have the node head is pointing to 34, and 34 have the next which is pointing to 50. 50 had the next which is pointing to 43, and this is how we are planning to do that. Now let's do a print operation before going with the insert and index, so that we can see the our list print. And what it will do, for the print, what I am planning to do, we need a let temp is equals to this dot head, and then what we will do, so how we will print it. So first of all, our head is pointing to this, and one more thing, you can't move your head from 1 to 2. So what we are going to do, we are going to take a copy temp which is pointing to this one. Then what we will do, we will print 1, and then we will move our temps to 1 point, temp dot next. Then our temp will point to 2, it will print 2, then our temp will point to 3, it prints 3. Here our next will be null, this will point to null because there are no more element in the list. So we will move our temp until our temp dot next is null. I hope you understand. So let's solve it. My temp, I have the temp. You should first of all console.log temp, and then rather than console.log, I want to just return the result. Okay, return the result, empty result is equals to empty string result plus equals to, and I will take a string literal where I will pass the temps dot data and kind of this thing, so that I can find the list. Now finally what I have to do, I have to move my pointer. So what I am doing here, accessing the current element. After accessing the current element, I will move my pointer. So let's see if it's working fine or not. So I am going to say console.log and list.print. So it's saying, first of all you see the 43, then after the 43 you add the 50 at the front, then you add the 34 at the front. So it's working perfectly fine. So now I am going to say insert at an index. So I will say insert at, and here what we need two things. First, we need the index. We need the index, no? At which index we have to do. Second, we need a data. Okay. So first of all, before creating a node, you should know the index should be correct. So what I'm going to do is index is less than 0 or if its index is greater than this dot size, greater than this dot size. So I will return invalid index. If that's not the case, then what I will do, I will say if index equals to 0. So what will the case? In that case, you want to add the element at the front. So if you want to add the element in the front, this is what insert at head do. Call that function. Call insert at head function with the given data. So, and one more thing that I miss here is you should keep the size function updated. So this dot size will be plus plus. Now you do this and return it. Okay, you do this and return. I am writing the return in the if statement because I don't want to create if else if else if, because that's not the standard. If you got the output, just return from the loop. Now what I will do, if that's not the case, I have to create a new node. Let new node is equals to new with the node, and that will have the data. Then what I will do, and I want to insert at 2. I want to index at 2. So this is the 0 index, this is the first, this is the 2. So if I want to add it here, so this 3 should be moved forward. So what I want, let's say I want to insert at 2, and what is my node? My node will be 5. Cool. So how you will do? So from these two, what you have to do, first of all, you will create the temp which will go to one point before the index, because we have the next reference, we don't have the previous reference. So we will come till 2. Then what we will do, first of all, we will create the node. So we have created the node which have the data 5, but it's not pointing to anywhere. Now what we will do, we will traverse and make our stamps to points to one node previous to our index. Then what we will do, whatever our temp points to is this reference should be same as this. So we will create this reference, that 5 will also point to your temp nest. Then what you should do, you have to close this reference and make this reference. I hope you understand. So let's solve it one by one. First step, create a new node. Second step, traverse the temp. Third step is this. First, second, third step, make your nest node points to temp nest, and fourth step is this. Easy. Let's solve it. So let's create a temp which will point to this dot head, and then what we are going to do, we are going to use for loop. I equals to 0. I should be index minus 1. You have to go one step, I plus plus. Now what I will do, I just simply do temp is equals to temp dot nest. And finally, what we have to do after that, when you receive one step before the index position, you have to make your new node dot nest pointing to temp. No, temp dot nest. It should be temp dot nest. Now, one more thing that I want to discuss. What should your temp points to? Your temp dot nest points to new node. One mistake. Okay. So you have to update this dot size too. And if you see clearly, I am just writing, like after writing one task, I am giving some space. This is step 1, and then this is step 2. So after steps 2, I am giving some space, one line space. This is step 3 and 4. And then I am giving one space so that you can understand, write a readable code. So let's see if that works or not. Let's create list dot insert at 0. 0, so let's say 2, and I want to say 46. So at the second index, 46 is added. So let's do list dot insert at 54 index and 100. Is there anything on the 54? No. So if I console.log and say list dot insert at 100 position with 46, so it will say invalid index. Cool. So we are managing test cases too. So now let's go ahead and solve our next question. Insert and index done, print done. Now remove at head. And if you are able to understand this, please make sure to hit the like and subscribe button and do share it. This kind of content you rarely find in the JavaScript. Let's say I have this 1, 2, 3. This is my list. Now I want to delete this. How to delete it? Just point this head to head.nest. Bas, ho gaya, simple. So this will be deleted. I will say remove at head, and here we don't need to pass anything. We will say this dot head points to this dot head nest. Okay, and you should do this if and only if it is not empty. Okay, so we are going to say if this is empty. So let's create one helper function, that is empty, and is empty will say if it is empty or not. So it will return this dot size equals to 0. Okay, so we will say this dot is empty. If it is empty, in that case you have to return that list is already empty. How you will delete it? Okay, it's already empty. Cool. Otherwise, I will do this. Cool. So now let's solve the next thing. That is before solving, let's use that if it's working fine or not. So if I do list dot remove at head, and if I call it, so you see the 34 is deleted. So let me just uncomment. 34 is there. If I just do this, 34 is deleted. And for now, let's comment this because we don't need to see the list. Just list dot print will do our work. So let's say we have the list 1, 2, 3, 4. This is my list, and I want to delete the item from. I want to delete 3 items. Okay, so we will have the remove function which will say delete 3. This is the value. And again, if you want to delete at from the certain index, you can use the same method as index, use the same properties or same way how you insert it. Okay, so let's understand the remove element. So how you will check? You will say is the current element is 3? No. Is the current element is 3? No. Is the current element is 3? Yes, yes. So what you have to do? You have to make its previous point. This previous point reference to its next. So this will be deleted. Cool. Simple thing. But here is the trick. If our current is pointing to this, how I will get the previous reference? Because I only have the next reference. For that, we will take another variable previous, which will 1.1, which will be 1 point before the previous node. Okay, so this will take the reference. So here we have to create 2 variables. Remove element, and here we need to pass the data which has to remove. Now here again I will say if this dot empty. So I will say already list is already empty. Let current is equals to this dot head, and previous is equals to null. Okay, at the starting it will go to null. Now while I have my current pointer, what you have to do, you have to check if current dot data equals to not equals to कभी एक बार कभी 3-4 बार so what you have to check if your previous dot what I will say, if your previous equals to null, what does it mean? अगर previous null है तो इसका मतलब है कि जो तुम्हारा current pointer है वो first है, तुम्हें remove at head करना है. तो remove at head कैसे करोगे? How you will do remove from the first how you will remove the first element of the index? It's very simple. You will say this dot head points to current dot next. You will do that. If that's not the case, then what you will do? You will say previous dot next. Make sure that you handle this null condition, because if it is null, then you can't do previous dot null. Previous dot null next will be current next. Like 2 will point to 4 and 3 is the current. Okay, this is how we do, and make sure this is the previous. Okay, cool. Now finally, what I am planning to do, if this is the case, return the current element, return the deleted element. Okay, I will return with whatever element I am deleting, I will return that, and if that element is not present, I will return -1. Simple thing. अगर element मिल रहा है तो delete करते हुए वो भेज दो. This is the deleted element as we do in the pop operation in the array, if you know, है ना. Or if it is not available, then return the -1 so that we can understand if the item is deleted or not. Cool. Now okay, this is the good. If we didn't find the current data is not equals to data, so what you have to do, you have to make your previous equals to current and your current equals to previous dot next. Let's see if it's working fine or not. Just come here and say remove list dot remove element, and now I want to remove 46. Let's remove 46. हो गया, ठीक है. So we have discussed all the CRUD operation. We have discussed how to insert, how to read, how to update. So update is similar like the insert. Here you will find the index and the data, and you will check all these conditions. Now rather than just updating the next element, what you will do? You will do the new node or the temp dot value equals to the current value. Just that. Okay, you just do temp dot value equals to that value, and this would be like, this would not be the index minus 1, this will be index. Okay, now let's go here and do the search item. So for this search item, I will say search element, and what this search element function will do, this will take the data and it will find the element. If it finds the element, it will return that index. Not find, it will return -1. So we will say let current is equals to this dot head, and we are going to take current index also. Let index is equals to 0. Now what I will say, while we have the current, if you find the current dot of data is our data, then you have to return the index. Okay, return the index. Otherwise what you have to do, you have to make index plus plus and your current points to current dot next. This is what you should do, and if you don't get it, finally return the -1, and let's see if it's working fine or not. So I will say list dot search element, and I will search 50. So we have the 50. So let's see if we are getting 50 or not. So I think I have to console it now, because we are returning it. Yep. So here, let's go here and write console dot log. So it says 0. Okay, so if I write the 43, it's saying -1. If I say 56, it's a -1. Cool. So it's working perfectly fine. Now let's solve few interesting common interview problems on linked list, so that you understand linked list in detail. So the first question we are going to go middle of the linked list. So here you can see given a head of a linked list, and this is a single linked list. Return the middle of node of the linked list. So here you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You will return the 3. Okay, and here you have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In this case, you return the 4. Okay, so let's think about it. How you will solve it? Okay, we are going to solve 3 questions: linked list, cycle detection, and reverse. These are the important questions, very important questions. Okay, so how you will solve this? So let's say you have 1, 3, 5, 4, 6. How you will solve it? What will the very first thing? First step. What will the very first step? The first step is very simple. You will very intuition, like first approach, intuition. First approach. You will count the size. How you will count the size? You will initialize your temp variable here. And you will do temp dot next, and count equals to +1, and after once you reach your temp here, you will have count will be 5. Then what you will do, you will again iterate it again, n by 2 times, and return the element. This is it. First of all, you will count the size, find n, then you will iterate n by 2 times and return the that element. समझ गए? बहुत सिंपल है ये, ठीक है? So what will the time complexity? Time complexity of this will be of n, but exactly not of n. It will be of n plus n by 2. That will be, it takes two iteration. Okay, it will take 2 iteration. Can we solve it in the better way? Do you want me to code this? I think after doing like lots of print, insert, you can solve this. This is the first approach and you can solve it. So I am not gonna use this approach. I will solve the better approach. But you should write the code of the first approach too. Okay, don't do like that you will start with the second. Write the first approach in the code, click submit, see if you are getting the right output, then improve it. Okay, so we are going to use the second approach, which is an optimized approach. What we are going to do is, we are going to use 2 pointer approach. So here we will take the 2 pointer. First is the slow and second will be fast, and initially both of them will be pointing to 1. What this fast will do, it will move twice the speed of slow. So it will move like after 1 it will move to 3, then it will move to 5, then it will move to like next, and this slow will move 1 point at a time. This slow will move 1 point at a time. So what will happen? So let's say we have 1 point. Let's discuss in this case. This is my fast, this is my slow. Initially both of them pointing to 1. So let's move fast by 2 points. So 1, 2, this will pointing to 3, slow will point to 2 after first iteration. Then our fast will point to 5 and this slow will pointing to 3. What is my fast? Fast next is null. So return this slow. This is my answer. Yes, हो गया, simple. So it will taking of n by 2 operation, like of n by 2 to be very honest. Okay, because you are using of n by 2 times, and after of n by 2 you will get the output. But one more thing that you should discuss here. Let's say if we have 6. This case, in that case you don't have to return the first element. In that case you have to return the second element. ये देखना. तो अब देखो, अब आप 5 पे आए, you come at the 5. Now what you will do? Your nest is not empty, so you will do your fast will points to null. Okay, you will do one more iteration, and then you will do that. What you will do? This 3, what you say, 3 will become 4. So in that case you have to return this. So let's solve it. Just make in mind, if it is not the case, so you have to take care of fast nest operation. ठीक है, चलो solve करते हैं so that you will understand in the better way. What I am saying, I will create 2. Let's know is equals to this dot hat, and fast, which is also this dot hat. Initially both of them are pointing to that. Now I will say while I have the fast and fast dot nest. If we have this operation, then what we will do, we will make my fast is equals to fast dot nest, and similarly flow will be flow equals to flow dot nest. ठीक है. Now middle point, after that I will return this flow. Simple. This is what we have to do. Okay, when the fast or the fast dot nest become null, we have to return this. So here it's a undefined. So we have to return the array now. Array, I think it should point to this. Why it's undefined? Okay, so here if you see, this is a function. This is not a class component. So here I don't have to write this. Okay, this is the mistake like a lot of developers do. So just make sure. Let me find if it's working fine now. Okay, definitely it's working perfectly fine. If I submit it, it should run for all the test cases. And it is the interesting problem. It's asked in the lots of interviews. See, it's accepted, but let's discuss. It's asked in Amazon, Apple, and lots of other companies. So how to solve this problem? This is very interesting problem. 3 is pointing to 2, 2 pointing to 0, 0 pointing to -4, and this -4 pointing to the current element. Generally, this -4, because it is the last element, it should point to null. But here, this is pointing to 2. This is pointing to 2. So how you can find is have the cycle or not? Very simple. If your last element pointing to someone, that means it's not the null, but it's not as like it. This much simple. So let's say if I have the 1, I have the 2, I have the 3, I have the 4, and this 4 is pointing to 2. How I will find the next last element? Let's see. This is my temp variable, which is pointing to 1. Okay, temp is pointing to 1. I will do the next. It will point to 2. I will do the next. It will point to 3. I will do the next. It will point to 4. I will do the next. It will point to 2. I will do the next. It will point to 3, 4, 3. Again 2, 3, 4. I am not able to find the end of the list. I am just like doing this sit. So how I can do that? There is one approach. The approach is very simple. We are going to use the middle of the linked list approach only. So what we are gonna do? We are gonna use two variables. So we are gonna do two variables. Let's say slow, that will be initially 0, and fast, that will also 0. Here I am talking about the next two. Let's use the element only 1 and 2. 1 and 1. Now this fast will move 2 times and this slow will move 1 time. Now tell me one thing. If there is no cycle, and fast is moving twice, can fast and slow position to the same node? No, never. Okay, what I say, let's say if I have the list 1, 2, 3 and 4, and if my fast is moving twice, so fast will comes to 1, then 3, and then null. It will never match with the slow. Slow will be 1, then 2, then 3. It will never match with the fast. Understand this thing? Cool. So, but if they are in the cycle, so what will happen? My fast will comes to here, slow will point to, let's say, here. Then my fast will come here, slow will point to here, and it will find this is the list. So let's solve this question. Okay, so that you can understand it better way. So I am going to say let flow is equals, rather than writing the code, I will just copy paste. यार copy paste क्यों कर रहे हो भाई? हाँ यार, copy paste कर दो. ठीक है? I will say this thing. I will say slow and fast. Finally, I will say if my slow equals to fast, if that's the case, because this could not be possible if there is cycle. If there is cycle, then only it's possible. So I will return the true. I have to return the true false, na? Or otherwise I will say false. Let's see if it's working fine or not. Let's see. The simple intuition is, if someone is moving twice the speed of you can't point to the same destination. at the same time, same destination at the same time. If you are getting the same time, if you are crossing each other, that means you are in the same like cycle. This is the intuition that I am solving. If I submit it, let's submit, man. It should work, and it's also asking loads of companies. You see 13,000 likes. Cool. This question is also done. And you see, first of all, I used to code in C, then C++, and JavaScript. Lots of them. 2020, I used to solve in C. Then 2021, I switched to C++, and right now I'm doing in JavaScript. Now we are going to solve the final question in this video, that is reverse a linked list. It is very interesting problem. You see, the first problem has the 10k like, it has the 13k likes, and it has the 20k almost. So this is more popular. ओके एंड इट्स आस्क्ड इन द लॉट्स ऑफ कंपनी. तो अगर आप ये क्वेश्चन सोल्व कर लेते हो ना यार, ये 3-4 क्वेश्चन, इसके अलावा जो मैं क्वेश्चन और भेजूंगा सारा हो जाएगा, लिंक लिस्ट एकदम परफेक्टली क्लियर हो जाएगा. तो लेट्स सॉल्व इट. तो हियर इफ यू सी व्हाट इज द रिवर्स लिंक लिस्ट, गिवन अ हेड ऑफ अ सिंगल लिंक लिस्ट, रिवर्स द लिस्ट एंड रिटर्न द रिवर्स लिस्ट. समझ गए? मतलब 1 2 3 4 5 दिया है, तो आपको सेंड करना है 1 2 3 4 5. सी द रेफरेंस. हियर 4 इज पॉइंटिंग टू 5, बट हियर 5 इज पॉइंटिंग टू 4, 4 is pointing to 3, 2 is pointing to like that. ठीक है, तो इसको कैसे सॉल्व करना है मैं बताता हूँ. My head, this head is pointing to 1. So what I will do, I will come here, this is my current, and I will say remove this node, points to your previous, maybe null, and jumps to the next question. बस एक चीज बताओ, if you broke this, how you will jump to next? You can't jump it, okay, because you don't have the reference. So I will use the next operator. Okay, so let's say we will have the two. First is the current, and second will be the next. So what we will do, before breaking the loop, we will say next pointing to current dot next. So next will point to current dot next. So this next is pointing to this. Now I will say this current dot next points to current dot next. That means this should points to previous. But this one don't have the previous reference. For that I will use one previous value. Okay, this will points to previous, this will points to previous. So now this done. Now what you have to do, finally if that's happened, you will move your currents to one next, you will move your previous to next. Cool. So let's do a dry run to understand it. Okay, let's do a dry run. So my previous, this is currently pointing to null, and then we will have a current which is pointing to my head 1, and my next which is not pointing to anything. First of all I will check if current is null. No, it is not null. So I will make my next pointing to 2. Next is pointing to 2, and then what I will do, I will make my current next this to previous which is null. So this is pointing to null. Last time I made points to null only, you know? And make sure this head is pointing to here. One more thing, this head is pointing to here. Now what I will do, this is my 2, this is my 2. So what I will do, I will move my current. Before moving your current, you will move your previous to 1. So this previous will become 1, this current will become 2. Okay. Now again what we will do, like next will become the current next. See, now the current next will become this next. Current next will become the previous, and previous will become current, and current will become next. This is the one iteration. Again do the same thing. Or so after you doing all this, after you do all this, what will happen at the end, your current will points to end, current will points to null. Once your current will points to null, your previous will be the last index. So this previous, I will say this is my new head, so you see this is how my list is looking like. So let's solve it. I will say let previous which will be null, current will be head, and I will have the next. Now I will say why I have the current. What you have to do, first thing you will do is you have to move your next is equals to current next. Then you have to make your current next pointing to your previous. Then you have to move your previous to current, and your current equals to next. Okay, and finally after that you have to return the previous. Let's see if that code works or not. Let's see if it's working or we have any error. Working perfectly fine. Yeah, मतलब कब से कर रहा हूँ कोडिंग. सी सबसे पहले सी में, then C++, then JavaScript, doing coding in 3 years. Okay, चलो ठीक है यार. I think this is it for this session, and if you like the session, make sure to hit the like and subscribe button. You can check out all the source code, all the practice question in this I will add it after this class. And one more thing that I want to discuss is all the question that I have discussed in the linked list is already present in this class. It is in the C++, but the syntax is very similar, almost similar in the JavaScript and C++ if you are using the list, because here also I use the class and kind of thing, so it will be very similar. So do check out this complete playlist. I suggest complete playlist. Solve the practice problem. If you are not getting the solution, do check out this playlist and solve these 15 questions. After these 15 questions, you will master the linked list. Any question you will get in the linked list, you can solve it like that. So this is it for this video. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe button. Please share this video with your friends in the college group, in the network. Do give a shout out, and yeah, thanks for watching.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel, and in this video we are going to learn about stack data structure in JavaScript. So stack data structure work on last in first out principle. For an example, let's say you get some message from your friend on the WhatsApp. So which message will be visible to you on your WhatsApp? The latest message or the message which you received a month ago? The latest message. And this is the same thing work in the stack here. So in this stack, let's say this is our stack, and in this stack there are majorly three operations: push operation, pop, and the top. Push means add the item at the end of the list. Pop, delete the item from the end of the list, and the top will return the top of the stack. So let's say if this is our stack st, and if I say st.push 10, if I add 10 here, so this 10 will be added at the end of the list, and currently it is empty, so this 10 will be added. Now what will be my top of the list? So let's say if I view from this is my I, and I am viewing from this point, so what I will see the top 10, so top equals to 10. Now if I add few more number, let's say push 12, so 12 will be added here. So now from the top I will see the 12, so this top will become 12. So whatever you are adding, so the last element you add will become the top of the stack. Cool. This is the first thing that you have to remember. Second thing, let's say if I want to delete it, so I will delete only from the top, not from the bottom, not between the stack. So I can only delete from the top. So if I do pop operation here, I don't have to pass anything, I just say pop, so this item will be deleted. So now let's try to implement this with array and understand how this stack works. Let's create the stack class. In this stack class I will create a constructor function, and this constructor function will initialize an empty array. Now I will create an instance of this class, and make sure this s should be capital because it is a class. Now if I just console.log, so in the stack it is empty right now. So let's create the other operation, the push operation. In the post you have to send the item, and how I will add it, I will say this dot stack dot push, and this will work perfectly fine. Similarly on the pop, I don't have to pass anything, I will just say this dot stack dot pop, and what we are planning to do in the pop, we will return the deleted item. So whatever item is deleted we will return before deleting. There is one more that we have to do, is the top, or you can say peak, you can write anything. Okay, and this method will return the top of the stack, this dot stack, and what is at the top, the last item, and the last item will be this dot stack dot length minus 1. And we have one more item which is empty. It will check the stack is empty or not. This dot stack dot length equals to 0. If it is equals to 0, that means is empty. True, that means it's empty. Similarly we can have a size function, that's not required, but we can write return this dot stack dot length. Now I think it's worked perfectly fine, but there is few test case that we have to handle. If it is empty, I can return null, or I can return. Similarly in the pop operations too, if it is already empty you can't delete it. You will say if it is already empty you will return the null. So I think this is good for now. Now let's try to find out if it's working perfectly fine or not. So I will say stack dot push, and in that I will pass the 10. So I send the 10, so stack has the 10. Now I will add the 12, so 12 at the end of the list. Similarly let's add few more items here. So let's say this is a 13, this is 15, this is 17, and this is how our list is looking like. Now if I delete some item, if I do stack dot pop, so this pop will delete item from the end. So 17 that we have added, so this 17 will be removed. Console.log and find this peak element. So I will do this dot peak, and this will return 15. 15 is the last element. So this is how stack work in JavaScript. Let's understand how to implement stack using linked list data structure. So if you don't know about how linked list work, I will suggest you to first check out my linked list video and then come back to this video to understand how stack work. So now let's understand how to implement stack using linked list. So we have already write this linked list class in our last class, and now we are going to use this class only. So let's just copy paste. After copy pasting and removing all the unnecessary functions, we are left with these three functions: insert at head, which is also known as push operation, remove at head, which is our pop operation, then is empty, that is the same, and we have one more function, that is peek. Now this stack linked list will become our stack linked list. We have to do few more things, but before that, see, this node will remain same, and this head is our top, so we will change this to top. Now after changing the head with the top, we are left with few more things that we have to do. In the pop operation, before deleting, we have to return the item we have deleted. So here we have to return item. Let's initialize this item with const item is equals to your this dot top dot data. So this is the data we have. We will use the data before deleting, and in the peek we will return this dot top dot data. Now let's try to find out if it's working perfectly fine or not. Let's create a new instance. Stack1 is equals to new stack linked list, and just console.log to find out how is it working. So stack 1, so it has the top null and size 0 currently. So if I do stack 1 dot push 10, so it have the data 10 and next is null. So now let's add 12 here. So 12 will be at the top. So top will be 12 and the 12 next is 10. Okay, this working perfectly fine. If I just add one more to confirm it, 14. So you can see 14 will be our top. Let's just delete this item. So for deleting, I will say stack1 dot pop. So if I delete this item, the 14 is deleted and the 12 become the top. If I am deleting it, I should console it to find which item I have deleted. So I have deleted the item 14. Now you can check out few more functions that we have written, like console.log your stack1 dot peek. Is it working fine or not? Yes, it's working perfectly fine. So this is the basic stack operation with the help of a linked list we have performed and with the help of array we have performed. Now it's time to solve few interview problems. So the first problem we are going to solve with the valid parentheses. This question was asked in lots of companies, and this is also like good number of people like this question. So in this question you are given a string that has some characters like opening round bracket and the closing round brackets, some curly brackets and this square bracket, and you have to check if the given input is valid or not. These are the conditions, like open bracket must be closed by the same type of bracket and the open bracket must be closed in the correct order, and every closed bracket a corresponding open bracket of the same type. This is valid, this is valid, and this is not a valid. So how you will solve this problem? Let's understand few test case. So if this is our list, is it valid or not? No. The reason behind that, because close come before the opening, so this is not the valid. Let's say we have this, is it valid or not? This is open, this is closed, but they are not of same type. It is also not valid. Okay, so let's say, is it valid? This is open, this is open, this is closed, but this opening bracket does not have the corresponding closed bracket, so it is also not valid. So how to find it? So what we are planning to do, let's say we have some kind of this stuff. So what we will do, we will create a stack, and in that stack we will put all the open bracket. So let's say if this is the open bracket, we will add it here. This is the open bracket, we will add it here. So whenever we find the closing bracket, we will check two conditions. The first condition, is our stack is empty or not. If you see here, currently our stack is empty for this problem, and you find the closing point, will this string is a valid or not? No, it can't be, because you should have at least open bracket, and if there is open bracket before this, so that should be added in the stack, but it is not added. So first thing we will check if the stack is empty or not. If it is empty, then it is not a valid. Okay, so stack length is 0, then it is not valid in the case of closing bracket. Okay, second thing we will check if it is a closing bracket. We have the opening bracket and then we have this closing bracket. So we first comes to this opening and we add opening here. We comes to the closing, then we will check is this of same type, is this of a same type or not, because here we have the opening and here we have the closing. So that means this are the opening and closing, but they should also the same type. If they are of same type, we will pop this. Okay, so now let's solve this, and I will do a dry run to help you understanding it better. So first of all, we will create an object which have the keys as an open bracket and the value as a closed bracket. So this is our object. In this is our keys and this is our related corresponding values. So what we will do, first of all, let's create an empty stack, and that's the array, and now we will iterate over the string for let I equals to 0, I less than s dot length, I plus plus, and we will first of all check if the current item is the opening character or the closing bracket. Okay, so how to check? If that element is in the object, that means it is an opening. If it is not, that means it's closing. So what we will say, object dot has on property, and as of I, if that's the case, that means it is a open bracket. If it is an open bracket, we will push it in the stack as .I. Now, if that's not the case, if it is a closed bracket, in that case, but we have to check the two conditions. The first condition, this is a closing, so there should be some item in the opening, like opening bracket in the stack. If there is no item in the stack, if there is not item, then you can return the false. Okay, in that case you can return false. In that case you will return the false. Second test case can be if there is an item in the stack but that does not match with the same type. So what we will say, object dot stack dot at -1. At -1 means the last element of the stack does not match with the current s of I. Okay, then only we return the false. If these two conditions doesn't match, then we will pop out the last item, last bracket, and finally we will check after doing all the operation. If our stack is empty, that means we have the equal numbers of opening and the closing pair. So let's just find out. I will just do a dry run so that you can understand it. But before that, let's just find out. Yep, it's working perfectly fine. And if I submit it, okay, it's working perfectly fine. So let me just do a dry run. So here, let's understand we have this string as an example, and we are going to dry run. So first of all, we will find we have the empty stack. This is our empty stack, and we will find is this present in the object or not. Yes, it's there. So if it is there, we will add it here. Then we will check is this. Yes, it is also there. Then we will check is this. Yes, it is there. We will add it in the stack. Now we will check this is the closing part. If it is a closing part, we will check is the stack empty. No. Is the stack value. So this is our stack last. This is this, and object of obj of round bracket. Obj of round bracket will be closing round bracket. Okay. So this will return this. Is this equal? Yes, they are equal. If they are not equal, then return false. If they are equal, pop it. So I will pop this. That means that these two are valid. Now you don't have to consider this. Check this with this. So now I will check. Is this the closing bracket? Yes. So I will again check. Is the stack empty? No. Is they are not equal? So this object of this value is same with this. That means I will pop it. Now finally I will pop this, and finally I will check. After I come at the end of the list, I will check is the stack empty or not. If the stack is empty, then return true. Now I will ask you to solve this question on this. Okay, solve this on this. You will find this like it is a closing bracket, so you directly comes to this. Okay, you directly comes to this. You find the stack is empty, you return the false. Okay, so the time complexity of this will be off and you will iterate every single item once, and the space complexity will be off and. At the worst case, you will put all the items, all the, let's say if this is the opening bracket, you will let all the open bracket in the stack. Finally you will return the false. So the off and is the time complexity, off and is the space complexity. I hope you understand this. Now I think this is good for this video. If you are learning this stack video before watching all these videos, so you should consider watching all the videos in the order. So this video is a part of our DSA in JavaScript series, where we have learned about the loops, time complexity, array, string, recursion, searching and sorting algorithm, map, set, and recently we learned about the linked list too. So do check out this series, and we already shared all the source code and the practice question in the GitHub, so you can check out the GitHub for the source code and the practice question, and all the solution of those practice questions you can find in this playlist. So make sure to check out this playlist too. So yeah, this is it for this video. I will see you next time. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to deep dive into the queue data structure in JavaScript. So first of all, we will understand what is queue data structure, and then we will understand how to implement queue data structure using array, using linked list. And then we will solve few common asked interview questions on queue, and finally we will learn about the circular queue. So first of all, let's understand what is queue data structure. Queue data structure is same as the queue in real life, that is first in first out. For example, let's say you go to some market and you go to some grocery shop for buying some grocery. So in that line, the person who come first will get the grocery first, and the person who join the late will get the grocery late. This is the simple concept. Let's say this is our queue. Right now the queue is empty. Now there are only two major operations. Enqueue means adding an item in the queue. Dequeue means removing the item from the queue. So in the queue, item will be added from the end of the list. So item will be added at the end, and the item will be deleted from the first. So let's say if you comes to any grocery shop, so who will be removed from the line? So the person who at the first will get the grocery or get their works done and remove from the line from the starting point. Okay, so this dequeue will remove the item from the end, and who will enqueue? So person, if a new person wants to join that line, he or she will not join the line in between or at the starting point. He or she will be joined from the end of the list. That's clear. So let's understand with an example. So here, if I want to add 1 in my queue, So I will add from the end of the list. So 1 will be added here. Now if I want to add 2, so Q 2 will be added in this queue from the end. So this is my list starting. This is the front and this is how it's starting. And now if I want to add 3, 3 will be added here. Then 4, this will be added here. Now if I want to DQ, so this will be removed from here. DQ can't be possible from the 2, 3, 4. It will be possible from the starting only. I hope that makes clear. If that makes clear, so let's jump to the code and implement this with the help of array. Let's create a class Q, and in this class, first of all, let's create the constructor, and we are using the array method right now. So this dot Q is an empty array. Yep. Now we have to add inQ here, which will take the data and add at the end of the list. Then we need a DQ operation, DQ, which will be deleted item from the starting. Then we need a front, which will return the first item of the queue. Also, I want to see what is at the back, last item. And then we need is empty, which will return is our queue is empty or not. So let's first of all create this is empty. So this very simple. This dot queue dot length equals to 0. This is a very simple. This like is empty. Now let's implement the back. So we will say if it is empty, if your queue is empty, what will the back? It will return undefined, null, -1, whatever you want to say. So I want to say this dot is empty. If that's true, in that case you have to return null. Otherwise, you can return this dot queue at end. So at -1. So this will be at the end. Now if you want to return the first item, so you will say this dot is empty, and if it is true, so return null. If it is empty, then return null. Otherwise, return this dot queue first item. So at 0. Now let's implement the inQ and DQ operation. In inQ operation, what we have to do, we have to add the item at the end. For that, we will use our simple this dot we don't have to return anything. We will say this dot q dot push operation. So what these push operations do, this is an array method which append the new elements to the end of the array. Okay, so let's end the data simply. And finally in the DQ, what we have to do, we have to delete the last item. So we will say, and we will return the last item which is deleted. Okay, this dot q dot pop. So this will delete the last item and return that last item. Now, can you delete the item if it is empty? No. So what we will do? We will do here this dot is empty. If it is empty, in that case you can't return. You will say null. Okay. Otherwise you will return the deleted item. So this is our inQ operation, and let's try to see if that works or not. So const q is equals to new q. Now let's use q dot inq. That's the first operation, and I will add the 1. Now let's just console.log q. So right now in the queue only 1 is there. Okay. Now let's add a few more items. That is 2, 3. So you see the item which is added first will be at the starting point, and this 2 will be at the end. The 3 will be at the end. I hope this makes clear. Now let's see if our DQ operation is working fine or not. So if I do q dot DQ, so this will delete the third, that is the last item. Okay, if that makes clear. No, this is wrong. We don't have to delete from the end. We have to delete from the starting. So from deleting from the starting, we have to use shift operation. So this shift operation will delete from the, if I hover over this, you can read remove the first element. So this will remove the first element. So now if I save this code, so it will remove the first item. Okay. So now if I just copy paste, you can see first of all it's remove the first, then second, then third, and finally if I again do this, it will return null because array is empty. So now let's just go back. Now if I have deleted the first, what will my front element? So console.log q.front. So it will return 2. So you can see also it is 2. Now if I want to check what is at the end, so I can say dot back and it will return 3. I hope this makes clear, and we can also check is our array empty or not. So is empty. So this will say false. This will say false. Now can we check the size also? Let's see. Can we see the size? Dot size. kind of thing, it's undefined. And I check length, it is also undefined. So if we have to check the size, so we can create one more function dot size, and that will return the size, return this dot q dot length. So now if I just see q dot size, so this is also working perfectly fine. So this is our queue implementation using an array. Now it's time to learn how to implement queue using linked list. But if you don't know about the linked list, I will suggest you to watch this video first and then come back to this video. Let's say this is our linked list and we want to implement queue using a linked list. So how to do that? So if you know, in the linked list we have a head which is pointing to the front of the list. Now if you want to delete, we know in the enqueue we have to add item at the end. So if you use a temp operator, that will just go through this and then finally add here the 4, that will take off n. If you use that method by first of all traversing till the end and then adding this, but the enqueue and dequeue operation should be of 1. In the array implementation it is of n, but we want here it should be of 1. So how we will do? We will improvise our linked list using tail. So we will use a tail. This is another pointer which will pointing to the end item, the last item of the linked list. So now let's implement our enqueue operation. So let's say this is a tail which is pointing to our last item. If we want to do enqueue, so how it will do? It will simply first of all generate the item. Let's say generate the node 4. Now what we will do? First of all, this tail nest, this will point to 4. This is the first step. First step will be that tail nest will point to our new node. And the second step will be that tail will point to the last item. So this tail will point to this nest. Will this work? Perfectly fine. Now here we have to see the nest is the dequeue. But before going to the dequeue, let's understand one more case here. Let's say if it is empty. So first of all we have to create 1 and our head will point to this and our tail will also point to this. This is the case 1 when queue is empty. Case 2 if it is only a single node. So if it is a single node, our head is pointing to this and tail is pointing to this. Now we will generate a one more node, that is let's say 2. Now this 2 will be added at the end. So what we will do? First of all make this, then we'll remove this and make this. Done. I hope you understand the enqueue operation. Now before explaining how dequeue operation works in the queue, first of all let's code this part only. Let's create a class queue linked list. This time I will say linked list, and this queue linked list will have the constructor, and in this constructor I have to set few values. The first thing will be this dot head, which will be initially points to null. This dot tail, that will also point to null. Then I need a this dot size, which will point to 0. Currently our queue is empty. Now what we will do? We have to write the enqueue operation, which will take the data, and from that data we have to do something.
Now we have to implement the dequeue, which will read the item and return the deleted item. Then we need the front, which will return the first item. Then we need the back, which will return the back. And then we need the is empty, which will tell us like if our queue is empty or not.
Along with that, in the queue we need one more class, that is a class node, which will generate the node. So here we have the node and constructor, and this constructor will take the data, the value of the node. So we will do this dot data equals to data, and this dot next item, next will be null initially. So this is our two classes. Now what we have to do, first of all, before implementing the enqueue, let's implement the is empty. So that will be written this dot head. If our this dot head is null, that means it is empty. Okay, this is how we'll check. For second thing we can do is this dot size, equals to 0. We can do this also. Okay, second return, again we will do is empty. If it is empty, then you will return the null. Otherwise you will return what you will return, this dot tail dot data. Similarly, if we comes to front, it will say return this dot is empty. If it is empty, so return null. अगर वो empty नहीं है, if it is not empty, in that case you will say this dot front dot data. How much simple is that? So helper function, we have created our helper function. Now let's use this helper function. So for enqueue, what we have to do? First of all, we will create the new data. new node using the new operator and the node class that we have created just now, and here I will pass the data. Okay, now what we have to do in the first case, if this dot head pointing to null, if this is the case, that means this is your first node. So if it is your first node, you have to point your tail and the head to the new node. So what you will do, this dot head points to new node and this dot tail points to the new node. Yep, that's all. But if this is not the case, in that case, what you have to do, first of all, you have to do this dot tail dot nest. That nest is equals to new node. Okay, and then finally, what you have to do, this dot tail equals to new node, we can say. So first of all, you have to make, let me show you here. Now finally, you have to increase the size, this dot size plus plus, and here if you want, you can return the size. If you want, you can return the size, or if you want, you can say return true, that this operation works perfectly fine. But for now, let's don't do that. Here, one more thing that you can optimize is that this dot tail is repetitive, so you can just put this line outside the if and else condition and you can remove it from here. So this is what you have to do. Now before going to DQ, let's first of all find that if it is working or not. Okay, so create an instance q1 equals to new q linked list, and now I will say q1 dot in q5, and let me just console.log my q1 to find it's working fine or not. So here if you see, right now you have only one item. Let me just remove that also. So right now your head is null, your tail is null, size is 0. So if I add the first item, so your head will point to the 5, your tail will point to the 5, and the size is 1. That's clear. Now let's say if I add one more item here, 6. So now your head will be pointing to the first item, your tail will be pointing to the last item, that is 6. So head pointing to 5, tail pointing to 6, and size is 2. So let's add few more items here. So let's add 7, let's add 8. So head is pointing to 5 and your tail is pointing to the last item, which is 8. Now that's clear. So before just going to the DQ, let's see if our other code is working perfectly fine or not. So if I do q1 dot front, so it should return undefined. So it is returning undefined. Why it's so? So let's see this dot undefined. Okay, there is no front, it is head. That's why you should check everything. Okay, so this is returning 5. That's perfectly fine. Now if I ask what is my back, so it will return 8. 8 is back. Yes, that's also fine. If I just find what is the size of the queue, so say it's not a function, so let's just return the size. I will say size, or rather than size, if I just do size, then it's return the size. Okay, so I don't have to generate a class like a function for that. That's working perfectly fine. So it's time to understand how to implement this DQ operation. In DQ operation, we just have to remove the first item from the list, and that's what we do in the linked list class also. So how you will delete it? Simply you will remove this link and you will point this head to the next item. That's true. And one more thing that you can do is in the DQ operation, that return the item which is deleted. Okay, and one more thing that you have to make sure that item is not empty. Okay, like the queue is not empty. So let's find out. Very first thing that we have to check is this dot is empty. If it is empty, then you can't delete anything. So you will simply say return null. Okay. Now if it's not the case, you will say this dot head pointing to this dot head dot nest, and that's what you have to do. Finally say this dot size minus minus and return the last item. How you will return? For returning, you can just take the item const item or deleted item is equals to this dot head dot the data. So let me just return the deleted item and find out if that works perfectly fine or not, or is there anything that we have to do. So let's just call this here. Okay, console.log q1 dot dq. So if I delete, it's delete the first item, and the first item is 5. So it's delete perfectly fine. And let me just copy it one more time. It's delete 6, then 7, then 8. Now what will the next item? If I just do copy and paste, it return null. So it's working perfectly fine. So this is how we implement the queue data structure using array and using linked list. So now it's time to solve our next common interview asked problem, how to implement queue using stack. Lead code just changed their UI, so maybe this extension will not working right now, but no problem. But this is like commonly asked problem, so let's read the problem. Implement the first in first out queue using the 2 stack. Only 2 stack. So we have to use the 2 stack. The implemented queue should support all the function of the normal queue, that is the push, peek means the first element, and the pop and the empty. Push element back of the queue. Okay, push means you have to add at the back of the queue. Pop, remove the element from the front of the queue. Peek, return the element from the front. And the empty will return true if it is empty, return false if it is not empty. You have to see these notes as well, that you must only use standard operation of stack. You can't use any other thing. You just have to use standard operation of stack. To solve this question, you should have a solid understanding of stack and queue. So if you don't have the understanding of stack, I would recommend you to watch this video first and then come back to this video. So what these stacks do, let's say in the stack we have 2 operators, one that is a push and pop, and stack work on LIFO, last in first out. So let's say if this is my stack, I will add first. So let's say I will add 1. So this is at the end. Okay, then I will add 2. So I have added 2 at the last, but this 2 is at the top. Okay, and if I have to delete something, I will delete from here only. So I am deleting from the end, I am adding from the end. So deleting also from end and adding from also end. This is what stack it is. Okay, and what is queue? The queue works different. In the queue, you add from the end only. Okay, you add from the end, but it is removed from the starting point. It is removed from the starting point. So how you will solve the queue using stack? For that, we will use 2 stack. So let's say this is our stack 1 S1. This is our stack 2 S2. Okay, this is our stack 1. This is our stack 2. Now let's say first of all, the first operation is enqueue operation. You can say push operation. So if we, and this is assume this is queue. Okay, assume this is queue, but this S1 will work as the queue. This S1 here will work as the queue. So if I have to add 1, so what I will do? I will add 1 here. Simply. Okay. Now if I have to add 2. So if I add 2 here, what will happen? The order of queue will be changed. Order of queue will be, should be 1, 2, like this order. But if I add in this, so the order will be reversed. So what I will do? Before adding 2, I will remove 1. I will remove 1 and put 1 here. And then I will add 2 here. Now after adding 2, I will then remove 1 from here and add here. So now see the operation and the flow of stack and queue is same. So again, let's say if I want to add 3 here. So how I will add 3? I will remove all the item from this and put it in this stack. So first of all, remove 1, add it here. Remove 2, add it here. And now I will add 3 here. Then again I will remove all the item from the S2 and put it here. So 2 remove comes here, 1 remove comes here. So if you see, this stack is in the same order of queue. So this is how your push operation works. Now let's say if you want to delete the top. So how you will delete? You have to delete this item 1. So this is at the top of the stack. You just do stacks.pop and it will be deleted. So here our push operation will take off and time, because you are removing all the item, putting in S2, then removing all the item from S2, you are putting this. So you are doing 2 of n, but I will say off n. Okay, and the pop operation will take off 1. You are simply deleting that. And the top operation, that is also known as peek. For that also it will take off 1. It will take off 1. Cool. So let's implement this. First of all, we will initialize 2 empty stack, that is this dot stack 1, that is empty, and this dot stacks 2, that is also empty. Now what we will do in the push operation, what we have to do, while our stack 1 is empty, what you have to do, you have to pop the stack 1 item, stack 1 dot item pop, and whatever item you are popping, you have to push all these items in the stacks 2 dot push. Okay, so what you are doing, you are copying the item from the stack 1 and adding all those items in the stack 2. Now, what you will do, after transferring all the items from the stack 1 to the stack 2, you will add your item in the stack 1 so that it will add it at the bottom of the stack. So this dot stack 1 dot push, and in this you will push the x. Okay, and finally what you will do, after pushing S1 item in the S1, you will place all the item from the S2 to the S1 again. So while your this dot stacks 2, so what you have to do, this 2 dot stack 1 dot push whatever your item removing from the stacks 2. Okay, so now this is how your push operation works. For the pop operation, this will work perfectly fine. You have to remove the element from the front of the queue. But before that, I have to implement this dot empty. So return this dot empty. So for that, what I can say this dot stack 1 dot length. If it is equals to 0, then it is empty. And what is the peak element? So peak element, I will say this dot is empty. If it is empty, then you have to return the null. Otherwise, you have to return the this dot stack at -1. Now, how to delete it? For deleting, you will say if this dot empty. If it is empty, then you can't delete it. You will just simply return the null. And now, otherwise, what you will do? You will say this dot stack 1 dot pop. And do I have to return the item? Remove the element from the front of the queue and return it. And you have to return it. Let's just try to run this code and see. I hope there is no error. So there is some error. So say stack 1. Okay, this should be stack 1. And let me just run it and just check out what's the output. Okay, so it's working perfectly fine. So let me just submit it. I think it should work. Okay, so it's working perfectly fine. Now let's try to solve our next question, that is circular queue. Why do we need a circular queue? So let's say this is our queue. Let's say this is my queue. Inside that queue, we have few items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And here it is my head, it is my tail. Now, how I will add the next item? I can't add it because this is its capacity. Okay. So let's say in this queue only 5 item will be added. Now let's say this one item is removed and this 2 item will be removed. Can I add the item now? No. The reason behind that, we add the item at the end. We add the item at the end. But right now at the end we don't have any extra space. We don't have any extra space. We have this space at the beginning, but in the queue we delete from the start, but we add from the end. So here you can see we have this space, but we can't utilize this space. So we can say our space is getting waste. So what we can do? So rather than using a simple queue, we will use a circular queue. In this circular queue, our tail is pointing to the head. So now if 5 is there, if there is some space at the beginning, so the next item will be at here. And now the tail will point to this. Now if I have to, and this head is pointing to this. Okay. Now if I have to add more item, I can add it here. If I have to add more item, now I can't add. If there is a space, then I can add. If there is no space, then I can't add. But in the queue, if there is space, then also I can't add. Okay, so I hope you understand the circular queue. So we can again solve the circular queue using an array, using a linked list. But I think you can use the array method, and today I will solve the circular queue using linked list. That is a little bit difficult. Array part is very simple. You can solve it if you have already implemented the queue. Okay. Now let's go and solve it. So here is the question: design circular queue. Design your implementation of a circular queue. The circular queue is a linear data structure in which operation are performed based on first in, first out, and the last position is connected to back of the first position. That is making a circle. So it is simple. The queue. The only point is the last element will point to the first element, which make it the ring buffer. Okay. One of the benefits of the circular queue that we can make use of the space in the front of the queue. This is what I have explained. In the normal queue, once the queue becomes full, we cannot insert the next element even if there is a space in the front of the queue. This is whatever I have explained. This is written here. Now, what we have to write? We have to implement my circular class, which will have it initialize the object to the size of the queue k. Okay. And then the front and the rear and the enqueue, dequeue, these are the things that we have to implement it.
So now it's time to let's generate a class. Okay. So this is what they write a function, but I will write a class here. Okay. So I will say class my circular cube, and in this class, first of all, I will create the constructor function. So this constructor function, in this constructor function, I will get the k that is the capacity. Okay. So I will say this dot capacity, like how many items you can add. This is the k, and then for the normal view, I will say this dot head, which is pointing to null, this dot tail, which is also pointing to null, and one more thing I will say, like what is the correct size, that is this of 0. Now for adding the circular, like using the linked list, I need to add a new one more class, that is node. So class node, which will have another constructor function, and that will take the data, and I will say this dot data equals to data, and this dot mesh initially we will pointing to null. Cool. Now here we have to write few more classes, like few more functions. So when it will be full, when this dot size equals to this dot capacity, that means it's full. And what is the condition of is empty? So here I will say is empty means this dot size equals to 0. Okay, this dot size equals to 0. Then what is the rear? So in the rear I will say return this dot is empty. If it is empty, then what you will do? You will return here return the -1. Okay, we have to return the -1. Otherwise you will return this dot rear means tail dot data. Similarly at the front you will say the return this dot is empty, and if it is empty, in that case you have to return the -1. Otherwise you will return this dot front, that is head dot data. That's a simple our helper function, and that will work perfectly fine. We will check it later on. Now we have to make our enqueue. So in the enqueue, what is the first step? The first step is to check if it is full, then you can't add. Okay, so you will say this dot is full. If it is full, then you will return false. Return false. Otherwise, what you will do? You will create new node that is a new node using the class, and here I will pass the value we received. Now what we will do? If it is empty, now let's understand how to implement it. Let's say this is our list, or you can say our queue, and in this queue our head is pointing to this and our tail is pointing to this. Cool. Now to make this a circular queue, what we have to do? We have to make this 3 should pointing to 1. Okay. So what is our first operation? So before first operation, let's understand what is our initial position. So initially our head will pointing to null, and our tail is also pointing to null. Now if you want to add first item, so we are discussing enqueue operation. For enqueue, you have to add the item. So what you will do? You will first of all generate the item, let's say 1. Initially, because there is no other item, so your head will point to 1 like this, and tail will also point to 1. This is what you have to do. One more thing that you have to do, that this tail end should point to 1 only. So its nest, one nest should point to 1. The second case, if let's say you have 2 items. So in this step, this head is pointing to this and tail is pointing to. Now what you have to do, if you have to add 3. So what is the first step? The first step is this tail nest is pointing to 1 right now. So what you will do, first of all you will break this and you will make this 2 pointing to 2 will point to 3. This is the first step, that 2 will point to 3. Second and the third step is this 3 will point to 1. So 1 is pointing to 2, 2 is pointing to 3, 3 is pointing to 1. And the last thing that you have to do, that now our tail is this. Now our tail is this. So this is what we have to do. I hope you understand. If not understand, let me just write the code for this, and then you will be able to understand it. This is the code that we have used to add an item in the queue. Now we will use this same code for the circular queue. Just we will go here and paste this code. So now here if you say, if it is empty, so this the head will point to null, and this head is pointing to the new node. And if it is not empty, you will make the nest point to the new node. Now this is perfectly fine. The only thing that we have to do here is return true. Is that work? Is that work? No, there is one more thing that you have to do. In the queue and the circular queue, the only difference is the last point should point to the first item. So how you will do? After adding the item in the queue, you have to make this dot tail dot nest
So the last item, that this dot tail is the last item, its next should be points to this dot head. Just one line of code and your cube becomes circular cube. Yes, this is what it is. Now let's understand how to implement DQ operation. So there will be three cases. The first case is very simple. Let's say if you don't have any item, how you will delete it? You can't delete it. You will just return null. So case 0 will be if there is no item. Case 1 will be if there is a single item. If there is a single item. So let's say this is a single item. Head is pointing to this. Tail is also pointing to this. And its next is also pointing to this itself. So in that case, what you will do? Simply, if there is no item, your head is pointing to null and tail is pointing to null. So this is what you have to do. If there is a single item, make your head and tail points to null. And how to check if it is a single item or not? You can show this dot size equals to 1, or you can show your head equals to tail. Cool. The third test case, which is our main case, will be how you will lead in this case 1, 2, 3. So in this case, what I will do, I will make my head points to this. If I make this, will it work? No. We have to do one more thing. We have to make this tail nest should points to 2. This should also points to this. So the step 1, our head points to head nest. Step 2, our tail points to tail nest. Okay. So now our list will be 2, 3 like this. So let's implement it. Case 1, that is if our this dot empty is empty. So in that case, you will return null or return false. Let me check. Return false. Okay. So return false if the operation is not successful. Otherwise, what we will do, we will delete. But before deleting, we have to check if this dot head equals to this dot tail. That means you have only one item. In that case, what you have to do, make your head points to null and make your tail points to null. One more thing, this dot size minus and return true, that you have successfully deleted the item. But if this is not the case, in that case what you will do, otherwise you will make this dot head points to this dot head dot nest. And one more thing that you have to do, the last step is this dot tail dot nest should points to this dot head. So this dot tail dot nest will points to the new head. This is what I think this should work perfectly fine, but let me just try to run this code and let me make this, because now they are not working like that. So yes, it is working perfectly fine. If I submit it, will this work? Work? Okay, it's getting accepted. So this is it for this video. We have understand what is queue using an array, linked list, stack, and we understand the circular queues too. So in the next video, we will understand about the binary tree, and that is where you are going to use the stack and queue. Although I have shared all the source code and some practice concept on the stack and queue on the GitHub repo, but the main thing, the stack and queue, you are going to use in the binary tree video. So this is it for this video. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe button, and do share this video with your friends, and do give a shout out on LinkedIn. This is it for this video. Thank you.